I'd like to call to order the February 27th, 2023 Board of Education meeting. For the safety of all those in attendance, display of signs or banners will not be permitted. If you have a sign or banner, you will be asked to leave it outside the boardroom for the duration of the meeting. Tonight's meeting is a meeting of the board held in public, not a public hearing or discussion with the board. Please be respectful of the presenters, the board, and your fellow audience members as we discuss and deliberate the items on tonight's agenda. Comments or actions that are threatening to or disrespectful of presenters, the board, or others in attendance, including use of foul language or any other behavior that is disruptive of the board meeting, will result in immediate removal from the meeting. Patrons will be invited to share comments as part of the public comment portion of the meeting as outlined in Board Policy BCBI. That time is set aside on the board's agenda for members of the public to share their thoughts. It is not a time for dialogue with or a question and answer session with the board. Patrons who wish to participate in public comment must fill out the public comment form so that board or staff can follow up with you regarding your public comment as needed. If your comments require follow-up from the board or staff, that will occur after tonight's meeting. The district assumes no responsibility or liability for the information shared during public comment. The views expressed are solely those of the speakers and do not necessarily reflect the views of the Lawrence Public Schools. In addition, USD 497 provides access to our board meetings through live streaming. The platform used for this live streaming has acceptable use rules for content on its site. USD 497 does not delete or hide board meeting videos. However, the streaming platform may elect to do so if the content of public comment or any other portion of the meeting is found to violate the platform's acceptable use rules. Thank you for your cooperation in these areas. I'd like to welcome everyone this evening. Appreciate you all being here. At this time, motion to approve the agenda is in order.
I move we approve the agenda for the February 27, 2023 board meeting.
This is Carol, I second.
Kimball?
Yes.
Van? Yes. Hill?
Yes.
Kadu Blackwood?
Yes.
Emerson?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Next item on our agenda is special recognition. I'm happy to invite Amy McInerney, Principal of Free State High School, and Kelly Thompson, Speech and Debate Director, to the podium for our recognition this evening.
Good evening, and thank you for having us here. Last fall, I could always count on every weekend getting an email from Coach Thompson about how the debate teams did over the weekend. And it was always win after win after win after win, and that's no exaggeration. So I'm going to turn it over to Coach Thompson and let him tell you about these talented young people.
Thank you for having us here this evening. I'm going to introduce two groups of debaters from the state tournament. First is our team from the two-speaker debate tournament. This is a team of seniors Cece Hunter and junior Connor Brown. They made it to the tournament's semifinal round this year to finish in third place. This is the fourth top three finish in the last 6 years for Free State at the two-speaker state tournament. We can give them a round of applause. At the four-speaker state debate tournament, the team of seniors AJ Persinger, Emma Staymeyer, and Emma Hefty, and junior Sophie Racy finished with a 12-4 record and as the state runner-up. This is the third top three finish in the last 6 years for Free State at the four-speaker state debate tournament. And I'm going to turn it over just briefly to our team president, Emma Hefty.
Okay, hi everyone. We would like to say a special thank you firstly to all of USD 497. We wouldn't have been nearly as successful as a squad as we've been able to be without the continued support of our teachers and our friends and all the parents in USD 497. We'd also like to specifically thank the school board for your continued support. As a non-athletic activity, it's easy to feel overlooked and overshadowed, but the school board and USD 497 always make sure that we felt like our voices are heard and that we matter in this district, and that's very important. We'd also like to thank the Free State Free State administration, specifically Mr. Rank, without the employees at our school and like having resources in building, we wouldn't be able to go to all the amazing tournaments we've been able to travel to and have the resources and the support that we need. So the Free State admin has just been super special and beneficial to us. We'd also like to thank all of our coaches and assistant coaches. So KT, Michael Shelton, Brenda Alvarez, Jenna Bellemere, Jacob Wilkes, and Jared Spires for all the work that they've put in. They spend countless hours cutting evidence for us, watching our practice rounds. This group of kids, we've all put in like 6 to 8 hours outside of class time to do practice rounds and cut research, and they've always been there. And they have been really an amazing asset to our team in telling us, okay, here's where we want to go, here's what we need to do, and here's how we're going to do it. So yeah, we would like to thank all of those people. This group of debaters in front of you, we've all worked immensely hard to be able to be as competitive as we want to be, and to reach the goals that we've set for the season. Like I said, we put in so much work outside of class time to do all of that, and we're all very dedicated. And as a senior, I'm very proud of all the work that we've put in as a debate team, and we'd like to thank you for your continued support of the program. So thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Good job.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Good work. Thank you. You did well.
Congratulations.
Thank you for your
Do a
dedication.
quick check to see if any of these scholar parents are here with us this evening. Any parents from our debaters are here from Free State? Okay, thank you so much. All right.
Congratulations to the Free State debaters. You do matter, and we are very proud of you, so thanks for being here this evening. Okay, we also have a retirement to recognize this evening. Paula?
The Board of Education recognizes the following staff member with sincere appreciation for the years of service and devotion to the community and its schools. Thank you, Russell Sage, for 6 years of service to the school district.
Thank you, Paula. The next item on our agenda is the report of the superintendent of schools. Dr. Lewis.
Yes, thank you, Board President Kimball. Thank you. Good evening, everyone in attendance here. Also, good evening to everyone that may be watching online. I want to begin as soon as Elise gets the PowerPoint presentation up with just some general comments. First of all, I want to appreciate, appreciate everyone that is continuing to send feedback, and we are appreciative of receiving the feedback as it relates to our budget and our community work around what we need to do to make sure that we have a even more stellar district. I want to remind everyone that we are on the same side in this community discussion in terms of supporting the future of Lawrence Public Schools. Now, let me be clear. We all want what's best for our students. While some of us may disagree about how to get there, we can still discuss one another's ideas with respect, civility, and compassion for the various perspectives and different viewpoints represented here in this community. It's okay to not agree on everything. It's okay to not agree on all matters. That's normal. As a matter of fact, that's healthy. Healthy discourse is okay. It may feel like we are in a valley of despair right now, and I will tell you, having worked in 2 other school districts, tough school districts that were on the brink of state takeover, school districts that closed 38 schools in 1 year, I want to remind everyone that we have a good school district. Our goal is to get to great in terms of us being able to provide the necessary supports for our scholar staff and our families. We must work together for the sake of our kids. We as adults are the examples, and please know that our kids are watching. And so this school board has a tough job and a tough responsibility to ensure the fiscal health of this district, and the board must consider that, as well as the students that are currently in our school districts and the ones that have yet to enter our doors when making their decisions. As a reminder, our board advisory committee Our Boundary Advisory Committee reconvened last Wednesday to review the Futures Planning Committee proposal process. The committee is prepared to meet again, if needed, 5:30 to 7 p.m. this Wednesday at the Facilities and Operations Building, and that's at 711 East 23rd Street. The purpose of this meeting is to discuss possible boundary changes and to provide the board with the information that it needs to make decisions. These committee meetings are certainly open to the public, not necessarily public participation, but are open to the public for viewing. The Boundary Committee meeting materials also can be found on our website at usd497.org/boundaries. My thanks to Board President Kimball for meeting with Educate Lawrence. Then this is the board's Parent Legislative Advocacy Committee. They met last week to show how to submit written or in-person testimony to the Kansas Legislature. I encourage everyone to follow our Educate Lawrence page, social media, to stay informed of the status of bills that would directly affect our schools. And so, for example, the Kansas Senate passed Senate Bill 83 last week, and I don't know if you're going to share some comments about that as well. And what this bill does, it funnels public tax dollars to private schools' tuition. There's a 92% of the testimony received on that bill was in opposition. The bill now goes to the Kansas House, and so let's please make sure that we are contacting our representatives and encourage your families and friends to do the same in other parts of the state as well. As was mentioned last board meeting, we're appreciative of our legislators here in this area, and so if you have any family or friends around the state, encourage them to do the same with their legislators. I announced to our employees that on Friday, this past Friday, that our March staff retention incentive payments will be distributed 1 week early, and that will be this Friday instead of next week. As you know, the board approved these federal ESSER funds to reward staff for their continued employment. Last year's incentive was $500 each for a total of $1,500. This year, we doubled that for 3 payments of $1,000 for a total of $3,000. I'm certainly pleased that we received these COVID relief funds that we could use for a variety of ways, including for staff retention. They certainly deserve it. So I want to thank our Lawrence Schools Foundation staff and Board of Trustees for an amazing annual retreat last week. We discussed ways that the foundation can continue to provide resources that inspire learning. They provide resources that enrich teaching through grants and enhance opportunities for all of our students, educators, and staff. Special thanks to Board President Kimball for being there and sharing with the Lawrence Schools Foundation our budget challenges and answering some really tough questions there. So thank you, Board President Kimball. The foundation also hosted its annual Bob's reception last week. We are truly fortunate to have community members like the Bobs, and that's all of their names, for supporting our outstanding work of our teachers and our staff. As you know, the Bobs organize and they provide monetary gifts in the amount of $10,000 to teachers each spring. And they're also the sons and daughters of Bobs, and they recognize our deserving staff members with $5,000 each December. Our Lawrence High School will host this Java and Jazz. It's tomorrow night. This is a benefit for the All-City Jazz Band at 7 p.m. in the Lawrence High Band Room. To kind of turn the band room into a coffee house there. This free concert will feature student jazz musicians from all of our middle and high schools, as well as former students, staff, and jazz band friends. Donations are encouraged and will support the middle school All-City Jazz Band. Congratulations to Billy Mills School art teacher, Ren Watson. She received Teacher of the Month honors and $200 from the local arts organization Invent with Intent. My thanks to this group for supporting education. Congratulations also to Kansas All-State musicians. They performed in Wichita this past weekend with outstanding high school band and orchestra members from across the state. We also have some Kansas State champion wrestlers to celebrate. Matthew Markham and Eric Streeter from Free State both came out on top. There were some other Firebirds that medaled as well. Nolan Bradley, 3rd. Grayson Hagan, 5th. Drew Streeter, 6th. Lawrence High wrestlers Lou Elston and Andrew Hunnis. They both finished 4th in their respective weight classes. Sub-state basketball begins tomorrow. Good luck to Free State and Lawrence High boys and girls team. And this is certainly a sign that spring is around the corner with spring sports tryouts that actually began today. Free State's Charlie Andrade won $750 in second place in the Douglas County Youth Entrepreneurship Challenge. The Lawrence Education Association, or LEA, will earn a portion of the sales from its Dine and Donate event at the Lawrence Beer Company from 4 to 9 p.m. Thursday for its scholarship fund. Be sure to mention the LEA. The LEA presents scholarships to students from each high school each year, and funds raised from this Dine and Donate will benefit that scholarship. There is a new program that's approved by the Kansas State Finance Council that supports eligible families with $1,000 to spend on educational goods and services and academic enrichment. Interested families may find out more information about this program online at keep.ks.gov. Thank you to the community for supporting the Junior Achievement Beach Ball auction Friday night. It was a lot of fun and raised funds for the financial literacy curriculum delivered to our students by JA Business and community volunteers. If you would like to volunteer to be a JA teacher, there's some information there on the screen. You can sign up with Debbie Harmon. There's our email address listed on the screen at debbie@kansasja.org, or you may call her at 785-841-8245. This is very critical to the success of this program. We're actively seeking volunteers to serve in this capacity. The ability to just make about 4 or 5 visits. We were in such dire needs of some JA volunteers. I signed up to volunteer, and I taught a 4th grade class today on JA in our community. A JA region was the lesson that I taught today about entrepreneurship, so that was a lot of fun. Again, I want to highlight our graduation rates. It was reported in the paper that the superintendent believed, I want to make sure that this is firm, that the last time our graduation rate was this high was indeed 16 years ago. Our graduation rate is 89.6, and this is certainly a result of our amazing educators. We could not have obtained this graduation rate that's now above the state. That red line represents where the state average is. And also, we improved all of our subgroup graduation rates. All of our subgroups either maintain or increase. And so we are certainly in closing that gap as it relates to graduation rates as well. So, for example, our African-American students are at 89% and our white students at 90%. So we are certainly closing that gap as it relates to graduation rates. Again, we could not do this without our staff. One of the reasons that our graduation rate increased is because of our academy program at the Lawrence College and Career Center. As a matter of fact, this program will be highlighted at a national conference, the National School Boards Association Conference, next month. Dr. DeWitt will be there to share a little bit about the Academy program and receive the grand prize, the Magna Awards. This is certainly a huge honor that we are being recognized nationally for the work here, again, of our amazing educators. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lewis. Next is the report of the President of the Board. I have a few things. I would like to add my congratulations to Dr. DeWitt and his staff at the College and Career Academy. The Magna Award is given by the National School Board Association every year to one school district in each size category. So there are 3 size categories. One school district across the country wins the Magna Award. Lawrence Public Schools College and Career Academy won that award for the entire United States in our size category. So I am incredibly proud of the College and Career Academy program and what it is doing for our district, and I hope we can all celebrate that success because it's well-deserved. So, in addition, I wanted to just share about a few things that have gone on since our February 13th board meeting. On February 15th, GR and I had a facilities planning meeting. We met with facilities staff and also our district bond counsel to get an update on our bond and interest payments, and heard about information that they're looking into that would allow the district to refinance our existing bond debt at a lower interest rate and perhaps save us money on some of the payoff of that bond debt. So that was very encouraging news. On the 20th, which was a week ago today, I testified on behalf of the Board of Education and the House K-12 Education Budget Committee on a House Bill 2382. It's a little bit of a technical bill. It has 100% to do with boards of education and how they operate, run their meetings, and how they are, board members are subject to the Kansas Open Records Act. But it was very targeted. It applied a bunch of really restrictive and intrusive provisions only to school board members, not to any other elected or appointed governing body member in the entire state. So it was targeted at board members. And so I was glad to go and represent our district in providing some feedback to the committee on that bill. Also, that day, I was glad to meet with Educate Lawrence, as Dr. Lewis said, and do a session for them on the process of writing and submitting testimony to the legislative committees. There are a lot of bills this year that those committees need to hear from public education supporters, and so I was glad to share that information. Also glad to be asked to talk with the Lawrence Schools Foundation Board of Directors about our budget work, and also gave them an update on the status of a number of the pieces of legislation that we've been following this session. As Dr. Lewis mentioned, this is turnaround week in the legislature, so both of the House and the Senate tried to finish up passing bills out of their chambers that they want to cross over and be considered by the other chamber. Unfortunately, Senate Bill 83 made it out of the Senate. That voucher bill, transferring public tax dollars to private schools, has an estimated $270 million price tag. Public education advocates in Kansas have been asking for several years for the state to fully fund special education. The governor's budget proposes to do that, but on a 5-year ramp up. The total amount that they would need to commit to do that in 1 year is $160 million. What that says to me is that they are more interested in spending public dollars in private schools than they are in supporting the students that already attend their public schools. Also, I want to report to you, unfortunately, there are a number of other anti-public education bills that were blessed by the House leadership and put into exempt committees, which means they don't die at turnaround. They get to come back after this week. One of those was the House version of the voucher bill, which is House Bill 2218. It's not dead yet. In addition, there really wasn't any positive movement on the governor's budget proposal around SPED funding. That's not subject to the turnaround rules, so it will continue to be considered. But I encourage all of you to watch those issues closely and continue to advocate for public education. Finally, just for the board's information, we do have a special meeting a week from today, Monday, March 6th at 6 p.m. The purpose of that special meeting will be to complete Dr. Lewis's annual evaluation. So the board will go into executive session in that meeting to do the evaluation work and come back out. There's no action noticed with that meeting to follow. Just wanted to remind everyone and let the public know. And that's all I have this evening. Thank you. At this time, we do have quite a few people signed up for public comment. I just want to remind everyone that if you signed up for public comment about the budget discussion, your public comment comes after the staff presentation and after the board has had an opportunity for questions and discussions. We have 2 public commenters who signed up to related items, and so at this time, would a board member please read the public comment policy?
The USD 497 Board of Education welcomes public comments and thanks you for taking time to talk to us about our policies and procedures. We set aside this time during our regular meetings to hear from the public. Patrons who wish to participate in public comment must fill out the public comment form so that district staff or the board can follow up with you regarding your public comment as necessary. This is your time to share your opinions. However, public comment is not the appropriate forum for making complaints about specific staff or students. If needed, the board president or presiding officer of the meeting may direct that a patron's comment be heard by the board in executive session in order to protect the privacy of the individuals to be discussed. Before participating in public comment to share a complaint, the board requests that public commenters follow the complaint procedures set out in board and district policy as appropriate. If you need assistance in these processes, please let the board clerk or other district staff know. The board president will invite comments on topics not included on the agenda at the beginning of each meeting. Comments related to agenda items are welcome after the board has had the opportunity to discuss the topic. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes. The district assumes no responsibility and/or liability for the information shared during public commentary. The views expressed are solely those of the speakers and do not necessarily reflect the views of the Lawrence Public Schools.
Thank you, GR. At this time, I would invite Kimberly Hawks to the podium for your public comment, and Keely Waller, you will be next. If you would like to come and wait along the wall by the poster that's on the wall, you may do so. Thank you.
Good evening, school board members. My name is Kimberly Hawks. I am a business teacher, and I currently teach at Lawrence High School. I also serve as the department chair for the Career and Technical Education Department, or CTE. Every February, the CTE community celebrates CTE Month to raise awareness of the role that CTE has in readying learners for college and career success. As such, I'd like to share some information about CTE. CTE has a rich history in American education. It has gone by many names in the past, such as job training and vocational education, but today we call it career and technical education. According to the Association for Career and Technical Education, students in Kansas who are CTE concentrators have a graduation rate of 98.6%. You're probably thinking, why? Why do students who take at least 2 credits in CTE courses graduate at a higher rate than all students? I can share with you just my personal experience after teaching CTE for 16 years. Students who take CTE courses gain not only technical skills, but they also learn how to learn. They practice prioritizing tasks and managing their time. They learn how to leverage technology and help themselves, and how to communicate with each other and get tasks completed. CTE students can see a path to a future, and it's this sense of purpose that helps them keep moving toward their goals. One of those goals is graduation from high school. If that list of skills sounds familiar, many times society calls them soft skills, and they are needed for the workplace, whether a student attends post-secondary education first or transitions directly into their career. In Lawrence Public Schools, we offer many CTE courses and many CTE pathways. I'll list a few: business finance, programming and software development, engineering, digital media, health science, animal science, construction and design, graphic design, marketing, teaching and training, web and digital communications. There are many ways students can gain the necessary skills to graduate high school and then go on to a successful career, but passing 2 CTE credits can give our students a 98.6% chance of making their graduation happen. The last item I just wanted to leave you with is Lawrence High School will be hosting its first annual Innovation Expo on Wednesday, April 12th from 5 to 7 p.m. You are invited to come and see what our CTE students have learned. Thank you.
Thank you, Kimberly. Next, Keely Waller.
Hello. Good evening. My name is Keely Waller. I come tonight as a resident for 10 years of Douglas County. The cost of living, food, utilities, fuels, and of course taxes for Douglas County families have risen sharply since 2020. Every taxing entity, Douglas County Commissioners, Lawrence City Commission, and the local school districts in Douglas County chose to raise property taxes in 2023. Cities and governing authorities in Douglas County increased utility rates and fees charged in 2022. Because of the tax and fee increases I just mentioned, along with the federal government's transfer of tens of millions of dollars to the cities within Douglas County and to Douglas County, local governments are reporting higher tax collection and surpluses. Residents of Douglas County face higher taxes and fees from local governing authorities, and these higher taxes and fees are hurting the residents of Douglas County, especially those on fixed incomes. Now, therefore, we, the Douglas County Republican Central Committee, hereby declare 4 things. First, the taxes and fees being imposed upon the residents of Douglas County represent a lack of concern by local government authorities for the financial pressures being felt by your residents. 2, the local governing authorities should immediately review all operations to decrease spending. 3, The local governing authorities must return to respecting their residents and not insist on placing their own budgets and projects above the needs of your residents in Douglas County. And number 4, the local governing authorities must return all of the 2023 property tax increases above the amount of property tax collected in the prior year to Douglas County property owners and present meaningful plans to reduce the tax and fee burdens they impose on your residents, such as further reductions in the mill levy, debt reduction plans, staff reductions, and/or ordinances limiting taxes and fees. I do have a copy of this resolution that I'd love to hand each of you. I appreciate your time and consideration tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. You may provide the copies to the board clerk, please. Thank you. She will make sure that board members get them. Okay, at this time, we'll move on to board commentary. GR?
Yeah, I just have a couple things. Dr. Lewis touched on it. On the 22nd, we met the first boundary committee meeting, and we met and we discussed the future planning committee process at the beginning, just to get everybody up to speed. We probably took about 45 minutes. And then the last half of the meeting, we kind of discussed the important pieces of data that would be important to the committee when looking at boundary scenarios as a result of any action that would be taken tonight. And then we also decided as a committee that it would be important for us to look at looking at doing a comprehensive boundary review as well, in addition to any action taken tonight. So we will meet as a boundary committee this Wednesday, irregardless of action taken tonight. And then on Friday, my wife and I had an opportunity to go see the West musical Matilda Jr., and that was fantastic. So that was a lot of fun.
Thank you, GR. Other board commentary? Okay.
I'll go. Evening. Wow, there's a lot of you here. Here we are, further down the path. Looks a bit familiar, right? Like being lost in the woods and realizing after the additional investment and the state-of-art navigational tools, we're in the same spot. Well, this time a bit more southwest than we may had originally anticipated. Since the last time I was here, I have had the opportunity to attend the Health Equity Advisory Board meeting at the Lawrence Health Department, where I'm an advisory board member. We reviewed health equity data, which noted a couple of main facts, which I want to bring up today because I think it's just helpful for our discussion. 1, it costs on average $67,204 to afford to live in Lawrence. As an educated Black woman, statistics shows that I'm at the bottom economically. If I were to get divorced, working full-time, 5 days a week, commuting from Lawrence to Topeka to work for our State Department of Education, I am nowhere near even making $67,000. I could not afford to live here. Now think about our teachers and our certified staff. It's worse, right? Now add children to the mix. Imagine how hard everything is. The struggle is real. 2, a significant concern for people in our community that are BIPOC are making less than or who are making less than $35,000 to the upper $40,000 is transportation, walkability around the community. In addition to their main concern is incidents of abuse and neglect. I also had the opportunity to be a parent, which is nice to just be a parent, and attend the Model UN conference in Topeka. It was lovely. I can tell you that opportunity available because of our special education program, our gifted program, to see those students act as delegates, similar to how we are, like doing resolutions, affirmations, statements of affirmations, which you'll hear tonight, statements of negations, which you may hear tonight. It's just was really enlightening. It was really nice to know that, Lawrence schools are still great. Another opportunity I had since the last time I seen you guys, I'm a commissioner for the Human Relations Commission, which handles all discriminatory complaints made for the city. I'm excited to share that in June, we will be expanding the protected classes to include the source of income. So individuals in the city of Lawrence will have protections if they are receiving housing vouchers to live in different properties around town, which again is really huge because when we are looking at how many dwellings that we actually have available and how many people are still on the waiting list in the community, being able to do something about that, it matters. In addition, we're in the process of reviewing the Crown Act, which would protect the residents here locally by expanding the definition of race to include language regarding the choice of hairstyles like twists and lockups. So you can go into an interview and not feel like you're not gonna get it just because of the way you look. So I wanted to share that. Then lastly, this weekend I shared with the community my initial impressions. As board members, we all have different methods of processing, differences of opinion on how we do that. And for those who have the opportunity to review my initial impressions this weekend, let me be clear. We may feel that our district leadership does not care. They do. We do. And as a board member, I do want to find support in this district plan. Tonight, plans are being presented as the best of the worst plans, right? The best plans we ask to be presented. So I'm really hopeful tonight, Dr. Lewis, that we get to learn about this plan, how it's hopeful and not a heartless one. I do have conviction that despite how this conversation ends, Lawrence Public Schools will survive. We will survive. Thank you.
Other board members? Kelly?
I have just two updates, or
And
one
Kelly,
update.
Can you, I'm having trouble hearing you, so thanks.
Thank you. I met with the subcommittee for the matrix on negotiations with EMS, which is the consultant we're working with around educational management solutions. And this was about the certified, not the classified matrix. And from that meeting, I left feeling relatively positive that the matrix that we put together could be in a good direction for the district. We will be evaluating its weighting moving into the future as would we be able to afford it as we move ongoing. So hopefully that will provide the board additional peace of mind when we move into discussions after the negotiation committee makes a recommendation related to potentially changing the matrix at the certified level. And then finally, I just wanted to express, along with some of the legislative issues that Shannon mentioned, we have seen at the state level an attack on LGBTQIA communities, and I wanted to express my support for non-binary and gender diverse individuals in our staff and student body, to just remind them that they're part of our equity policy, and that I imagine the last couple months has been a little bit rough as it relates to legislation, and I certainly see you, and I'm glad you're here, and we continue to work in a way that is most inclusive for you as possible.
Thank you, Kelly. Any other board commentary? Carol?
Oh, yes. Hi, this is Carol. See, on February 21st, I attended the Native American Student Services Parent Meeting, where we discussed fundraising efforts and future activities. And I was glad to see there's so much activity that's being done and promoted with our Lawrence High School Intertribal Club, but I was a little disheartened at the lack of momentum or movement which is happening in terms of equity at Free State High School. I haven't heard very much, or there's not very much going on with that group, so I would like to see how we could support that group more in future efforts. And on February 23rd, I attended the Broken Arrow Site Council meeting where we discussed the future planning committee update.
and we reviewed the climate survey results, but ultimately, we spent a majority of the time talking about tonight's issues and how we can move forward. But I would just like to echo everybody's sentiments about our conservative Kansas legislature, how our schools are constitutionally underfunded, and there is an attack on our public school systems, and I would like to anybody watching, and I'm glad the Kansas City News Channel's here, because I encourage everybody to contact their senator and tell their senator to vote no on House Bill 2236, which is often referred to as the Parents' Bill of Rights. This legislation passed on the 23rd with all of our Lawrence reps voting no. This bill would establish parents' rights to direct the education, upbringing, and moral or religious training of their children, including the right to object to harmful and inappropriate educational materials. And again, in promoting diversity and fighting racism, inclusive education, programs forge pathways towards building equitable societies. Now, as our nation confronts multiple assaults on democratic values, we have the unique opportunity to demonstrate to our families how to protect and to expand democracy through social justice education. And that can be simply a simple act of showing your child or student how to write an email to their senator that they were advocating to vote no on House Bill 2236. Current censorship efforts and attacks on inclusive schools demonstrate that education is needed in this battlefield for justice. I will continue to support our children and families from communities experiencing systemic oppression. Those at the intersections of race, gender, poverty, and geography will determine how we can all move forward. And with that, I thank you.
Carol? Okay. Paula. Okay, Paula.
I was unable to attend the Free State High School Site Council meeting on February 22nd, but I did follow up with Principal Amy McArney. Congratulations bringing your students here this evening. They reviewed their 4 school building goals with more concentration on one of their goals that focuses on effective employees, which is related to our strategic plan, and then just reviewed their climate survey results and had a discussion around that. So thank you, Amy, for providing that update to me.
Thank you, Paula. Okay, that concludes board commentary. At this time, we'll move on to the consent agenda. Consent agenda items are those that are considered routine and are adopted by one motion unless any board member or the superintendent requests that an item be removed. The item or items removed are voted on separately. I'm going to pull this evening 2.6 and ask that it be placed as new business after our discussion about the budget recommendation. That is the item on the ESSER HVAC Phase 2 contract approval. Do you, Dr. Lewis, or any other board member have items of concern? Okay. Then at this time, a motion to adopt the amended consent agenda is in order.
I move the Board of Education adopt the items listed on the consent agenda with the exception of item 2.6.
Eric, I'll second. Van?
Yes.
Hill? Yes. Kadu Blackwood?
Yes.
Emerson? Yes. Gordon Ross?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
Kimball?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. This time, we will move to our item of old business, which is the superintendent's budget recommendation. I'll turn it over to Dr. Lewis. Thank you.
Awesome. Get the presentation up. Thank you. Again, good evening, everyone. As she gets the presentation up, we have several members of our team that will be sharing information this evening. I want to start with, I would say an oldie but goodie. Everyone knows or have heard of Jim Collins, and Jim Collins says this, says that good is the enemy of great. If you settle for being good, you will never be great. And one of the things that I said when I first came here and observed the level of instruction that was going on in this building, when I observed the amazing teachers and scholars in this district, I said that there's no reason that Lawrence Public Schools should not be the best school district in the country, certainly the best school district in the state. And I still believe that. However, there are some factors that are limiting us from being great, in my opinion. And so I shared some quotes with you at our last board meeting. I want to share a couple of other quotes. The first one is from a Lawrence Journal World article, 2005, that simply says, it's all come down to a choice of priorities. And I think we've made it clear that teacher salaries are a top priority, but it's not going to be painless. That was in 2005. Just sit with that for a minute. That was in 2005. If we were just to take that date off, it will still apply to tonight. Second quote, and this is from previous Superintendent Rick Dole, June 2nd, 2010, from a Lawrence Journal World article, when he was making a comment as it relates to school closures coming off the table then. He said it seemed like the school closures got the headlines, but in reality, we cut $4.6 million that involved programs and people that had a really negative impact on kids. We fast forward to February 14th, Valentine's Day, 2011. Headline, School Task Force puts off decisions on recommending elementary closures. Again, they were seeking to improve staff salary. I came here as your new superintendent and engaged this community in a listening and learning tour. On the screen now are two quotes from our district employees. And the first one, this is back in 2018, our very first year, one employee said, better pay for paras so that the position can be filled and stay filled. If para positions aren't filled, kids in classrooms aren't supported properly. The unsupported kids often prevent the entire classroom from learning. And this was at one of the listening and learning tours when we asked the question then, back in 2018, we asked three questions. What's going well in the district? What can the district do a better job of? What can we improve upon? And then the third question that we asked was, given our budget challenges, back in 2018, what should be our priorities going forward? And these were some of the comments that we received. The second comment, increase classified and certified pay. If we fast forward to Valentine's Day again, 2022 headline, Lawrence School Board consensus, no school closures this year. And many of you know that we engaged this community in a future learning process, future planning committee process. We've approached this over 20 years ago for a period of maybe 4 or 5 times. And I have to ask this community, do we really mean what we say? Do we want the next superintendent to come in long after I'm gone and put in headlines of tonight, of where we are this year? We've had a decrease in enrollment. When I first came here, we had over 12,000 students. We're around 10,000 students. That's about 83% of the students that were here when I came, yet and still we haven't addressed our facilities. Our most important asset is our people, our high-quality educators. And you've heard me say this before, when I use the term educators, I'm talking about any adult that comes in contact with our students in our buildings. That's our most important asset. And the fact of the matter is, we've cut and cut and cut and cut people before, but yet we haven't seemed to do a good job of cutting facilities. And we are at a point where we have no choice. And so with the Futures Planning Committee, as you know, the board asked this committee to recommend ways to achieve competitive wages, again, for staff. Also to allocate funds for increased costs, operational costs, and addressing our cash balances or our contingency fund for emergency needs. And if you allow me just to park right here for a minute for that, and just look at that first priority. And again, this is what we heard years ago, heard it during the listening and learning tour. We have to address our staff salary. And I just got an snap on my computer. I'm assuming Wi-Fi issues here. But we've been wanting to achieve these competitive wages for all of our staff. And so this was a priority. And so we must ask ourselves, is this truly a priority? Is this a priority when it's convenient? Is this a priority as long as it doesn't upset some adults? Because when I hear from my board that this is a priority, then it's my job to align what we do to address that and to get us to a level playing field where we're not having educators leave us for other districts making $5,000, $10,000, sometimes $20,000 more. And so it's critically important for us to really say to ourselves, we're really serious about this priority. And here's the thing. We are at a juncture where nationally, educators are leaving the field like never before. As a matter of fact, last year, in every single state, there was a headline addressing staff shortages. Every single state around the country. I'm trying to pull my notes back up here. But every single state had a headline on staff salaries. So when, and I'm about to go from the hip now because my notes are gone, so beware. So when there was a survey that went out and it asked teachers, what's the likelihood of you leaving the profession? It was around 54% said that they were likely or very likely to leave the profession. That was before the pandemic. After the pandemic, that percentage increased maybe 10% that they're going to leave the profession. If we go locally here, again, our Lawrence educators have said, and it was around 74 to 84% of our Lawrence educators that said that they are very dissatisfied with our current salary. The higher number, the 84%, said that they were dissatisfied or very dissatisfied with the prospective growth of our salary. That was local. And so I urge you to please hear me and understand that if we don't address this priority, then we will end up with an educator shortage like never before. And again, we thought that educators were leaving the profession right during COVID. But I will ask every educator in this building, this simple question: is it harder after COVID? You can nod, because I've heard it from you. It is much harder after COVID. And so when we look at some of the research from Brookings, from the Wallace Foundation, we all know that the number one decisive factor in terms of improving student achievement is the individual teacher. Of all in-school factors, it's the teacher that matters, right? And when we look at some of the research as to understanding why teachers are leaving, the research is clear, and just about all the research that you see, the number one factor in terms of what school districts and school systems can do to address that is compensation. Okay? So, I don't know what the next slide is. Again, that's our priority. Our number one priority is our people, addressing our staff salary. And when I say staff salary, I'm talking classified staff and our certified staff. When we first ventured out to address staff salary, we were working towards a livable wage of $15 an hour. It's gone up since then, right? 17 now. So as I said at our last meeting, it's not this and then we're done with there. No, ma'am, no, sir. It's this and some. We're continuing to go. Thank you, Kristen. And so here we are. Let me go back and see if I missed any points that I wanted to make sure I addressed. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so it is critically important to the success and the vitality of this district that we certainly address this area. And so we engaged our Futures Planning Committee and engaged them in a process. On the screen are those meeting dates. They had a total of 43 plus hours of either meetings and some at-home work that they engaged with. Total of 9 committee meetings, 3 input meetings. Many of you participated in those input sessions that were at Free State and Lawrence High. Many of you may have taken part in the electronic survey. We thank you for that. And then we've also had some Board of Education updates. And let me say this, I recognize that no process is perfect. There will always be more questions, there will always be more ideas, and that's not to say that at some point, our board gave us a timeline that we have to present a proposal to them. We've collected those ideas, because as I mentioned, it's not we're going to do these ideas that came in or this recommendation. We're going to have to grapple with, do we do both? Do we look at the recommendations and also look at some of those ideas that were generated? This certainly is definitely an adaptive challenge that's going to cause us to navigate loss and do what's necessary rather than what's comfortable. And so at our last meeting, we shared this proposal with the community based on some feedback. We went back and kind of tweaked this a little bit. For example, we heard loud and clear the impact of reducing our middle and high school staffing, as I shared with the board. We will go back and tweak that, and you will see that we did. So the lower end was the $3.2 million, and the upper end was that around $5 million. And so tonight's proposal, what we want to present to you is this. And I hope you see with this proposal that it's abundantly clear that we are serious about addressing our staff wages. And I'll just say it, our people are more important than buildings. It's our people that make this school district what it is. It's those people and those human connections that our students get the amazing opportunity to engage in every single day with our educators. And so what you see on the screen is the middle school and high school staffing. We're looking at that lower end, and so that will look different, and I won't steal Kristen's thunder, but she's going to come up and talk about what that may potentially look like for our schools. Close one elementary school was always on there. Close two elementary schools were always on there for a savings of $300,000 to $400,000. You'll notice a third elementary school is on there, and that's simply because we wanted to make sure that we really address staff salary. You'll notice, and you'll see later on in the presentation, that there are a couple of negotiated items that are pending and have to go through that process, as well as the potential four-day school week, which our board will hear a proposal on March 27th. March 27th, the board will hear a proposal on that. That's not going to happen next year, but if the board approves that, that may be some additional potential savings. And so what you're hearing and seeing tonight, it ranges anywhere from $4.4 million to $4.7 million, and then the repurpose of the middle school. And so at this time, I'll ask Kristen Ryan to come up and share some additional details on the middle and high school staffing reductions. Do you need your laptop?
No.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Kristen Ryan, Executive Director of HR. And like Dr. Lewis said, I'm going to just talk through this proposal, and then we can ask questions at the end, and definitely if I've missed something. So the estimated savings would be, as Dr. Lewis said, on the low end, $3.25 million, and that is from middle school and high school staffing, and we would be looking at a reduction of approximately 50 FTE. Those 50 FTE would be coming from our middle schools, our high schools, and our Lawrence Virtual School. So that's where it would cover. Where would we find 50 FTE? So we're going to first start with our required classes and our student enrollment, look at our electives that our students have selected. And the number one goal when looking at reducing FTE is you have to maximize your FTE. And all secondary principals know how difficult that is when you're at the secondary level because of licensure and certification. So it's being creative, but it's really important that when we can, we are maximizing our FTE in those positions. We want to look at, I have some bullet points outlined up there. We want to look at a class size minimum. And again, we may have some classes where students are interested in this class and they have a really low enrollment of 5. We have classes where there's a high student request, over 30. And so really thinking about and working with principals individually, what is that minimum for that program, for that class, in order to fill that class for that year. Also an average class size. So we have just
taken a high-level look at our middle and high school numbers, and we have some work to do. If you take out special education, you take out intervention, we have some classes under 10. We have classes definitely over 30. So how do we have that minimum class size? And as Dr. Lewis said, that 28 ratio at the middle school level and 30 at the high school, that was extreme. Kind of our sweet spot for that 50 would be looking at a class average about 25. We know at the secondary level, our fine arts classes have high class numbers. You know, they have 40 plus. Some of our PE classes, our middle schools have very high numbers. And so it is that average class size that we would, I don't want to completely be quoted, but that sweet spot of about a ratio of 25 compared to a 28 or a 30. We would need to look at and evaluate programs. Obviously, we've seen two really good examples of programs that are good for students that were given earlier tonight. So evaluating programs and their student enrollment numbers to, ensure that we can still do that with the limited FTE that we would have. Another possibility, this gets tricky, but being creative with scheduling at both of our high schools with some of those classes that are maybe lower enrolled in both classes, but could we team up and actually and teach the class so that we could offer that section to the student? That would be another, I think, a really good step in the right direction. I can't stress this enough. Secondary staffing is so complicated because you have student requests, you have licensure, you have pathways, AP classes, blueprint. We have, obviously, you heard some really good intervention programs as well, addressing our graduation rate. So that's kind of the high overview of where we currently are. You could see the vote for the Futures Planning Committee. It was split, about 50-50 basically. And that's where we went back and reevaluated and thought that 25 would be a better class average, knowing that we're going to have some of those outlier classes of definitely in the fine arts and certain programs where the numbers are higher. So I can pause there and then take some questions.
All right, questions for Kristen?
Yeah, I just have two. One, I just want to make sure I heard you correctly. So when you were talking about the class size minimum, did you say that correctly, that would basically be like a per building, per program? You would figure out what that would be based on a variety of factors. It wouldn't be a hard number.
No, because student enrollment will drive certain classes. So a building could have the ability to have additional FTE for intervention, where another building, based on certification and other factors, they may need to fill these courses and have less intervention. So it really is, we want to work intentionally and thoughtfully with the buildings. The high schools are done with enrollment, middle schools haven't enrolled. The high school principals were already, they have their sections ready, and so they're waiting to know how many reductions they need to make for their master schedule.
And then the other question was, as you're talking about the high schools and sharing classes, have you had any conversations about the difficulty that will be with Free State redesign and Lawrence High non-redesign?
Yeah, so more last year, when I went through this process, I saw some opportunity, and it's just going to have to be a priority, do they have the same needs of the type of class, right? But really evaluating some of those classes that are under 15. And at the middle school, we have those too. It would be probably harder to work collectively at the middle school group, but we have some lower class sizes at the elementary too, or middle school.
Okay, all right,
Yeah.
thank you.
Kelly?
So the way that the slide reads, it's 50 FTE across multiple levels. And I remember hearing from principals that 20 FTE at the high school level is a really significant hit to them. Middle school scheduling we're talking about increasing or decreasing FTE. Later on in the PowerPoint, we talk about eliminating plan time, which is an additional drop in FTE potentially in a subsequent year. How have you, would it be possible to come back to the board and say, upon evaluation, here's the recommendation for the reduction in FTE, so not to be as steep as 50 because of the implications we find out subsequent to doing the evaluation of this, of the current schedule or the enrollment? Does that make sense?
Yes. So waiting on whether we move forward tonight or just.
I wouldn't want to wait. I know I know the principals need to know that, but if there's something catastrophic from this decision, we would, because it did sound like there was possibility for very significant implications for changing the FTE this drastically.
So 28 and 30 is significant.
Right.
It is enormous. And that's where just the function of a high school schedule, opportunity for students, the programs that you saw today or tonight being mentioned, it would be the absolute bare if it's 28 to 30. That 25 is still, I think we can be efficient. But
Okay.
yes, if there was any like high concerns, I absolutely could bring that back.
So going back down to the 25, you feel like you've addressed some of those concerns that we've heard? Okay.
Most definitely.
That's really helpful. I'll hold my other questions first.
Okay. I have a question. So one of the things that has been never talked about at the board table with any intentionality is whether we need to reconsider duplication programs between our two high schools. Is that something that if the board was willing to consider that, would it help you with this process now? And also, sorry, and what would have to go along with that would be changes in district policy about our transfers at the high school level. So is that a consideration? Should it be a consideration?
So I think anything we can do to prioritize and be as efficient as possible. And I don't know like the details of specifics that you're asking, but I know that there is opportunity if possible, especially we learn lessons from COVID, right? And how we can do some learning differently and being strategic. Also working potentially if it's offered this year at Free State and then the next year at Lawrence High, like thinking outside the box on that too. I think there is opportunity there, collaboration and time to collaborate. Our high school principals are busy, right? So, yes.
Do you need something additional from the board to add that to the conversation if there is interest from the board in adding that to the conversation?
I'd look to Dr. Lewis. Yes.
Obviously, this is my idea. I'm bringing it up right now. It's the first time we've really talked about this. So I guess I would ask board members, if you absolutely don't want them to consider that as part of this discussion around programs, please speak up and say something so that they don't.
Are you,
This is not something that would be subject to a board vote. I think it's
I
just,
know.
it's just.
I'm curious, when you're talking about duplicative program, she had mentioned alternating years. Are you, in your mind, are you suggesting one high school would have program A and one high school would have program B in perpetuity?
I think I'm more interested in making sure that staff do not feel like at least considering some of those questions is completely off the table, given
I am
where we
certainly
are.
willing to allow them to explore the possibility. I don't have any issue with them exploring either of those options.
And if
No
this is
issue.
something that board members don't feel comfortable having, kind of weighing in on, I guess we can talk about how we would think about this further and maybe provide some additional input. I don't want to spring surprises on you, but as I was preparing for this meeting and talking, reading input and thinking through some of the things that we just have taken for granted as a district, that this is just how we've always done it. This is one of those things that I identified in that process. So that's why I'm bringing it up.
And maybe we could come back with some options, in working, once we get into.
And certainly the high school principals and staff are going to know way better than I do what that might look like, or if it's even helpful. It may not be, which is fine.
Exactly.
So Shannon, this is
Yes, Kay.
I am like GR here in being interested in seeing more about this, because I do think, as Chris was saying, there's some opportunities. I also think it'd be good to put on the policy radar, as something that it needs to get worked, or however, with our timeline, kind of considering where we are with some of the things there. So, yeah.
Okay. Other questions for Kristen or thoughts, Erica?
So, cutting the 50 FTE, you mentioned that's very significant. And so, does that take into account if we did move to 3 middle schools, would it still be 50? Because, especially if you're saying 25 is ideal, I'm looking more at, I'm asking this question because, we talked about at the board table moving students from level 1 to level 2 on the assessment. So I'm looking at student academic performance and opportunities to learn. So what assurances can the district provide that the students would get the supports that they need, especially if we're going to move to 3 middle schools and increase class sizes if we're not able to get to that sweet spot of 25?
I think that we have a lot of classes, specifically at 2 middle schools, that are over 30. So to have that class size average be lower, and that would be helpful, and to really look at if one school has more classes under 10 or under 20, to really they may need to reduce more than another school, if that makes sense. Would hope, and there's a lot of moving parts on that, but I do hope that those multiple classes that are over 30, we could get down below, especially in core, as you're talking in our core classes. But we have elective classes over 30 as well. And we have high school classes over 32. So the goal, too, would be to reduce some of that overall, especially, and we could definitely take in consideration reading and math. I know that, and I think that's a very good thought. I was talking to a principal today, their intro to algebra math class, their class sizes did go up last year. So being very thoughtful about that as we're making these moves.
Kelly?
Do you have a question, Kate?
Just a point of clarification.
Okay.
Just a point of clarification. So, when you say class size 25 and being able to reduce some of those sizes down for those larger classes, are we talking about 25, is kind of that threshold for middle school core, high school core? There are going to be some electives that, we'll have to look at.
Sure.
But then there's are some electives like band, choir, which have more than 25. And so I'm assuming that we are still going to continue to.
Yes, yeah, traditionally, historically, and as a program.
Okay, thank you.
I'm just going to encourage everybody to pull the mic real close because it's a little hard to hear. Thanks. Kelly?
So I have a different topic. What is the impact on jobs for the reduction of the FTE? Will our teachers be able to retain, or educators be able to retain their employment?
So you had the RIF question last time. So last year, and I have the numbers, in our reductions last year, we reduced total district-wide, and a majority of those were elementary, at 65.57 reductions, and we did not have to use the RIF policy, so according to the policy, what we do is natural attrition and retirements and exits. Then we would be looking at non-renewing first-year teachers, second-year teachers, third-year teachers. We didn't non-renew any first-year teachers last year. So with the exits that we've had, and Lawrence Public Schools continues to hire, it's kind of the magic number, about 100 staff every single year. Whoops. Sorry. So that would be my prediction this year. I mean, we definitely have not had to do that. Everyone was offered a position. It maybe wasn't the position that they most desired, but a position was offered.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you for that clarification.
This is Kay. I have one last question as it relates to this topic. You had noted that when trying to figure out, there's lots of moving pieces, licensing and credentialing. And so my question is, how does your team kind of go about working with teachers who may have never taught a class before, may not be familiar with the curriculum? They might have a credential for it, but it might have been a while since they've done it. So what are some of the things that we do just in general when it comes to supporting our staff through that?
So if they would get a new position, that
Yeah.
Yeah. So one, our supports of learning coaches, and definitely at the secondary level, are job-alike mentors. So that person, when you're a singleton in a building, so I'm the only drama teacher, I need to work with the other only drama teacher at the middle school. So they would be the mentor to help support that. And our staff has definitely done that in terms of mentoring. It's not enough, but that is the two main ways, learning coaches and then job-alike mentors.
Any other questions for Kristen at this time? No? Okay.
Thank you.
Continue, thank you.
So we have Dr. Larry Engelbrick can share some information as it relates to elementary.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lewis, members of the board. We were shared an article early on in this process, Closing a School, Best Practice Guide from the California Department of Education. Out of that article, we pulled some items. Closing a school is emotional. It impacts students, staff, families, and neighborhoods. I present to you tonight, it also impacts administrators, board members. Everyone in this room is impacted by even the discussion or the thought of closing schools. This is a powerful, powerful item. It impacts everyone, as this study showed us. It impacts relationships. It can strengthen relationships, or it can tear down relationships. But it's important that we understand the impact of this work that we're doing now. It impacts communities. Those impacts can be negative, or they could be positive in expanding a community for students, for staff, and for the community members themselves. This article also taught us that long-term effects can be beneficial. And I would say I believe that the beneficial impact of the long-term effects of closing or opening a school, if that be the case, are dependent upon how we approach this. Let's approach this process with the commitment that we will value our relationships and we will protect our relationships. A timeline, we really began this process last August. Last September 14th, you saw earlier, was the first time that the Facilities Planning Committee met. They've had a number of meetings since that point. Last week was the first time that the Boundaries Advisory Committee met. We have scheduled now to meet on March 1st, 8th, and 22nd to continue this process. It will be a monumental task for us to be able to get to the point, but we want to get there, that we have some real boundaries drawn up and ready to recommend to the board by March 27th timeline. I have with me this evening Doug Loveland, Doug from ACI Bolin to go over the next couple slides. Doug put together these composite slides, and he will speak to us about these just to make sure that we understand them correctly.
So I've presented about these slides several times. I presented them in your study session a week ago as well. I guess first off, there's a coldness to reducing these school communities to a single number. But in this instance, my job is to speak to the state of these buildings, not just as buildings, but as they serve education, and to give you some form of a ranking so that when you face decisions about these buildings, you at least have an understanding about how they compare to each other as buildings. So working through the conversation with the Futures Planning Community Committee, the criteria that we were challenged to incorporate were these ideas of the condition that we viewed architecturally when we walked the building, but also from an engineering standpoint when the district's engineers from different trades also reviewed those buildings. About 4 different firms were involved in the evaluation of these buildings. Their count, in this instance, count being a measurement of how many teaching spaces they have, their size. In this instance, the size being a measurement of their adequacy as learning spaces when compared to what we would recommend for new school buildings. Are the classrooms of an appropriate size? And are there shortcomings there or strengths? Access, physical accessibility to the buildings. There was a question taken a couple of times in the last few days about whether or not that involved walkability. My study did not involve walkability. It involved architectural accessibility, essentially from the parking lot in. And then there was a conversation about whether or not there was a need to be judging special program spaces, types of spaces that are different for teaching different curriculums. The decision was made after that came up as a criteria that, in fact, the district has been addressing this in the last 2 bond issues, and that both at the elementary school and at the middle school level, these had already been addressed. So you can see the weighting across the top of this. That was the weighting that was recommended by the Futures Planning Committee without the names of buildings next to the criteria, so we weren't distracting ourselves by getting emotional about particular buildings that may or not be judged well or judged poorly in these particular systems. We were trying to set up a somewhat academic exercise where we allowed a discussion to occur about what are the criteria within these different types of things that were important. And these 5 were not the only criteria we talked about, not the only criteria that we gave them, made available for them. In fact, I put up a slide that had about 15 different criteria that similar districts have used for ways to judge and put together scoring for buildings, and allowed them to direct my team as to which ones Lawrence wanted included in this criteria. So you can see here the scoring from the elementary school level. Now, when I presented to the study session, we did not have this same grid pulled together for the middle schools. We've provided that now as well at this point.
Thank you, Doug. When we begin looking at individual schools, here's what we would share with you this evening. Broken Arrow Elementary School. Current enrollment is 268 students. Our projected enrollment would be 238 students. Capacity is 338 students. The building composite score, and I have to agree with Doug, this is a difficult thing to boil a school down to a number, but for the building is 67.1. Equity impact, identified this as a must-be cut. The rationale received, Broken Arrow Elementary School received the least bond issue improvements in our last bond at the elementary schools. The building itself would require approximately $8.3 million in renovations to support the improvement of the instructional environment, including the construction of walls. It is a building without walls at this time, open concept classrooms. I would tell you that is most likely a very conservative estimate. The opportunities here, it expands the neighborhood and improves the utilization of nearby schools. Potential uses. These are not planned, these are concepts, these are ideas, they're not proposals. It could be used in the future to expand the space for Billy Mills Middle School. It could be used to support potential innovations. Could be used as an alternative way of addressing the transition of sixth graders from elementary to middle school. Again, the potential uses are concepts and ideas that have been shared. Pinckney Elementary School. Enrollment right in the area of 207, 210 students with a capacity of 322 students. Composite score on the building was 64.1. The equity impact analysis showed us that this is a must-be cut. To bring the building up to 80% of new condition would cost approximately $500,000 based upon a 5-year projection study of the building. And at that, our current studies show us the building would still be under capacity at 65% full. Possible uses for Pinckney Elementary School would be to transfer the programs out of East Heights to Pinckney. C-TRAN, Project Search, Therapeutic Classroom, and Suspension Alternative Program. Woodlawn Elementary School. Our enrollment is 216. Our projected enrollment is 183. The building's capacity is at 300 students. Our composite on this building is 51. Now, I would like to point out that two of the things that bring the composite score for Woodlawn down are the number of classrooms and the size of the classrooms. The equity analysis said this must be cut. The rationale, the expected continual decline of enrollment based upon a 5-year projection. The building will be below capacity at 61% of its capacity. It does have the lowest building composite score of all the elementary schools. To bring the building to a level of 80% of new condition has been estimated to cost $2.3 million. Those are costs to the infrastructure of the school, roofs, building exteriors, HVAC, electrical services, the services of the building. That would not expand the number of classrooms or size of classrooms. Potential use is to be determined. From a number of different groups, including the Boundary Advisory Committee, we've heard 4 or 5 real themes, and they've been very consistent and very impactful. Each group says you must look at these items. What will any boundary changes do to the change of the social economic status of the building? Every group that has spoken to us said you must consider the social economic status of the building as one of the items to include in the thoughts. The number of IEPs at a building. Impact on multi-grade classrooms. Title funding. As we change boundaries, schools, student population changes, what impact will that have on title funding? And class sizes. Boundary Advisory Committee last week spoke very directly to the fact that class sizes is an important item, and we need to look at it across the district. A couple of the members went as far as to say it's time to look at all of the buildings very seriously across our entire district so that we balance these things and we do the best job we can. One individual said, we've been poking at this bear for years. Let's quit poking at the bear and let's make those changes necessary for the future instructional environment for our students. We have Ron May here this evening, who works with transportation, and he will speak to walkability.
Good evening. Ron May, Director of Human Resources, Transportation, and Safety. And I was just asked to provide a little information regarding walkability. Obviously, without knowing full scenarios and boundaries, we can't give very specific examples, so I just kind of wanted to provide an outline of what the process kind of is. So first of all, any boundary that any student that would reside 2.5 miles or further from their home school, whether it's the existing building or a new building, we would receive funding and we would provide services or transportation services for those students. I would like to add that it has been, in the years that I've been doing this, for quite some time, whenever there's any possible, even though a student may not reside outside of that 2.5 mile range, if we have people that are requesting that, if we have a bus in the area and we have room on that bus, we put students on it. I'd have to go check my spreadsheet right now, but every year we have well over 100 students across the district that are receiving those services. We don't get funding for that. It doesn't cost us because the bus is already being paid for from the other routes, but I always work very hard to try to make that happen. Sometimes I know the question does come up, what if we were to choose to bus people otherwise? I can just tell you that a bus route, it's always a possibility. A bus route's about $50,000 a year for a bus. So if you're wanting to bus more than the students who are qualified, that would be what that additional cost would be in a bus. We try not to. If you put 3 kids to a seat on our largest bus, that's 72 kids. But really, we kind of try to stay in that 50 to 60 range on those kinds of buses.
Excuse me, did you say 50,000 a year extra?
For
one
a bus, yes. A bus route is about $270 a day.
Okay.
And now, that's a single route. Now, if we stack it, if it's stacked on top of another route, then it's a little bit, it's actually around 80 or so. So there can be some things to play with, but it depends on what schedules are. When I say stacking it, we have our early and then we have our late schools, so that those buses run the routes. The first route they run is at that $270 rate, and the second route they run is at that $80 rate.
I have a follow-up to Erica's question. $50,000 per route for, you said 50 students?
For 50 to 60 students.
Okay, so if you had to
I will
move-
say it could be as many as 72, but that would be packing 3 kids in every seat.
Right, but if you had to move 200 students,
I would say that we would need at least 3, if not 4 buses.
okay, so it's more than 50, it's significantly more than 50,000.
Yeah, it would be, so if you were to do 3
Move
buses, it'd
students
be
over a river, for
150,000.
example, it's going to cost quite a bit of money, yeah, okay, thank you.
Yes. As far as the walkability goes, we do work very closely. We have Safe Routes to Schools that we work with the city, and they are already, we've already been in conversations. We had a meeting last week where we were talking very specifically about, they want to know scenarios that I don't have any information for that, but once we start looking at those potential boundary situations, then we will, we pull GPS information on where students live, and then we plot those safe routes or what those walking routes would look like. The nice thing about the Safe Routes is the city has made a commitment to whenever they start looking at sidewalk and crossing guards and and like mechanical crossing systems and things like that. Safe Routes is the first place they look. If they're having issues with good sidewalks, that's the first place they look for repairs. If they feel like, we do have I could guide you to a link. I could give you a link that shows you what how they just determine where a crossing guard may be. Reminder that crossing guards are the city's employees, and that they have a limited number. I think we have 16, I think is what they have a budget for, and we move them around based on what we do every year. They do different studies, especially if there's some kind of, they have a ranking system and it's very specific, and I could send that information to you. Oops, sorry.
Yes, okay.
I think Kay has a
Kay,
question, then
and
I'll
then
go.
Kelly, thanks.
Yeah, 2 questions. One,
Okay.
oh, sorry, 2 questions. That's better. I can actually hear myself now. The first question I have is, do we know on average how many applications that we have denied for being able to ride the bus?
I don't have specific numbers. I would say that we definitely approve more than we deny.
Yeah.
But, it's not a large amount, it's not 100, I could tell you that. And, sometimes they pop up in the middle of the year, sometimes someone just needs to ride for a couple weeks and we can kind of make something work, if they're having car difficulties. But I don't really keep statistics on that, but if I had, but it's well below. We definitely give more rides than we deny.
Okay, and thank you. And then the second question I have was in regards to the conversations with the city. Do you or does anyone from our staff currently attend any of those committee meetings with the city?
Oh, absolutely. Myself and Denise Johnson are on that top committee.
Okay.
And then whenever we actually do, it doesn't happen all the time, but in a lot of these situations, if we make changes, we work with some of the local groups, like with the site council or with some of the family groups, and we have in the past gone to the individual buildings and talked to the neighborhood to have a neighborhood type meeting. But yes, Denise Johnson and I are both on that committee on the regular meetings.
Thank you.
Okay, Kelly, and then Carol, thanks.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. I don't want to dwell, I remember an individual that you helped at the beginning of the school year, and it really made a huge difference, and it's just popping into my mind how amazing you are with that, moving and making sure that people have space whenever there is. So it was a very compelling story, and you moved like lightning fast. So thank you for doing that.
Times we definitely can.
Anyway, I will not forget it, so thank you. Secondly, it's true that the bus routes are having trouble with staffing, correct? So one of the issues that we heard from Broken Arrow communities where many of the students are rural is that their rides have extended this year. The length of them has extended due to the shortage of bus drivers. So if the district wanted to add additional routes I'm just going to name it because we've had a trouble with that lately. If Woodlawn students were going to be moved 2.5 miles away from their school, or we were going to commit to paying for them to have a bus route across the river, or if students from Pinckney, we were going to commit to a bus route back over, depending on the work that you all do with boundaries, can they staff that in a way that wouldn't make it impossible an impossibly long time for young children to sit on a bus?
Sure. That's a really good question. First and foremost, we have been working with with that specific situation and others. Sometimes we have to reroute things and First Student is doing the best that they can to try to stay. And again, this is just like everything. It's a national shortage. Mm-hmm. I mean, the starting salary is $19 an hour for a brand new driver. So the first thing would be, first we'd have to see if any routes, some of those routes are going to be absorbed, like it's not going to be really a totally new route.
Okay.
Right? And we may have, You know, some of those buses may not be full. They might be a smaller bus, so there could be potential there that they could be added. But I always try to work with them. We don't want anybody on a bus longer than an hour. We try very hard to. I know it doesn't always work. So to answer that, we would definitely work on it, and we're going to try to hire as many people as we need to, sure.
Thanks a lot, Ron. I appreciate it.
Carol?
Yes. Thank you for your service. I just have two questions. Since you said that you are working with the city to improve the safe routes, has there been any talks to improve the bridge for our student pedestrians?
The bridge crossing Woodlawn,
Crossover.
not to my knowledge. I mean, that would be more than a city project, because I'm sure that's a highway, so that would include some state and maybe even federal implications. I'm not sure. So to that end, no, we haven't had that discussion.
Okay, and my other question is, has there been any talks or discontinued talks of, I read in the paper that there was a plot of land set aside for future possible development of another school in Northwest Lawrence. Is that scrapped now because of these talks?
I don't know. That's not
Thank you.
Carol, are you referring to that's in Perry Lecompton School District?
Right.
So it wouldn't be ours.
Be with us.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Sorry, I wouldn't, yeah.
It's okay. Any other questions? GR?
Hey, Larry, I have a question for you. So of the, for your slide for Broken Arrow,
Yes.
of the $8.3 million in renovations that you used as rationale in your potential use as an extended space for Billy Mills, what sort of renovations would need to take place in that building to use that as an extended space for Billy Mills?
If you were to look at using this space for an extended space for Billy Mills, the first thing we'd need to do is truly do a utilization study about what type of spaces we would want in the building. The building has some very good spaces in it right now. The art room, the gymnasium, some of those spaces. But if we went into the classrooms, we may hear from the staff that would be going in there, we really do need the walls. So I think the first step would be a utilization study, how we want to use the building, then start identifying what the actual needs to meet the construction needs are to meet those instructional requirements.
How quickly could you turn that around?
I received a positive nod, which I believe would, I'll let Mr. Levelin answer that.
I apologize for imposing myself on this answer. We already have the raw list by system. Are the concerns HVAC, are the concerns windows, are the concerns walls? My memory of Broken Arrow, and it is one that I personally audited, my memory of Broken Arrow is that we're going to have some things we'd like to do with some windows. There's some things we would like to do with a perimeter roof. It's got that metal fascia on the backside that used to be red and isn't anymore. And then I think the question would be, in line with what Dr. Engelbrecht said, what are you doing to adapt it for a potential new use? Because my hope would be that you're going to capture some of that 8.3 as part of doing that other work and only pay one time. But we've got the raw systematic data already. It's just a matter of pulling it out of the right folder. A project list, as in what specific improvements address that, is probably a matter of weeks and some consultation.
Okay, all right, thank you.
I will share that where I really became fuddled on that question, we don't know what adjustments would have to be made in the HVAC system to adapt to walls completely. So that would be a big impact. Time-wise, that answer would not take very long, but actually determining, engineering it, and those things may take some time.
Okay. Kay and then Erica.
Okay. Thank you, Larry. So my specific question, to kind of follow up on GR's question, is will this have the potential to be an attendance center in some regards next fall?
That has not, at this point, that has not been determined, is the very best question I could give you. Right now, I have not heard of any plans to use Broken Arrow as an attendance center next fall.
Okay.
Erica.
So this is about walkability, so either Ron May or Larry. So what assurances can the district provide that we will not have students walking across that bridge? Especially, you say there's a space available option, but also adding the new bus routes for the students that live within the 2.5, I would assume. And then also factoring in the bus driver shortage. So what assurances can we have that we will not have students walking across the bridge?
Well, I mean, if you want, so there's a couple ways to answer that. If every student across the bridge is 2.5 miles or further from their new attending school, then we will get the buses and we will fill the routes to the best of our ability, and we're going to have the buses. If not every student is 2.5 miles from their attending school, and you don't want them to walk across the bridge, then that's going to need to be a decision that you're going to have to tell us that we need to add those routes and be ready for those costs. Either way, First Student's going to work with us on that and fill those routes and those drivers to the best of their abilities. I mean, well, they're contractually obligated to do it. So those would be the only two ways that we can be assured 100% that no students walking across that bridge, unless their parents are just saying, I want you to walk across the bridge. Otherwise, if we choose not to pay for those buses out of pocket and they don't qualify, then I can't guarantee that there isn't going to be a student that would walk across it.
If we don't pay out of pocket?
If we don't pay, what I mean is, we choose to bus those students regardless of being funded for them or not.
Right.
Right. And I'm just, like I said, I'm just giving the answer because, on a daily basis, we're only given, First Student's only approved to provide transportation to the students who qualify under state standards. So we would have to add that to it and say, we are going to bus these students and these are the routes that we need to add.
And if we were to go in that direction, you would give them plenty of notice to hire to staff appropriately?
Sure, they're always going to be trying to hire, and they are, and they're actually, right now, they're starting to kind of get caught up. It's a lot of it's a matter of training people, CDL, that kind of thing, because it can take a few weeks, and they pay for people to do that.
I have a follow-up to that. So if we had routes that were going for students that were more than 2.5 miles, that had space, would that process that you described earlier then be available to those families that are less than 2.5 miles?
Absolutely,
Okay.
absolutely. But I just, like I said, it's just a matter of, if we have 40 kids that are qualified, that's only 10 or 15 seats that I would have left to give to students that weren't qualified necessarily. But yes, we would certainly look at that.
Okay. How soon would we be identifying the potential receiving schools for students from,
I think that's going to be the boundary committee. That's
as early as this week or next week? Or do we already have some general idea of what that is?
No, we do not have general ideas that we can work through. When we finish the meeting this evening and we have your direction, representatives from RSP and I are going to meet to begin talking about those items we need for the Boundaries Advisory Committee. We will also talk tomorrow. We have looked at different options, but nothing ready to present or to share.
Okay, because just a quick, looking at this, at the other schools that are around, Hillcrest is 2.4 miles from the Woodlawn School building. Cordley is 2.4 miles from the Woodlawn School building. is there do we ever consider sharing, so there are options there that likely families would be more than 2.5 miles, because that's of where the schools are located. Do we ever consider sharing busing for elementary and middle school kids? So we have buses going into North Lawrence to pick up middle school kids at all now?
Yes, so we rarely share with the rural routes are the ones that do share typically.
Okay, so we do have some.
So we do have rural routes coming from north of Woodlawns area coming in, and then we have routes also obviously south of town, the Broken Arrow area and stuff like that. So yes, that's where, what happens right now is all high school, middle school, and elementary rural routes in that northeast Lawrence area, they all pick them up, they actually come to Woodlawn, and then they shuttle them out. The Woodlawn students stay, the Central kids jump on a shuttle to Central, and then the rest of them stay and go to Free State.
Okay. If it were apparent to you that the busing issue was one that was very important to the board, would that be a consideration in the discussions within the boundary committee in terms of how you draw the boundaries?
I believe the answer to that is yes. I think
Okay.
it's a real issue and a concern of the members of the Boundary Committee as well. I think that's a natural consideration and concern that those individuals will be looking at.
Okay, thank you. Additional questions for Larry or for Ron? Kelly?
I have questions that would be for another staff member when you're ready to move on.
Okay. Give me just a moment to flip back to, okay. So we were at the end of this section. Are they questions that you need to ask?
I think I'll ask them. I'm not sure who would respond. It might be Patrick or someone else.
Because we still have like the next section on the middle school proposal, so not
These are
moving into
related
that
to
yet.
the.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
So I have a question about multi-age classrooms and what impact, if any, the potential closure of the 3 buildings would have on our ability to potentially reduce the number of multi-age classrooms.
So when we look at multi-age classrooms and how we've used multi-age in buildings, a lot depends on just how many kids are in that grade, right? And then principals looking at, as they've always done, sort of how to balance the resources that they have. Until we redo boundaries, it's a little hard to know a clear answer. But I did the analysis on a few schools, just saying like, what happens if these 2 schools came together? And we did see a reduction of that. Sometimes we had a larger section here or a larger section there, but it sort of just depends on the enrollment patterns, and a lot of that will come from the boundary work.
Is it true to say that when you consolidate schools, we've talked about 4-section schools quite a bit in different committees and here at the board table, that you would have, is it a true statement to say that there would be a more equally distributed class size if you had 4 sections in a building? So if a building has a larger student body, is it easier to control for class size?
Yeah, I think so, with a caveat that it sometimes just depends on how big.
Right.
You know, one of our buildings has 95. It's a 3 to 4 section school and has 95.
Okay.
And they did multi-age because that worked well for that building and kept some other grade levels down. So it's a tool that we can use to address class size.
Okay. But there wouldn't be, so it sounds like the answer is that if we consolidate buildings, we are very unsure what impact it would have on multi-age classrooms, and it's not an assurance that we could reduce them.
Yeah, I think my thinking is we would lean towards yes, it will reduce them, but it doesn't mean they'll be done away with.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect that. Okay, thank you.
I want to check in with Kristen because we work a lot together on that. Any ads on there?
And Patrick, while she's coming up, I think my follow-up question to that would be, just to confirm with you, it has been about 5 years since we have been able to afford having contingency teachers in our budget. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think the best person to ask that would probably be Kathy Johnson, who's.
Right.
Yeah.
Who's
For a budget
who's
historical
probably, if she's
perspective, yeah.
enjoying her retirement, not watching this
Not
meeting this
watching
evening.
this meeting,
Right.
but it does seem like it's been quite some time.
Right,
since
and
we
so
did those
for the benefit of those in the audience to understand why I asked that question, can you just briefly explain what a contingency teacher is and why we would want them and why we don't have them anymore?
So historically, it can speak as a building principal. If you had high class size numbers, you would go to HR and you would ask, there was an allocation for elementary and secondary contingency funds. Over the last couple years, we haven't had that flexibility in August, and principals are asking HR, I need an extra staff member, but we don't have the contingency funds to offer that, or that contingency staffing. We don't have that staffing allocated.
And that's because we cut it because of budget pressures.
We don't have any contingency.
Right. Okay, thank you. And so you had follow-up, I'm sorry, I interrupted the follow-up to Kelly's question.
Kelly, do you mind repeating that question? Sorry.
I do mind. I don't remember what it was.
On the
I feel like my question
multi-grade.
was answered, to be honest. I feel comfortable with, I asked questions about multi-age classrooms and the impacts, and I felt comfortable with the response. So.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Shannon, this is Kay. I have one last question as it relates to this. It kind of goes back to posted talking about Broken Arrow. It goes back to talking about Pinckney. So it would be the same regards due to needing to do utilization study and determination of what type of materials or constructions that will need to be done. We are not looking at Pinckney being a attendance center for 2023 this fall. Well, this fall, is that correct?
I believe Pinckney could be considered for a attendance center for the fall,
Okay.
with the idea of the potential uses being East Heights and those programs there. The decision has not been made, though.
Okay.
And follow up to that, Larry, when we approved the capital plan a couple of weeks ago, there was a line item in next year's capital plan that was rather large. Am I thinking correctly? It was over $2 million for kind of some unknown projects related to some of these conversations.
We have placed money in there for board-directed projects.
Okay.
Yes.
So, for example, with Pinckney, if you decided to move the C-Tran program to Pinckney, there is money already in the capital plan to make any modifications that would be necessary for that program or others like it?
There will be funds to do that.
Okay, all right.
I might also point out that some of those items may fall under funding out of that category also.
Okay. When you say that, does that mean that some of those items might fall under like Medicaid funding and that sort of thing?
I'm
Or
sorry,
special education funding?
Other capital funding, roofing,
Okay,
building exteriors.
gotcha. Okay, thank you. Additional questions on this portion? Kelly?
The phrase "equity impact must be cut" is kind of jarring. Can you talk me through, can you tell folks what that means and about a little bit more about that analysis and just kind of expand on that?
I believe Dr. Johnson is the best person to answer that question.
I'm going to go into just a little bit more detail here in just a few minutes.
Okay.
This is the same terminology that we used last Tuesday, and I'm going to go ahead and just bring this forward to you at your seats. You have the equity impact analysis that was completed by the Future Planning Committee members, which was a complete process. Down on the last page, it states that we, let me give you the range of could be cut, should be cut, must not be cut, and then must be cut. So that's the same exact terminology that we utilized with the committee, and we're utilizing the same today. On last Tuesday, there was a request from Ms. Hill to do an extension of the equity impact analysis that the Future Planning Committee had already completed. So what I will share here in just a few minutes will give you the equity impact analysis totality that we looked at from the executive leadership team. And it just focused on, as Dr. Lewis identified, those 4 key framing questions, and then making that determination as to whether or not something should be cut.
So I'll wait. Thank you, Dr. Thompson.
All right, I think we are ready to move on to the next section, Dr.
Actually,
Lewis.
I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
One more question.
Hold on.
This is my final question,
Kelly.
I promise, on this area. This is probably a question maybe more for our consultants. When we talked about the projections for the next 5 years as it relates to enrollment, I've asked this question in another meeting. I just feel really compelled to ask it here. There must be an impact of closing a school on the number of students that reside in a neighborhood after you close it, correct? So you are inversely, I mean, there's an impact, correct, on the number of students that one might project out based on whether or not there's a building in the neighborhood? Like it's a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Clarification, just so I know your specific question. So if the way we projected an area, we now moving forward, the building is no longer online, does that continue the decrease that's forecasted in that area?
Yeah.
Is that the question?
Mhm.
For sure.
For sure, correct?
Correct.
It impacts the number of families that live in that neighborhood, right? And
Correct.
that likely contributes to the disparities we see for neighborhoods that are low income when you pull a school out of that neighborhood, correct? That's probably an answer you can't, I'm not asking you to answer that, I'm just observing it.
That one's a more complex
Thank you.
answer.
This is Carol. To that end, I would like to ask you if your team considered as Kay mentioned, the Douglas County Health and Equity Report, as you consider the social determinants of health is what Kelly referred to, but I'm looking at one of the more recent studies where it pointed out that the average life expectancy for a Douglas County resident is 79.8 years. That's for a resident who's born in Douglas County. Whereas in contrast, North Lawrence and areas east of Lawrence have an average lower life expectancy of 75.7 years, which is significantly lower than the areas that, we're looking at. So I was wondering if your team looked at those equity audits.
Yeah, our focus is what number of students might potentially attend any of the buildings based on where they reside. So some of the nomenclature of the demographics that make up that area have less of an impact over the age of families and the number of students that they might yield in some of those buildings based on where they live.
Okay, thank you, Rob. All right, I think we're ready to move on to the next section. Dr. Lewis?
Patrick Kelly.
Thank you.
Good evening, I'm Patrick Kelly, Chief Academic Officer. One of the questions that came up on Tuesday was about the difference between repurposing and closing, so we tried to give some definitions here. When we repurpose a building, we expect those to be used by USD 497 for an educational purpose, most likely by students who were in that building last year, right? So we've talked about potential uses at Broken Arrow just a little bit. We don't consider that a repurposing yet. Then when we close a school, it indicates that the current teaching and learning at that site will take place at a different location in a future year. So I know that's a tricky line and where we're drawing that, but we do want to say that there's a certain time when we think that closing a school requires that public hearing and that needs, but repurposing is a little different. We want to err when we're actually closing. And what I'm going to talk about here is repurposing recommendation. But before I do, I'm going to ask Doug Loveland to come up because we also had some questions about the middle school facilities composite scoring. You didn't have that on Tuesday. Doug's going to walk you through a little bit of that now.
So as I talked about verbally with you during the study session, This is what the data was going to look like. With the ideal efficient capacity where you have it set, Liberty Memorial is going to score very poorly because it is the smallest building by a fairly significant margin. This merely puts numbers to it. Same for the size. It is an older building, and judged by modern standards, its classroom sizes don't stack up. The interesting thing about the size on Liberty Memorial is it's not all the classroom sizes. I'll use for an example the dining spaces that the district added 2 bond issues ago when they expanded the building to the east and redid the kitchen and the dining. That's a geography within that building that's trapped between the classroom chunk of the building and the gymnasium. Not easily expanded and dramatically undersized. So unfortunately, the count is not as easily solved by just saying, well, we're just classrooms away. We could add classrooms and improve this score dramatically. The building is missing some fairly significant size on infrastructure pieces as well. This would be a difficult building to expand beyond its current capacity because you're going to start to bang up against things that are more difficult to fix, kitchen sizes, commons sizes, things like that. You can also see it scored poorly on our access metric. A lot of those were not related to the things that the district has done a good job to make easy to access in the building, like restrooms. The places where it got dinged, it's got quite a few exits. We talked last time a little bit about the way that works in the ADA. That's why the other buildings are all 90, is because they don't have quite enough operators on their doors. Liberty Memorial gets hit because it's got those historic doorways that don't have good swing clearances for those of us with mobility difficulties to get literally out of the way of the door as it swings open into a hallway or into a space, and you're attempting to maneuver yourself into the door opening. So it gets hit on all of those criteria. The campus score you see up there, the 1, the 10, and the 9, I'd ask you to just multiply those by 10. Those should be 10, 100, 190. It's not a secret. Liberty Memorial has by far the smallest site of any of your middle school campuses. It's not close. If you open up a Google photo, you'll see a C-shaped most of a track. That's unfortunately all that the district has been able to fit onto that campus. That's an early indicator of the compromises you're already having to make to try and make that a fully functional, comprehensive middle school with all of the activities that are offered to students in other parts of the city. The ding that Billy Mills gets on its campus, we all close our eyes, think about Billy Mills and go, oh my gosh, there's so much open space. Why on earth? A significant amount of that open space is courtesy of the city of Lawrence and is not the district's. And it's got Broken Arrow attached to one flank, and I had to penalize Billy Mills for not getting to just run over the top of Broken Arrow, just like I had to penalize Broken Arrow for not getting to just run over the top of Billy Mills. This is new information for you. I talked about it last time. I wanted to make sure there weren't any questions on this aspect of it.
I heard Dr. Engelbrecht mention this, and I can't remember if it was at our last work session or if it was elsewhere in the facilities committee, the reason for the low condition score at Southwest Middle School. Can you just speak to that for a moment?
It's got a fairly significant debt owed on HVAC, just due for replacement due to the age of the building.
Dr. Engelbrecht, is that part of the ESSER upgrades that we are going to be considering after this item this evening, or other projects that we've already approved?
I believe that is part of our ESSER plan. I would need to look at the actual specifications, but I believe we do have that in this evening's proposal.
Okay, thank you.
I took a brief look at that, having seen the bids, and it would probably improve Southwest's, the condition aspect, that 16% applied to condition, it would improve it from that 57 to at least a 64 or a 65, just based on what I believe is the improvements that are in those,
ESSER
that
package.
potential project.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Appreciate Mr. Loveland's discussion of the open space at Billy Mills, but I do think it's important to recognize that the land that Billy Mills and Broken Arrow Park on were Haskell University property first, and not because of the city of Lawrence. So I just think it's important to recognize that. Liberty Memorial Central Middle School, we've tried to stay consistent on these slides so you can see what their projected enrollment is and their capacity, the number of staff, and a little bit there about what it would take to bring that building up to conditions. Our recommendation is to repurpose Liberty Memorial Central Middle School for an innovative instruction through specialized curriculum. The rationale for that is, first of all, I want to make sure I'm clear, we are very happy with the instruction that goes on. We have some really amazing, dedicated teachers at Liberty Memorial Central Middle School. That's an asset to us. They have made tremendous progress this year, and I really had a nice meeting with their staff on Friday, and I really do want all of our buildings who are in this situation to recognize that this isn't necessarily, it's not even necessarily, it isn't about the quality of instruction. It's not about the amazing communities that they have. This is about reallocating resources. So we see Liberty as a very historic and unique educational asset within our inventory. It has amazing proximity to the downtown corridor. So you think about the Lawrence Arts Center, the University of Kansas, the Lawrence Public Library. And we have the desire to attract students to Lawrence, and especially to the east side of Lawrence and across Massachusetts Street. As the board is well aware, there was legislation passed last year which allows students to transfer into our district if we have capacity for them. And so we are trying to create here something that is pretty unique and exciting that may bring people in. We heard through the process that think innovatively, think what will draw people in, similar to our Montessori model. And so what you're seeing here is some of that. As Doug talked about, there's a limited size to Liberty Memorial, and that creates some inequitable delivery of programs. Most clearly is the track that he just talked about, and what that causes. The smaller size means we have different co-curricular participation, different extracurricular participation, just due to its unique size and somewhat its architecture. The idea for a school with a special curricular focus really emerged from public input. It was first referenced in the Futures Planning Commission and then got some more traction, I think, when it was discussed with the community as well. So I think that was something, when we think about this whole process, we really tried to listen to the community and what might be a unique use of Liberty Memorial. One of your colleague, one of the board members asked for sort of some clear timelines on what this looks like to get this up and running and this recommendation. In this spring, as Dr. Engelbrecht talked about, we would revise boundaries for 3 middle schools. Then we would recruit and convene a Liberty Memorial Middle School redesign committee. And the real purpose of this committee at the beginning is to determine a curriculum theme or themes and/or instructional design. I'll talk a little bit about that in a minute. And then identify staff who are committed to that redesign process, the extra professional development that it takes. When we opened the College and Career Center and later the College and Career Academy, we were really looking for staff who are ready to take that next step, really put in some extra time to develop those programs, to have a little more professional development. When we opened the College and Career Center, it was a lot of new project-based learning ideas, and so we spent quite a bit of time on that professional development. And part of that redesign committee, we want to get students engaged in this work. We want to hear student voice as they think about what themes and what designs would really help them as they prepare for their future. We are really fortunate to already have visited with the University of Kansas, and they have committed some of their staff to help us in the design process. I think there was some concerns shared by the board at the study session about, do we have the capacity to do this? And I think with some help from the University of Kansas, I think we do. I think it's also important for us as district leaders sometimes to take a bit of a step back because we know what we've always done. And sometimes when we try to redesign something, it's better to have somebody come in and facilitate that process rather than district staff. What you see here is a design model. There are lots of redesign models for schools, and I've just listed a bunch of different ideas. There are 10 times over this on different ideas for redesign of schools. So we could be thinking about a dual language or a STEM or STEAM school, but we could also think about a school that's focused on competency-based learning or team teaching. We really want to bring that design team together and say, what sounds right for you as students, you as parents, you as community members, and you as teachers. Once we establish that theme, we'll move into the next phase. And that next phase would be that all USD 497 incoming sixth graders will attend one of those 3 middle schools. If our sixth graders and seventh graders who are at Liberty Memorial this year want to attend Liberty again, there is capacity for that, so they could be there. But if they'd like to go to the school identified by the new boundaries, they could go to that as well. For those students who are at Billy Mills West and Southwest, if they'd like to attend their previous school, they can certainly do that. If they'd like to identify the school identified by their residents, if capacity allows, we can make that work. There need to be some close monitoring of numbers to make that happen. But we really wanted to recognize that for many of our 6th and 7th graders at Liberty, they may want to say, I started at Liberty, I want to finish at Liberty. We wanted to make sure that we had the capacity to do that, and we do. And then during that the fall of 2023, we would have a redesign process. So we may have picked a theme this spring, but we haven't done things like redo the schedule, look at the curriculum offerings, provide the deep professional development that we'd want to provide, give teachers a chance to try. So let's say it's about team teaching. We'd want them to try that, come back, say like, how did that go? What would you do a little differently? How might we adjust our resources? Do we need to adjust the schedule? I can tell you when we were at the College and Career Center, we redesigned every year, right? What we thought worked perfectly the first year, as we had some experience with it, we needed to. And we really appreciated those students who came out the first year. I wish those students who came out the 5th year had the same experience as the first year, but that's just part of the process. And we continue to get better in that redesign work as we go. So that would put us to the spring of 2024 where we share that design. What are the course offerings? What's the schedule look like? How is this right for this student, right? Whatever that is, we would share that with families, the communities, and the prospective students. We don't know whether it be an application or just straight enrollment, first come, first serve. We sort of have to determine that based on the design. And then beginning in the fall of 2024, we would welcome our first class of 6th, 7th, and or 8th graders who chose to attend. Notice I put 6th on there and we just moved all the 6th. That's part of the design process. If we really determine that it's best for kids to start as 6th graders, that's fine. I don't want to put a lot of limits on this. I want that design team to feel like, let's decide what's best. Let's sort of figure out, let's look at the research. Let's take advantage of our partners at the University of Kansas and what they know. What they've seen in other schools to help guide us. And really what I hope to be, my aspiration is a really unique and exciting program that will attract students not only from all 3 of our middle schools to Liberty, but also from across the region to say, wow, that's a really neat idea. That's really what I'm looking for my student. That's what I'd like to try. So there are some considerations that I want to share with you just as we've sort of worked on this. We may need to make some adjustments to the curriculum offerings for 6th graders, just with the larger number of 6th graders that we have. I met with middle school principals today, and they think we could do that would not be a challenge. It'll take some work, but it won't be a challenge. We need to talk about co-curricular and extracurricular offerings for students at LMCMS moving forward. Does that mean we're still offering sports, a play, all those things with a smaller student population? We'd need to work through that. We may make adjustments to curriculum offerings at our other middle schools based on what we learn about the redesign of Billy Mills. So for example, if we decide, I said Billy Mills and I'm sorry for that, at LMCMS. If we decide that it's a STEM school, right, and that's where our focus in, we might adjust where our Project Lead the Way programs are, just based on what the theme and what the focus of that school is. And then we may need to reallocate resources due to that smaller school size. That's sort of a quick overview of what we're thinking for repurposing of Liberty Memorial Central Middle School, and I'm happy to stand for any questions.
I have a question to start off, Patrick. So in the beginning of the proposal, when it talked about the estimated savings for this particular move, can you, I understand where you would find the savings with the elementary schools. I don't think I understand as well where those are coming from in this proposal. Can you explain?
I'll do my best. On the fourth bullet, you'll say a reallocation of resources due to a smaller school size. We would want to resize our administrative support, counseling support for a school that would be similar to 274 students in our district.
Okay.
Currently, all four middle schools have the exact same allocation when it comes to counselors, administrators, administrative assistants, and those types of things, and we would want to right-size that for 274 students.
When you look at reallocating sixth graders across the other three buildings, do you realize any staff reductions that are over and above the 50 that we're talking about in the first piece of the proposal that go into that number?
I've done a little bit of an analysis. It's a little hard until we draw boundaries and we figure out how many kids are going to each building. But I don't think so.
Okay.
I think where we really find our dollars that we can reallocate is reducing that administrative support that happens.
Okay. And so I would assume then that is the reason, those are the same drivers that are behind the elementary school building numbers, because we've already realized most of the adjustments in teacher FTE through the multi-grade classrooms.
Yeah, and last year we adjusted the ratio for
The
elementary
ratio.
as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, great. I know Kelly, I see you. And then who else has questions after? Kay? Okay, so Kelly.
I'll defer to Kay.
Okay, Kay, and then Kelly.
I'm just going to ask for some clarity just to make sure I heard what I think is going on. So there will be attendance at Liberty Memorial next year. It will not include sixth graders.
That's our proposal, yes.
Okay. We'll take a year to figure out what the new focus for that building is going to be.
We'd like to figure out what the focus is this spring, because I think that will help our teachers decide, is this where I want to keep work, is this the space, or am I interested in a position that might open in one of the other three schools, right? So I'd like to have that theme or instructional focus or themes determined this spring, hopefully to align with when we make our boundary decisions, so that we can help families, students, and teachers determine the best place for them.
And so the students, thank you, the students that will be attending Liberty Memorial, if we move forward with this, they'll be not doing a new curriculum, they'll be working still does that make sense? I'm just trying to understand.
I think we'll try some things.
Okay.
We do not have enough time between now and the start of the fall to totally revise the curriculum, the schedule, and do a true full redesign.
Okay.
What we're asking is that we set a theme this spring and then work towards that redesign. So we may try, and if you remember, Free State High School did this in their redesign process. They tried the new schedule for a week or two to see how it worked. Then they went back to their old schedule, made some adjustments, and then tried again. That would have been a couple years ago. So it gives us some opportunity to learn and experiment a little bit, and then take what we learn, make adjustments, and try something different.
Okay, and then my final question here is just in regards to the support. So as we have seen in reports past, Liberty Memorial does have high incidence on behaviors. And so when it comes to providing that support to those other buildings, if we are decreasing, right, because we have our lesser numbers, I'm assuming that we're not putting additional supports in those other schools, but again, I don't know, so I was wondering if.
Sometimes I think we need to remember that good behavior starts with high levels of engagement, and that maybe teaching a different way may have a different impact on the numbers, right? And so I think that's something to think about. I can't guarantee it, but I think it opens up, not that our Liberty Memorial Central Middle School teachers haven't tried different strategies. I want to make sure I'm clear on that. But I think if we as a building could look at a focus, and especially one that had some student voice engaged in that work, it'd be interesting. I think there might be something there to mine and see if that has an impact on our behavior numbers, if I'm understanding your question correctly.
I do appreciate the response. It was more so about the students who are attending the new schools and supports for them there.
Yeah.
I just have a comment, and sort of, maybe it's more of an acknowledgement.
I can't hear you.
Okay, sorry. Okay. I just have a comment, and maybe more of an acknowledgement that Haskell Indian Nations University is also another institution that draws in families, especially around Native American students that do go to school here and that end up staying in our community. And I know that you have been in support of, sorry, I'm getting my notes mixed up, that you have been supporting a research proposal around the Indigenous Knowledge Center. Could that potentially be, I like the idea, I like the concept. I think in light of everything else on our table, this was a piece that drew me in with some light anyways, I was wondering if that had any potential. You don't have to answer that. I'm just putting that out there as a seed that,
I'll make my answer short, Paul. Yes.
yeah.
Kelly.
First of all, I want to say that I'm supportive of this initiative, and I think you did really great work at the College and Career Center. So knowing that we have someone who has the expertise to make these types of changes in the administration is a really good opportunity for us to do some innovating. And so I'm saying that as a preference because I support it, but I have some concerns. So moving the sixth graders next year when you might not move them the subsequent year for me, doesn't sit well, because there are implications for the boundary. If we move the boundaries to 3 different schools, and I'm fairly familiar with Liberty Memorial, out of full disclosure, I live across the street from it, I sent my kids there. The student body has particular needs that are important and imperative that we address next year, that we don't wait. And that's one thing I've taken from Dr. Lewis' leadership, that we respond now if there's a need now. So waiting isn't really what I want. I want to be able to do this right away. But because the boundaries could shift in a way where we take a lot of kids from Liberty and put them in Billy Mills, because I'm really familiar with that neighborhood, I have an idea that that's a possibility. And that could create a school that has a very high need as it relates to SES. That concerns me if we're not very thoughtful and intentional about planning. And what I'm hearing is that you've been very deliberate in determining the composition of what the redesign will look like, who will facilitate it, and that I appreciate. But in addition to the issues I just mentioned around boundaries, the staffing issues, the certification at the middle school level is a mystery to me. It's 6-8, K6, 7, 12. So even if you shifted people next year, that's a that's a jigsaw puzzle or a Sudoku puzzle. I don't know the reference, but it's certainly something that kind of boggles the HR's mind, I would imagine. And I know that there's 2 people staffed to do the payroll for 2,000 people. So this board said, if Dr. Lewis made discussions around the administration that he needs, and we recognize that we do have need to retain the level of administration we have because of all the directions you're pulled in. This sounds very intense, and it sounds to me like we would be well served to take a year to do this without making any moves this year. And signaling support by formulating the committee would be enough without disrupting the communities. Because we are not going to realize any savings from what I'm seeing here next year. And even if we did, we couldn't ensure that they were going to be ongoing, so we couldn't apply them to wages. Correct? Because if we move the 6th graders back in, we also can't ensure that we have 274 students or whatever it is that are interested in whatever the great idea is that we have. We hope so, but we don't know that. And that also could have implications for staffing in the other buildings. It's just a ripple effect. It's not just what happens at Liberty Memorial. You're essentially looking at increasing the FTE at the middle school level, considering moving plan time at the FTE level, at the middle school level. We really need to look comprehensively, not just at Liberty, but at the full composition of how we deliver education at the middle school model. So I would say that it would be kinder to you all to give you time to do that, because our goals here are around increasing wages for staff, and we really can't for sure do that with this particular initiative. But I'm saying that with the caveat that I fully support doing it.
If I can just make one comment there, Kelly, if I confused people. When I said that in 2024, that 6th, 7th, and 8th grade class, we wouldn't necessarily bring all the 6th graders back. We would cap the enrollment at a certain level so that we could sustain those savings over time.
Sure, but
it wouldn't be bringing back all those students.
If part of the redesign process that's been modeled for us over the last couple of years is being able to start with a clean slate, you haven't if you've moved some of the children already when you go to get started. You've actually sort of signaled a particular direction with the 7th, 8th model, because it will be harder to move them back in once you move them out. So that's just enough. And also, if we're talking about a 4-day work week, then there are additional variances within the contract that we'd have. There are many negotiable items within this particular model, even if we did just the thing at Liberty Memorial and nothing anywhere else. So there's so many complex factors here that I don't feel as much urgency to do this, start moving this by August in terms of children, that I do in some of the other areas.
Additional questions for, we are at the questions slide, right, Patrick? Okay, additional questions for Patrick. So I just want to make sure I understand where Kelly's kind of going and ask you about that. So you're saying the proposal is to move all the 6th graders out now, and then going forward, it would be 7th and 8th graders assigned to the new attendance areas. But you are allowing those 7th and 8th graders that wish to choose to stay, and then once you've completed that redesign process, it would be 6th graders who choose to go back? You wouldn't draw a boundary for Liberty Memorial at that point.
Right, there'd be no boundary for Liberty Memorial.
It would be like a magnet school, and whether you had applications or if you just took open enrollment, that would be determined, but there's not going to be, we would have boundaries that go to 3 attendance centers for middle schools, and then we would have a magnet program at Liberty Memorial. Okay. Go ahead.
Just to clarify, when you say move the 6th graders out, the current 6th graders will remain there as 7th graders, 7th and 8th graders.
Right, I'm sorry. I meant the
Current
incoming
fifth, yeah,
6th grader.
right.
Like, the incoming 6th graders wouldn't start there next year. We would say you're going to start at the buildings that the boundaries have been drawn for.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Our experience in some of these programs has been it's good for students to try their base school first, right?
See what you're
But
saying.
I wanted to recognize that that may not be the right case for this school, right? So through the design process, we may say this isn't a school for sixth graders. It's always going to be seventh and eighth. But I wanted to open it up, and as I visit with middle school, like, let's be open to the idea that maybe it's right for sixth graders. What we didn't want to do is create a ton of transitions for kids, right? We know from the research that transitions are tough on kids. So if they went there as sixth graders, then it has a new theme. Now they have to go to another school that they didn't want to go to as seventh graders. So we wanted to be flexible in that.
Okay. How many sixth graders, how many incoming sixth graders, like what would be the size of that incoming sixth grade class that you would then be redistributing across the 3 middle schools, approximately?
Got to get this close. I believe it's 268. I could look back in my notes, but it's a little over 250. Yeah, I think 268 is my number, or 258. 258 is my number.
Okay.
Shannon, just to piggyback on Kelly's comment to the question I asked Larry, to wait a year, given as he and staff talk to how they want to transition Broken Arrow, should we make that decision? They wouldn't, depending on how they would want to transform that building to make it ready for a sixth grade center. If we wait a year, they wouldn't be forced to do that construction in 2.5 months this summer.
To clarify, you're not intending to do that construction if we decide to go forward, not immediately, correct?
Well, it depends on how they want to use that space.
If you only have 274 students, you're not doing the construction.
Kelly, I couldn't hear the question. I'm sorry.
You only have 274 students at Liberty Memorial. I can assure you it functions. So you would only do the construction if it.
I think he was talking about at Broken Arrow.
Okay, thank you.
So the specific issue I'm getting at is,
Okay.
if you're moving, that's, approximately 9, if you split them evenly, which obviously that maybe, but approximately 90 incoming sixth graders could go to each of the other 3 middle schools under that scenario. I'm just trying to understand the math, right? Do we have existing capacity for 90 extra students at each of our 3 middle schools?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Do we have
Without doing any construction at Broken Arrow next year?
Correct.
Okay.
Do we have existing capacity for every student in the 3 buildings if we draw attendance that includes only 3 attendance centers?
Yeah, I'm looking at Rob. Yeah, we have capacity. We get up into the 90% range. If we completely close Liberty and just sent the students in 6th, 7th, and 8th grade to those 3 middle schools, we're up in the 90 capacities,
So-
right, Rob?
That is not a comfortable place for this board. They've already decided. And it also is a place where we might technically have capacity, but in operationalizing it, we probably don't have enough labs, we probably don't have enough space so we don't have space to close a building and move into just 3.
I am less confident in that model.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. Additional questions for Patrick on this at this point?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Patrick. All right. Dr. Lewis, our next section of the presentation.
Yes. Dr. Johnson with our equity impact analysis.
Good evening to the board. Cynthia Johnson, Executive Director of Inclusion, Engagement, and Belonging. I am here tonight just to give you just an overview of the additional request that was made to us on last Tuesday to look at each school individually. This information is in your board docs, but it's also in front of you so that you can follow along with me tonight. We actually could have started with our equity analysis tonight, but I thought it was very important for you to be able to hear the details and discussions and to be able to answer questions as it related to each elementary school as well as the middle school. So tonight I'm going to bring to your attention what is on the screen right now. The additional work that was requested for us was to look at each individual school. Dr. Lewis noted last Tuesday that we would look at the 4 framing questions, key framing questions that is part of our equity impact analysis. And I just want to take a moment to say thank you to the members of the Future Planning Committee. I know that there's some in the audience tonight. I know there's people online. I appreciate your time and work in going through and analyzing the different proposals that were before us. The executive leadership team, we are the ones that went through and looked at the 4 questions per school. And one of the things that I want to bring to your attention is the document from last week. This is the largest document that you have in front of you. I want to go back through and I want to highlight the languaging that we've used since last year. This was a recommendation by administrators to add an additional line at the bottom. We had gone through by the 3rd time that we had gone and looked at the different budget proposal cuts last year. We added that line, and the line states, and it's in your in your packets, must not cut, could be cut, should be cut, and must be cut. Please remember and keep in mind that this is a recommendation that we are making. The entire presentation tonight is a recommendation, so I wasn't trying to bring any attention on, if you go back to slides 15, 16, and 17, that was just a quick summary that Dr. Engelbrick went through. So before I get into the looking at the schools, one of the things that I want to bring to your attention that we acknowledge this, and I know you've heard it from other people tonight, but we acknowledge that there will be loss. That we acknowledge that with change, that it makes us feel uncomfortable. And we also acknowledge that with change and recommending school closures, that it is difficult because we all have personal attachments to our buildings. I heard that loud and clear. We went out on Friday, saw the emotion, the raw emotion that people were sharing, and the tears were real. So we want to acknowledge that that is important in things to us. On each one of the schools, like I said, you have this information for you. Each school, you have a 7-page packet. And in this work, as we looked at the equity impact, this is information that had already been before us. We just simply put it in a format that you would be able to understand, and it would be easy to look at this information. I'm just going to go over just one of the packets. On the first page, you have at a glance. You have the composite score. You have the quadrant of town where the school is located. You have the percentage of free and reduced lunch. You have the Title I status. You have the number of students, number of staff, number of classrooms. You have the assessment data as is noted on our accountability report, and that is found on the website of each school. You have the average daily attendance as well as the level of chronic attendance. And then on the second page of each packet, you have the demographics. This information was very important to us to be able to look in totality of all of those areas that I just noted, as well as the demographics, because first of all, it helps to summarize at a glance each school, and it takes into account for our students that have been historically minoritized and that may have marginalized identities. And that's just languaging taken directly from our equity policy. And also, it takes into account for some of our families that have the greatest need. And we saw that last school year when we took that into account, and when we opened up the first public Montessori school in the state of Kansas. We took that those pieces into account so that some of our students that have the lowest SES levels had the highest quality of education. And we have proof that that has worked and that programming itself is being successful. Then on the next pages, you will see that the 4 constructs of equity, as well as our definition of educational equity. These items are before us, and the poster that is right behind me, it talks about educational equity and that we use equity in the center of everything that we do. So on the in the packet, you have the 4 constructs. You have the summaries of each particular construct, focusing on access, representation, meaningful participation, and high positive outcomes. At the bottom of that last page, on page 7, you have the same exact document or the wording on that document that it says, after completing the equity impact analysis, the final recommendation on the budget reduction is, like I said, that's the same terminology we've used since last year. We recommend, and it says to select 1, must not cut, could be cut, should be cut, and must be cut. The 2 additional questions that were also asked of us was to identify immediately what are some barriers to making a proposal become reality. So I just want to go through some of these barriers. The other question was, if there's a barrier, what type of things are you going to do to mitigate or to plan to address that barrier? So those are things that we have taken into account. So I'm just going to very quickly go through some barriers that we know and that we know for sure. And I know that as we continue this process, there will be other barriers that will arise, and we will develop a plan to address those as well. First of all, the first barrier will be the boundaries. As the boundary committee goes through and determines the different sections of town, how that's going to flow out, that's a barrier. So we will continue to work with Dr. Engelbrick and the Boundary Committee to address that barrier. Communication is going to be important, imperative that as changes come about, that families know, that educators know, that the community knows exactly what has done. Julie Boyle does an outstanding job of communicating and getting information out to our families, so that process will continue. You've heard a lot tonight about transportation. Transportation will be a key barrier, so we will work with Ron May and First Student to address that barrier. Another area will be enrollment. We will continue to work with the HR department, and that is with Ron May, once again, to make sure that we have the students in the exact space where they should be. We will work with Kristen Ryan in the barrier of staffing to make sure that we have the right people in the right place and that those supports are there. And then we will work with Patrick Kelly, Cindy Frick, and Kevin Harrell to make sure that we have the appropriate resources to support the families that have moved. I know someone had made a comment to me on Friday about, these are, some of the schools that have been recommended. These are some of our families that need the most support. And I agree with that. So that's why it's imperative to make sure that whoever shifts to a different school, that we have those supports financially, that we have those supports in staffing, and that we have everything that we need to ensure that every single student becomes and remains successful. Another barrier that we immediately noticed and we want to make note of will be our mental health and social emotional learning. Anytime you have gone through a change or you've gone through a loss, there's a process of grief, and that is going to be important as the new students are welcomed into a new school and environment, as new faculty members are welcomed into a new school and environment, that we have those social, emotional, and mental health supports to be there to help everyone be successful. So we will work with our mental health coordinator, Kylie Luckett, in this area. We will work in the area of teaching and learning with Dr. Jana Craig Hare, who will focus and help us with looking at our assessments and looking at our data and how can we best implement programming to help our students be at their absolute best. We will work with Leah Wisden as we look at our CI3T framework. We will work with our directors of curriculum and instruction. This will be key as we work with Denise Johnson, as we work with Sean Hansen. All the different people will be a part of this work. And also, person I definitely want to leave out, this will be key, will be Paula Murish, and the work that she will do to make sure that we have pieces of furniture and whatever pieces of technology get to where we need to have as well. The other person will be David Vignery, who will make sure that whatever educational technology pieces need to be there, those items will be in place. Now, I took that time to let you know that it is a process, and it's going to take multiple people to make this become and remain successful. It will be a team effort. One of the things that I love so much is, you see, the second question is, what is the plan to address each barrier? There will be a development of a successful transition planning team. And that will include our students and our teachers and our classified members and our families and our counselors, our mental health team members, our principals and our district staff and our community members. Each school is a beacon of hope in a community. And we know that when a school closes, that light from that beacon of hope does not have to go out. It's simply transferred to a different location or moved to a different location. So we want to make sure that we keep that light shining bright and that we do what is best to meet the recommendations or the charge that you gave us back in September to move forward.
Okay.
That's your slide, too?
No, that's not my slide.
Oh, I guess that's my slide.
Any questions?
Any questions for her before we-
Questions for Dr. Johnson before we move on to the last piece?
But I can do it, Dr. Lewis.
No? Okay. Dr. Lewis.
As Dr. Johnson mentioned, transitions are difficult, and so it's important for us to be proactive and create a transition team that will develop transition plans with a goal to ensure that all of our scholars, staff, and families successfully transition into their new communities. And Dr. Johnson mentioned the members of those transition team. We know that there'll be questions and comments and suggestions and recommendations, and so we will, once we get the approval to go ahead and make this email live, which is successfultransitions@usd497.org. And we'll also have a hotline. This is just a placeholder, our regular number. We'll have a hotline there where families and other members of the community that are involved in this transition can get some additional information. As part of the process, there's a statute, Kansas statute 72-1431, that talks about what we are to do as a school system as it relates to public hearings. This is certainly aligned with Board Policy BCAE on public hearings, and then there's also a process outlined in Board Policy AG. And so I want to make sure everyone understands that a next step, should the board approve this plan, will be to publish a hearing. And so within that hearing should be outlined the school that's proposed for closure and the school where the students will attend. So that must be in the proposal. That has to be posted for 1 week, and then you post it again the next week, and then you cannot have the hearing less than 10 days from that second posting. So for example, if a hearing proposal or posting goes out on a Monday, it stays out that Monday for the rest of that week, and then we post it again that following Monday, and then the hearing has to happen at least 10 days or more after that. So again, as I mentioned earlier in the presentation, just want to remind the board and the community of some pending recommendation in addition to the plan that you heard tonight. I mentioned there were 2 negotiated items, the estimated middle school plan time that will go through the negotiations process, as well as the reallocation of the 403B. Also mentioned that the board will hear a proposal on a 4-day school week, or potential savings of $700,000. You notice that received about 47% yes votes from the Futures Planning Committee. There's still a lot of questions that need to be answered, but we will begin that process in terms of presenting the proposal, the initial proposal, at the March 27th board meeting. And then we will continue to investigate solar power and renewable energy. So our next steps, again, will be to publish the notice and communicate the hearing dates to staff and families. The Boundary Committee, you heard, will continue to meet as early as Wednesday, this coming Wednesday. We know that the uncertainty of staff, so as soon as we get an approval, HR team will immediately go into action in terms of addressing staff placement that will be determined, including building principals, once the boundaries are complete. Coordinate the district and school transition team, so there will be a district transition team, and then each school, the sending school and the receiving school, will have a transition team that will work collaboratively together. Establish a transition page within our website that will include pertinent information as well as some FAQs. Schedule school tours for those students to go over to the receiving school, and also that will be during the school day, and schedule open houses at a convenient time for families, probably after school hours. And then continue to engage the LMCMS redesign committee to establish a curricular theme and/or instructional practice by mid-April. So the recommendation there is before you as presented. So I'm requesting that the board approve our recommendation as listed, including the closure of Broken Arrow Elementary School, Pinckney Elementary School, and Woodlawn at the end of this school year, and the repurposing of Liberty Memorial Central Middle School. Upon your approval, a public hearing process will commence and the process to relocate students and staff. Additionally, with your approval, we will move forward with the transition plan for these students and staff to ensure an orderly and effective integration into the receiving schools. District staff has already begun the process of drafting what that transition plan may look like for students, staff, and administrators. You want to stop there?
Okay. We are going to need to have some time for board questions and discussion, but we've been at this for almost 3 hours. Would the board like to take a 5-minute or 10-minute
I
comfort
absolutely want to take a
break?
break, and I apologize to my board colleagues. I have one question. If I don't ask it now, it's going to get lost.
Okay.
And it's really just the questions around RIFs for mental health workers and administrators. Is that something that HR will figure out at a later date? Do you know whether mental health workers will follow their students?
Yeah, typically they will, but we will know more once the.
Okay, so there isn't an intention, even in the mental health staff, for them to lose positions, correct?
Right, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Do we want 5 minutes or 10 minutes?
I could do 5.
5 minutes enough? Okay, I'm going to call a 5-minute recess. What will happen when the board returns, we'll just say we're going to return at 9:05. There's going to be an opportunity for board members to ask questions and have discussion, and then we will have our public comments, and then we will proceed after that. So we are in recess until 9:05. I think we've been having some technical difficulties with our Wi-Fi. Do you all need another minute to sort out what the issues are?
We're just waiting for her to get back. We're just waiting for Carol, make sure she can.
Oh, okay, okay. All right. Sure. That was really nice.
It was, actually. Don't verify.
It's not working yet.
It's not our fault.
There, okay. All right, thank you for your patience as we actually do have a technical issue that we're working through here for just another minute.
We're just about done. So go ahead.
Technical difficulties, it's okay.
It happens sometimes.
Carol, go ahead and put your username and password. Go ahead, check. Is this your password that you wrote down?
Yeah, well, this is the password.
Okay.
I just do a whole email. Have some comments ready.
Yeah, we're sure to connect to the Wi-Fi. I mean, try really quick to make sure it doesn't work. I apologize. Connecting, please. That's like 4 minutes of a meeting.
Okay.
Try one more time, but if not, we'll.
If we have to, I'm gonna find one.
Yeah, it's gonna give us trouble. So you just more choices. Okay, it's not gonna let me do that either. Gotcha. After this, we'll have to just. Sorry, buddy. Yeah, I'll have to disconnect this. Well, the thing is, we have to delete this and basically reconfigure it. So give me 1 second. Yeah, it shouldn't be more than a minute, but.
If everybody could take their seats. So we're at the point in the meeting where the board is going to have an opportunity to ask some questions and have some discussion. As we get started with this, now that we've heard administration's recommendation, I want to set the stage for the board discussion with some reminders to the board and a few opening comments. I want to begin by reading our USD 497 mission statement. Lawrence USD 497 is a learning community committed to ensuring educational equity and excellence so that students of all races and backgrounds achieve at high levels and graduate prepared for success in college, careers, and life in a diverse and rapidly changing world. That statement defines our ultimate responsibility as a board and as a district, which is student learning. While there are many considerations in the types of decisions we are being asked as a board to make this evening, our ultimate responsibility, according to our mission statement, is to ensure that this district is set up to meet the obligation of educational equity and excellence for all of our students. I also want to remind the board of the reason we are having these proposals and talking about them this evening. Dr. Lewis mentioned this in his presentation. We have 3 goals that the board has adopted as necessary for this district to meet its mission of educational excellence for all students, to achieve competitive wages for staff, to recruit and retain high-quality staff to meet the needs of students, to allocate funds for annual cost increases in order to maintain a balanced budget, and to increase district cash balances to replenish our contingency funds for emergencies. So related to those goals, which are also reflected in our strategic plan, I want to remind the board of the following pieces of information that we have been discussing throughout this. The district estimates needing at least $1 million a year on an ongoing basis to address rising fixed costs, such as for utilities and insurance. In our negotiated discussions with our unions, with respect to PAL CWA, they have advised the board that they estimate it would cost about $6 million in the first year and on an ongoing basis to adjust their salary schedule to a place where all of the classified staff would have a starting wage of $15 an hour. And then with respect to LEA, the LEA and district staff have been working together in the matrix subcommittee and have come up with an estimate that it will cost somewhere in the neighborhood of $7 million in the next 1 to 2 years to adjust the certified salary schedule to be competitive. That includes catching teachers up on vertical movement for the past 2 years when we haven't given it, and also in the current year. And then going forward, the board will have to fund that schedule and also account for additional dollars in the budget for future vertical and horizontal movement. So when I add up that information, we've been working toward a target of about $9 million through this process, but those numbers I just shared add up to about $14 million that we're talking about to meet those identified priorities fully over the next couple of years. In addition, we've heard repeatedly from our staff and our experts, and actually we've heard this from education experts across the state about Kansas, that a district of our size with multiple elementary schools needs to have elementary schools of at least 4 sections, which is 4 classrooms at each grade level, K through 5, approximately 25 students each. That's about 600 kids. And that there are both educational programming reasons, including that we can effectively balance class sizes and we can provide full-time services for things like counselors, nurses, social workers, specialist teachers, et cetera, in a 4-section school more effectively and efficiently, and for budget reasons, because that 4-section school is the size at which an elementary school begins to balance out between what it costs to educate an average student in that elementary school versus how much money we get from the state in state funding for that elementary student. So that, that's 600 students is where that begins to be approximately equivalent. As a reminder, based on the information that's been shared with the board, our district currently has 0 elementary schools of 600 students. We have 0 elementary schools of 500 students. We only have 3 of our 13 elementary schools that are over 400 students. And we have 4 elementary schools this year that are less than 300 students. So year over year over year, we're spending additional money in that model to educate those students than what is supported by the way that our state school funding formula is set up. That's just the way that the math works. We also know that we struggle with class sizes across the district. We have a lot of imbalance in class sizes across buildings, and we've historically been unable to provide a full range of support staff services at every one of those buildings for budget reasons. So at various times, we've had part-time librarians, we've had part-time nurses, we've had, not in the last couple of years, but in the past, we had a period of time where we had half-time counselors, all of those things. So those are the factual reasons why we are here and having this conversation this evening. And I just wanted to put both the factual reasons and also our mission at the forefront of the board's mind as we are opening up this discussion about the administrative budget proposals. So with that, I thank you, and I open it up to the board for questions or commentary at this time. Questions? All right, I'll ask the first question then. I actually have a very technical question. I get, maybe it's technical. Timeline, Dr. Lewis. So on the slide, some of the timeline was filled in with dates and some wasn't. I guess I feel some sense of urgency out of respect for our staff and our parents and students to make whatever the decision is going to be, to make it as soon as possible. Is it possible for us to complete this process by the end of March?
I'm going to ask Larry to come up as well, because he's leading the boundary work. And keep in mind, they met for the first time last week. They're prepared to meet again this Wednesday night. That was one of the reasons that we put draft up there, because we wanted to have some discussions with the board, because we know the uncertainty of and the statutory dates that we're bound by in terms of publishing for a week and then publishing the next week and then waiting 10 days. That uncertainty is just it's not good. So we would want to move as swiftly as possible. Pending the board decisions tonight, the boundary committee again will meet on Wednesday, depending on what they're able to accomplish Wednesday in terms of identifying the schools that the students will go to, because keep in mind, when we publish the hearing, we have to publish the schools that the students will go to. And so that will depend on the work that the boundary committee is able to accomplish this Wednesday. So if they're able to accomplish that, we can be ready to publish a hearing as early as Thursday or Friday.
And that would put us in the week after spring break for possible public hearings?
Yes.
And a final decision at the March 27th meeting?
The March 27th board meeting, yes.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Okay.
Yeah, so Shannon, I have a technical question just for us, really. When it comes to the recommendation, do we have to do it all at once, or can it be partialed out? Because personally, I'm feeling pretty conflicted on certain things, and I think for me, it would be easier to go, but I wasn't quite sure how we are planning on doing that.
So the administrative recommendation is one motion.
Yeah.
I would like to have the board to have an opportunity to fully share their questions and concerns and get a sense from the collective body as to the answer to that question.
Okay, that makes sense.
So I think it would be helpful to me as board chair if board members would share their perspective on that as you are sharing your questions and concerns, so that we can kind of figure out how to do that.
Okay.
Because I personally am willing to vote on the motion as it's presented.
No.
But I want to hear where the rest of the board is at before we get to that place, which that won't happen until after the public comment happens anyway. So I want to hear people's perspectives on that. So,
Okay. I appreciate it. Yeah, I
Okay.
was just trying to
All right.
place where we were.
I have
Okay,
a
Kelly.
perspective on that. So I I do not, I mean, in terms of the motion itself, and I'm going to wait till I hear public comment before I share a direction that I would like to take, in case there's anything that I haven't considered and I need to consider. But I would not vote on the motion as it's written now. I would like to, and I already have, drafted an alternative motion related to at least portions of it. So I would, just speaking personally, I would not, there are components of this motion I will approve and components I won't. So I would not vote for one motion together. I'm going to need to pull it out, or it's just a no.
Okay.
Yeah, this is Carol. I fully support our education staff, and I support the goal to recruit and retain staff. But at the same time, as I've stated, I'm conflicted about, and I factor in the social determinants of health. And I took a long, hard look. I've read through all the emails. I promise you I have, and I've tried my best to respond to the emails and the phone calls. But at the end of the day, I keep looking at the average life expectancy of the people that live in those school districts that will be impacted. So that's something that I will consider. Thank you.
This is also time, if you have additional questions for staff about details, please be sure to share them, because I think that's helpful at this juncture.
Yeah, this has been hard. I didn't expect that. Sorry. 5 years up here, and I've always tried to. I'm good. It was, well, I may not be good by the time I'm done. Thank you. One, I wanted to thank Emily wherever she went for the pizza. That was incredibly helpful. Thank you. I've always tried to be very, very mindful of the decisions that I make in terms of numbers and in terms of data. I always try to make decisions that I believe are in the best interest of the entire district. I've never once tried to vote or have voted that puts me in a position to support a singular platform or based on whatever could possibly be my political future, because that's not what I do. And I think anybody who only takes those things into consideration doesn't deserve to sit up here. I think we're here for the district and for the future viability of that district. And I think that's why we're here. I think we're here in this moment and in this time to try to lay that groundwork. Whether we vote as a singular motion, whether we vote on individual items, I'll do it either way. But I'll like Kelly, I won't state one way or the other about how I'm going to vote. I'll listen to public comment, but I'll vote based on how I've always voted, based on the data and based on the numbers. And but whether we do it singularly or as a collective body, I don't have an opinion on that.
Other comments or questions before we move to public comment? Paula? Get right up on that mic, please. Thank you. I know.
I am still weighing on my decision, so I would like to wait till after public comment.
I get the sense that that's where we need to go next then? Okay. All right, we have a great deal of public comment this evening. Thank you to the community for your engagement and for being patient with us so that we can get through all of the items we need to get through this evening related to making this decision. Here's how we're going to do this. Because there are so many of you, I'm going to call three people, the first three people on the list. The first person, it's your turn at the podium. I would ask the other two people to wait over by the wall by the poster. And as we go through public comment, I'm going to say who's next up at the podium, and then so-and-so, you are the next person to get up and be ready to give your public comment. Everybody will get 3 minutes. I'm going to cut you off at 3 minutes because we have so many people who deserve an opportunity to share their comment this evening. And we've already read the public comment policy this evening, so with the reminder that it's 3 minutes, no more, we will go ahead and get started. Erica Hunter, you are first, and then Lindsay Yankee and Bird are the next two people after her. If you would please, if Lindsay and Bird, if you would please make your way up. And if I see that we've lost some folks through the evening, I will try to fill in the gaps. So, thank you. And when Elise has the timer ready, you can begin.
All I see is that there is really no definite plan from this leadership, and it's all going to cost more money to close schools than it's going to cost to leave them open. Millions of dollars to renovate rooms in schools to accommodate new plans that don't even exist yet. $600,000 maybe for transportation. Mental breakdowns, we're already doing it. I haven't slept for like a whole week. I bet you guys haven't either. Traffic congestion. If you haven't once been to a pickup or a drop-off, please go. See what that's like. Making class sizes bigger is not going to reduce what our kids need. Kids between the ages of 5 and 12 need one-on-one. They need a good ratio of 1-to-1. 1 to 30, 1 to 25 is still really not very good for a young kid. So I'm going to propose, I've given you guys several different ideas. The community has come up with lots of good ideas, and they have not been listened to or pursued, valued or pursued, which is part of the representation and the equity tool. If our ideas were valued and pursued, maybe we wouldn't all be sitting here still waiting, for a better plan. And I still want you to review payroll, because between the years of 22 and 21, you were saying that you didn't have any vertical changes in pay, but there were over a dozen people in the top 50 that did receive changes in pay to compensation totaling over $300,000 between a dozen people. So please review and see where the money is going. I think that's important. And I'll just be done, okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Lindsay Yankee, you're, okay, I'm going to ask you not to do that during public comment. You could, I asked him to make sure that the YouTube feed had volume. I received a message from someone that there was an issue, so I asked Dr. Lewis to check on that, to make sure that those who are watching on YouTube could hear the public comment. I think that's very important. I'm going to ask you to hold your applause. If you want to do some sort of silent sign, that's fine. But I'm going to hold to that rule, and if there are disruptions, I'm going to have to ask people to leave. So please be respectful of that. Lindsay, you are next, and Bird, and then Kaylin. I'm sorry, I need my glasses to see. Kaylin McCall, please join the line. Thank you.
Thanks. My name's Lindsay Yankee. I'm a Woodlawn parent, and I just want to acknowledge and recognize the difficult position that you're in, and I do appreciate you all serving on the school board and your commitment to public education. My comments tonight revolve around equity. Our district has an equity tool and an equity policy, but I ask, what good is an equity tool when it's not used to select specific buildings for closure? And what good is an equity policy when you've lost the trust of the community? The district's equity policy in Section 2, Part C defines marginalized students as those that have been historically underserved and/or neglected by the public education system, including people of color, people from the LGBT+ community. people who are immigrants, migrants, and indigenous peoples, and people with mental and physical disabilities, and people of low socioeconomic status, women, etc. Broken Arrow, Pinckney, and Woodlawn make up nearly a quarter of the students who receive free and reduced lunch in our district. Schools on the east side, as a general, schools on the east side of Iowa have an average of 44% of the economically disadvantaged students versus 24% on the west. Schools on the east side have an average of 17% of the population of the students with disabilities versus 11% on the west. If you close only east side schools and move those students to only the remaining east side schools that are still open, you'll place the greatest burden on our most vulnerable students. These are the students that you're decentering and unintentionally harming. So how is that equitable? Tonight there was a lot of conversation about transportation, and I thoroughly appreciate it. I'm a little concerned that it sounds very similar to the conversations that happened around Kennedy and those families. But I do appreciate the conversation. I hope there's follow-through. In terms of access and meaningful participation, how is it equitable for young students without reliable transportation to go to school, when their walking commute includes a quarter-mile-long bridge with gaps in the railings 11 inches wide over the Kansas River, over the dam, over the railroad tracks, and has an access point down to the river? How is it equitable to put all of our district's elementaries at almost a 90% capacity if we close 3 of our elementaries? How is it equitable to place more students who currently have access to after-school care into buildings where BGC programs are already full and hard to get into? I loved the innovation, and I loved the enthusiasm about what's going on at Liberty. I think there are creative solutions in this town, and I love that the district is taking some of those things on board. Please do that with Woodlawn. We have a unique position in the town and in the country. We could be more than what we are. And basically, I just ask that you take all these things into consideration, and you owe it to the community to explain why your policy is going to be the equitable choice by closing schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Bird, you are next. Melody Alexander, please join.
Does this thing work? Okay. All right. Our strategic plan has worthy goals, but its implementation has been convoluted, counterintuitive to its objectives, not comprehensive, and fundamentally illogical. From the limitations and censorship imposed on our volunteer FPC members to the narrative spun around their findings, which is in direct opposition to the purposes of the strategic plan, and the intent reasonably presumed upon the formation of any community-based committee. From the constraints placed on the very same teachers and staff we seek to retain in their communications regarding these matters with the very same school families we hope to retain and attract. And this is job and service-related communication to the dismemberment of these same teachers' familiar, cooperative, and effective workplaces, to the scattering of these same school families' known and trusted institutions, to our school ranking process, which evaluated and named schools for closure based solely on the criteria of their capacity to expand, as we are told again and again that the entire premise of our current conundrum, the premise that invoked the drafting of this plan, is our current under-enrollment and the public paid projections of further dwindling numbers. So we are making ready to expand for who? And the schools we prepare to shut down with their abundance of underutilized space are inadequate to accommodate those few hopeful gains in numbers. And our holy grail, our path to future success and perfect efficiency, is a 600-plus student, 4-section, unilateral unicorn of commendations and prosperity. Yet whenever the public, and the public is the district, proposes a creative solution, we are told our ideas are ill-informed and would not create substantial savings. Whereas sharing custodians, as proposed last year, sharing the meager wages of one classified worker who bears enormous importance to their building, is considered substantive. How can any of us hope to provide sensible suggestions to a system that makes no sense? It is just as well this plan seeks to wipe out great swaths of historic Lawrence because it has no place here. And this will not be a story my daughter tells her grandchildren. Once upon a time, children walked to their school, and they went to their school with their neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. Kaylin McCall is next. Kylie Phelps, please join the queue. And if Kylie's here? Okay, great, thank you.
Board members, I attended your meeting last week and I listened to several of you request that you receive a good plan that demonstrates how closing schools would benefit the students. There is no actual detailed plan here, and I do not believe what you're being presented benefits students, especially those at Broken Arrow. I'm the parent of 2 Broken Arrow students, also the president of the PTA and a member of the site council. And I've been following the work of the school board and the Futures Planning Committee. And because of this, I know our school doesn't have the declining enrollment of other schools. We aren't below the recommended capacity of 75%, and we're not projected to be in the next 5 years. We have class sizes near the max. Our facility score was higher than several other elementary schools. In our most recent building climate survey, we scored higher than the district average in almost every category. On the heat map that was included with the enrollment outlook, the neighborhood near our school has one of the highest concentrations of students in the district, the brightest red spot. This is an area of town where houses are turning over from elderly residents to families who are choosing to live here for the affordability of the houses and the proximity to an elementary, middle, and high school, all on the same street. Closing our school would mean the neighborhood kids who currently walk and bike to school would now likely have to cross 23rd Street. Our rural students who are bused in would be lengthening the time they spend on the bus every day and would be sent to schools that aren't currently set up to accommodate buses. There's also the change in schedule to factor in. All of the possible schools we could be reassigned to are late start schools. So we have elementary schools used to going to school at the same time as their middle school siblings who suddenly have an extra 45 minutes to figure out how to get themselves across 23rd Street during morning traffic. Or maybe they'll just hang out alone at the bus stop or on the bus for an extra 45 minutes every day when some of them already get on the bus before 7 a.m. Parents who are used to being able to make one stop to pick up their students are now going to spend extra time navigating school dismissal at first a middle school and then the new elementary school. The reason that it seems like we're on the closure list is because they want to use our building to eventually expand Billy Mills. Our building that they say is too costly to repair for us to continue operating there will somehow not be an issue to repair for future middle schoolers. They can suddenly find that money at a later time. It seems like we're being made dispensable, an innocent bystander. And the most common thing that I'm hearing from other parents is what else is out there. They're setting up tours at private schools. They're finding out how they could transfer into a neighboring district because we live really close to neighboring districts. It's really sad that we're eliminating a potentially good option that could accept transfers from those neighboring districts that could enhance our district's funding and numbers because we're right there off K-10. And that would be a huge draw to people who work in Lawrence that are coming here already. Every way you look at it, it's a lose-lose situation, and it doesn't have to be that way. Billy Mills has the space to accommodate more students without closing Broken Arrow. We don't need to go down this route. Please consider this proposal carefully.
Okay, thank you. Next is Melody Alexander and Meg Hereford. If you would please join the queue, thank you.
Hello, as you just heard, I am Melody Alexander. I am a business owner here in Lawrence, and for full disclosure, my children go to Pinckney Elementary School. That is their home. In fact, my husband and I chose to live in Old West Lawrence for Pinckney. I chose to open my business in Lawrence, and we actively chose public education for our children. Professionally, I am a journalist, and in the past few years, I've done a considerable amount of reporting on solar power. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to do that. And the efforts being done in my home state of Illinois and in the Raleigh-Durham, North Carolina area. As solar power continues to be mentioned as a potential cost savings for USD 497, I wanted to provide some insights, particularly as the option breakdown Dr. Lewis showed earlier cited unknown savings. I use quotes on purpose regarding solar, and accurate data is necessary to make this a viable option. President Biden signed the Inflation Reduction Act of 2022 last August to combat inflation and rising costs of energy, food, housing, et cetera, across the United States. As of January 1st, 2023, there are new extensive benefits for states, tribal governments, and schools that switched to solar. I recently reviewed a report showing expenses from 2021. Lawrence Public Schools paid over $2.5 million to Evergy alone. Look at the total estimated savings we have budgeted here. From what I've seen, there hasn't actually been work done outside of concerned citizens starting to look at what these cost savings might be. But more than $2.5 million seems like a really good place to start, if you ask me. I will note that the Futures Planning Committee listed zero savings for the first 2 years of solar installation. That number is inaccurate. My own research has shown that cost savings typically begin the first month post-installation. In fact, our neighbors in Spring Hill, Kansas saw thousands of dollars of immediate income within their first year of solar. I have follow-up information regarding their numbers specifically that I'm happy to email to the board later this evening. And I ask that you keep in mind that the Inflation Reduction Act has significantly changed those numbers, and there are more benefits available today. Next, data from the K-12 Climate Action Commission, which focuses its efforts to mobilizing educational leaders toward climate change efforts, reports the Inflation Reduction Act would provide 50% of the investment back in a direct payment to the school district. But that's not the only thing. The commission states the following: schools that install solar panels with battery storage and geothermal heat solutions can create microgrids and build resilience for their communities. They also argue these are great solutions for our kids looking for STEM understanding. Side note,
Thank you very much. I
Kansas
appreciate-
offers more benefits on top of that.
Appreciate it. Okay. Kylie Phelps, then Meg Hereford, and Alicia Erickson.
Okay, hi, my name is Kylie Phelps. I'm a parent representing Broken Arrow today. I'm a voice for the parents, the faculty, staff, and students. It seems to be that there is a lot of questions and not very many answers. Oh gosh, I'm so sorry. For example, where will our students attend next year? Broken Arrow is very special because we have both neighborhood and rural students. Public record shows that we have 64 students who ride buses to our school. 6 different buses provide transportation for these students, which also provide Billy Mills, Lawrence High School on that same route. USD 497 will have to provide 6 extra buses just for Broken Arrow Elementary students if they attend Schwegler, which was announced last time that that's where they would go. Some of our students get picked up as early as 6:15 in the morning. If they attend a school that's a late start, some of our children may not get home until after 5 p.m., 5:15 at night. Dr. Lewis has proposed that certified staff of all positions in the school district of these teachers are, that many of the teachers will be able to still have jobs in the school district. Many of our elementary teachers are certified K through 6 or K through 8. Many of these teachers have only ever been in elementary school. And next year we could have kindergarten teaching 8th grade. This is not fair for our faculty or our staff. USD 497 has donated the land, has land donated to build Broken Arrow Elementary. This was donated in full intentions of there being an elementary school built on that land. They provided funding as well for a middle school that was always supposed to be a middle school. So by us saying, hey, there's no longer going to be a middle school there, feels like we've taken that back. That was a gift that was given to us. A question for the board is in regards to that during, it's public record that during Dr. Lewis's tenure, the district office went from 16 employees to over 30 employees. What financial cost did this cause our students' education, our staff's pay, and could any of these financial issues been avoided if we may have made better choices? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Meg Hereford. And then Belinda Hunt, you're the next one to join the queue. Thank you.
Hi, thanks for being here. And I didn't write anything. Usually I have a thing that I write, and I didn't. I just came because I wanted to hear and understand, and so I want to thank you, the board, very much for your thoughtful questions, because most of the questions I had have been answered. So I'm really going to be brief, and I took so many notes, though. So thanks for the presentations. Thanks for all this information. My questions, and I guess these are the questions I'm asking the board to consider, are when we talk about the equity impact analyses that have been done, if they have in fact been well distributed across the district, if they do put too much pressure on certain neighborhoods, and if some areas are being asked to bear more than our share of the burden. And if not, when we talk about the barriers that were in that presentation, specifically the last three, transportation, staffing and supports, and the resources that are going to be required to help with these transitions, do those costs then offset the savings? I mean, can we quantify that at all? Can we look at whether this is necessary and the best use of our resources? That's it. Thank you again for being here. I really do appreciate it. And I agree, thoughtful conversations are possible with respect. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Alicia Erickson is next. Bella Landis, you're invited to join the line. Thanks.
Hello, my name is Alicia Erickson, and I'm here as a voice for Save Our Schools 497. Thank you for your time and all of your hard work. You owe it to the staff and families to vote no today on proceeding with this haphazard and rushed plan for school closures. It will disrupt families across the district. A no vote will let these families, teachers, and staff instead refocus on what is most important, learning and connections. You've expressed a desire to hear from teachers and staff. That is so very important, and I commend you on seeking out those voices that have the intimate knowledge of how school closures will affect children, families, and the work environment. We've been speaking with teachers and staff at the threatened schools. We have been told time and again that most teachers and staff do not feel safe speaking out, and if they do email or speak out, they feel they must temper their comments. There's an environment that leaves those with dissenting voices to feel unheard at best, and at worst, at risk for their job. This environment is incredibly important to consider as you look at the voices you are hearing from, as well as the voices that are missing from these conversations. To that end, the Save Our Schools group created an anonymous survey for teachers and staff. After being asked to expand on this, we created a separate survey for families. The aim of this survey is to show how harmful the threat of school closures are to teacher and staff retention and to keeping families within the district. You must understand the harm these threats cause from the moment they are mentioned. Research shows learning loss happens as soon as a school is named, and the mental health toll is immense. The survey comments have been sent to you. Please take time to read each one. In just 2.5 days, we received 64 responses from teachers and staff and 217 responses from families. While it is not an option for everyone, and we acknowledge there's a place of privilege to consider leaving the district, there are families and staff that are planning on leaving. It will have a detrimental impact on the enrollment and funding and on teacher and staff retention. Of the teacher and staff responses, 53.8% said the threat of school closures did or will make them leave or likely leave the district. We had a ranking of 1 out of 5. Those were the 4s and 5s. Of the families surveyed, 59.3% said the threat of school closure did or will make them leave or likely leave the district. Without significant changes to the process, we anticipate even more families will seek alternatives to 497 when the state law on open public school enrollment goes into effect in 2024. To avoid repeating these harmful mistakes, we call on you again to establish a framework for all potential building closures, including criteria for consideration, a respectful timeline, and a true evaluation of equity. A closure process should be created with the primary goal of minimizing the harm to students and staff. Best practices for school closures have been established by the Kansas City Public Schools and the state of California, not just those quotes that were pulled out in the presentation today. Framework must include gathering input from the students, families, staff, and communities affected by the proposed closures. It must include steps for successful integration at the welcoming school for incoming students and staff, and it must look to the research we've shared from Ogden Jenner as a good example. Until this is established, we call on you to cease all discussions of school closures. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Belinda Hunt. Susie Johannes would be the next person invited to join the line.
Hello, my name is Belinda Hunt, and I am here as a concerned community member, former educator, and a sad and disappointed grandmother. I started loving Lawrence and its culture when my oldest daughter attended KU starting in 2003. And as retired military, my husband and I chose Lawrence as our forever home because it was full of passion, activism, and creativity. And we felt that sense of community and saw firsthand in the neighborhood school our grandson attended. We loved being involved in our grandson's school activities, which was nearby our daughter's home. Closing neighborhood schools tarnishes that image that this community cares about the families in these neighborhoods and what they contribute to it, to the neighborhoods. Lawrence came together during the pandemic crisis to support the community in many important ways, as it should have, and now it should come together to support and protect the best interest of those school children, staff, and teachers. And with all those changes that we think are coming from Topeka and the open boundaries and the lack of support for public schools and staff generally, I don't believe that now is the time to close schools. I am particularly concerned about those children that get ready every morning by themselves home alone. And then they walk to their neighborhood school because it's safe to walk to their neighborhood school and they know how to get there and there's familiar faces along the way. What about them? Is there a plan for them? The plan being voted on now can be better. It should be better. Lawrence deserves better.
Thank you. Okay, Bella Landis is next, and then Alyssa Floro. You're invited to join the line, Alyssa.
I'm Bella Landis. I'm a senior at Lawrence High School. I'm here on behalf of my sister, who is in 3rd grade at Broken Arrow. So back on Friday night, me and my mom and little sister went to Broken Arrow Elementary for a bingo night that would help benefit the school's food pantry. While we were heading through the doors, my mom got a notification on her phone, an email from the superintendent. Inside the email was a copy and paste letter sent to every school in the same situation as Broken Arrow, the announcement of a potential closure. It's fairly easy to tell how the closure of these schools unfairly impacts the more diverse, poorer part of town. Schools that have a wealthier student population, like Langston Hughes, for instance, have almost zero impact from this proposal. In fact, many of the elementary schools, they claim, are not running at full capacity, which in fact is true. However, the fact of the matter is, by increasing the sizes of these schools, you're making the situation worse for many of these teachers, and in addition to that, students. A small raise isn't going to make up for the fact that they have to spend even more of their out-of-pocket money and supplies for their more needy students, and in addition to that, spend even more time outside of school planning and grading papers and projects. This applies to every grade level in this case due to the cut positions. Personally, I'm going into the education field in the future. Would I want to deal with 6 classes of 30-plus students when I could work at a district like Blue Valley or Olathe where they pay me more and I don't have to deal with larger classes? No, I would not, even if I graduated from here. Unless it's the fact that I'm absolutely desperate for a job. In fact, a lot of teachers tend to come here for like a year and then find a job in a neighboring district. I've had so many over the past 10 years do so. The idea of doing this can literally harm students. Imagine having your 8-year-old having to walk through a homeless camp, across a bridge, then off Mass Street to Fraternity Road just to get to school. That's like the new reality for students at, say, Woodlawn. But we can't cut admin pay, though, but we can close down schools and let the teachers take the bulk of the pain when the idea is to benefit them. The administration doesn't do much that's noticeable to the students, at least from my perspective as a high schooler. Just ask some random person at the high school to name like more than 2 administrators. Most likely they can't name one besides maybe the main principal if you're lucky. But the fact of the matter is that the higher-ups are being paid over $100,000 a year, and in many cases for a job they're often ineffective at, which is really just a punch in the gut for anybody who actually cares. I think cuts that directly impact the students and teachers should be the absolute last consideration during this current budget crisis. In fact, we all are aware of the train wreck that happened at Kennedy. Do we really want a rerun of that times 4? Thank you.
Okay, next is Susie Johannes, and then Emerson Hafsalis and Mindy Nichols, will you please join the line? Thanks.
Hi, my name is Susie Johanna, she, her, hers. I'm the parent of a Woodlawn student, and I was a member of the Futures Planning Committee. I want to first thank everyone for your service to the district. I've written to you in the past about my experience on the Futures Planning Committee. Today, I'm thinking about how the work of that committee is used both to validate certain decisions, but then relegated as the administration's decision when community members press for data or asked to look at all the ideas. Meetings were not recorded. Even when requested by the committee, there were no minutes. We were told that it was not subject to Kansas Open Meetings Act, even though it's being used as the basis for changes impacting all students and millions in taxpayer dollars. I'm thinking about how committee members were given the choice when filling out worksheets: do the assignment as it was assigned or don't turn anything in. If you believe this is the final proposal is the committee's voice, those recommendations have changed in the past week and half are pending. For example, the committee only talked about the closure of 2 elementary schools, yet today there's a proposal of 3, which I believe would increase the capacity of the remaining schools to 91%. Staff were told the 3rd was added Thursday. How can 2 become 3 in the past few days, especially after concerns last week that the number of schools being sought for closure is too much and too short of time and creates too severe of a mental toll on our students, teachers, staff, and families? I'm thinking about how the ranked buildings are mainly based on their ability to become 4-section schools. This time, if they aren't big enough, they rank lowest. I'm thinking about how my group added and solely weighted columns for access, meaning students' ability to access the school, and equity, but those were misinterpreted or eliminated by the consultants, and that ultimately affected the ratings. We were told equity would be measured by the tool, but when the time came, closures of elementary schools as a category, not the specific schools, were rated, and all came back must be cut. I'm thinking about how there were committee ideas that we were never able to discuss or evaluate, including a full course catalog evaluation, investments in alternative energies, things that were win-win, about the teacher who had ideas how to grow back the 300 student enrollments lost from program changes at Lawrence Virtual School, and how we think students might come here for our Magnet Middle School, but what about their siblings and the potential of Magnet Elementary Schools when open enrollment happens in 2024. The effect of all this is further lack of trust of the district. This is chaotic. The cuts at the high school and middle school are drastic, and there were other more metered ideas from the committee. There's no plans for how these kids will get to school, what school they'll go to. This isn't something that should be sorted out in a few weeks before public hearings. What are the actual savings? This is going to be stressful and exhausting, given the amount of uncertainty around the students and the redistribution in the district. Transparency builds trust. Long-term plans build trust. I'm asking you to vote no. We need a long-term plan with realistic estimates.
Thank you. I would call Marty, I'm going to mess up your name, and I'm sorry, Mahali, to come join the queue, and Alyssa Floro, you're next.
Hello, my name is Alyssa Floro, and I am an 8th grade science teacher at Southwest Middle School. This is my 2nd year in the district and my 8th year as a teacher. I am also a member of our union, LEA. I have concerns about the proposed methods to give teachers a well-deserved and more than earned raise. The proposal, as I understand it, isn't increasing funds to the teacher salary pool, just finding ways to eliminate staff to divide that pool among fewer people, increasing class size, eliminating plan time, cutting FTE. These changes would not be beneficial for staff or scholars. Primarily, for teachers, these decisions result in an increased workload. Adding an additional class or prep to a teacher is a significant strain on their already limited time during the contract day. From personal experience, I can tell you the years I have fewer grade levels to plan and prepare for, the more cohesive and engaging my lessons are, and my scholars learn more effectively. Teachers are already stretched thin with grading, modifying, and accommodating for IEPs, meetings, parent communication, and other responsibilities and duties which are assigned to us. These things together make it impossible or near impossible to complete our work within the confines of our contract day, and increasing our workload and paying us more money isn't a raise. It's paying us for the additional hours we would be spending doing our job. These proposed methods are also not beneficial for scholars. Research shows that scholars learn better with smaller class sizes. By actively going against that, we are doing so consciously limiting our scholars' learning. With more scholars in a class, each one receives less one-on-one time and feedback with their teachers. This also makes it more challenging for teachers to form meaningful relationships with their scholars when your limited time with them is split among more students. As a science teacher, I also have a unique outlook on increased class size as well as what needs to be provided to a teacher if they are given another grade level to teach. The first thing that comes to mind is scholar safety and engagement. In order to most effectively teach science, we must have scholars engaged in hands-on investigations where they're learning science by doing. In order to have scholars safely and highly engaged in labs, we must have the necessary space and materials to do so. Crowding science classrooms results in crowded lab stations and unsafe working conditions, and I have only been provided with materials to do labs with 24 students in a class. Increasing past 24 means the group size grows, which means there is less hands-on opportunity for those students. I see you actively listening. I see you asking important questions and making hard decisions. I appreciate it. I do have a request of you, though. Many of this district's teachers are already at their limit. I ask that you don't increase increase our workloads until we reach our breaking point. I urge you to have this administration bring a proposal to you that allows you to increase teacher pay, but not at the expense of our scholars or by increasing teacher workload. Thank you.
Next, Emerson Hofsalis. And then Mindy Nichols. And pleased to join the line, Marty Mahali, and then Michelle Anderson, and Kaylee Magaro. Okay, go ahead.
Hello, I'm Emerson Hofsalis. My pronouns are they, them in English, ella in Espanol, and I am the LEA's interim president for the 22-23 term. With me is Mindy Nichols, she, her. She's our interim treasurer. I going to go a little off script here and just kind of speak my truth in this space. I have been asked, what is LEA's position on the budget cuts, on the recommendations? And I'm not going to lie, we are put in the worst situation right now. If I say, yeah, we want raises, that means 4 schools are directly affected. My staff is cut. 50 people are no longer secondary teachers in this district. How can you make me realign my priorities in order to get me raises that we deserve? We've been asking for years to increase staff wages. Years. We've already had 2 years without vertical movement. We can't do any more. We have teachers who are breaking. I get calls weekly. Another staff is crying in the hallway. Can you come here this week? Can you call them? Can you check in on them? We have nothing left to give. We have been getting crumbs. And I know it's not anybody's specific fault, right? It's the system. We can shake our fists at the system all day, but do not make staff, do not make me come up here and say, which train, where do I want my train to go? What railway do I want to hit? Because that is the antithesis of what my union stands for. LEA supports maintaining the terms of our agreement. By you all even just entertaining negotiated items? No, not okay. They're in there for a reason. We support educators being paid adequately. Full stop, nothing more. We've done enough work, enough initiatives. We can't give any more for that. We support quality working conditions because our working conditions are our students' learning conditions. We believe that educators should not have to carry more of the workload and get raises that do not cover the work that they're going to be doing. When you cut those 50 positions, that means every other staff member has to carry that work because, I'm sorry, who's going to do it? We have too many initiatives being put on the line for us. SEL piloting, superficial equity work that we can't even get more scaffolding on because we don't have the staff to do it. Restorative practice trainings, we have CI3T that is constantly that we have to do. Where are the prizes? Where are the tickets? Have you done your work? Do you have the data? Did you fill out the survey? You can't keep asking us to do more work until there is some type of prioritizing, not on my end, but on your end. Not you, the board, but, you know.
All right, Mindy, did you need any of the time? Okay. She got it, okay. Thank you. All right. Marty, you're next. And if you would please pronounce your last name for me so I don't butcher it anymore this evening.
You did a good job. It's Marty Mahaly.
Mahaly, thank you very much.
I came here prepared to talk about neighborhood schools for the neighborhood, accessed by the neighborhood, and I came to make remarks about the 3 individual elementary schools. I feel people have made compelling arguments prior to me. I would like to yield most of my time to the parents of students of these neighborhood schools and the teachers of the schools, of which I am neither. I'd like to bring up, however, one point I was prepared to talk about, and I think it has been covered in terms of questions and answers about busing. In the case of one particular elementary school on the chopping block, saving the school is especially critical to the neighborhood. Woodlawn Elementary, saving it is key to saving the neighborhood itself. Woodlawn is, by many measures, in a radically different position in terms of demographics, lack of basic resources, and the one point I plan to raise, geography. As has been well stated, it is the only school separated from Central Lawrence by a river, the only school whose residents live in a food desert, the only school that attempts to safely coexist with a city-sponsored homeless camp that is crisscrossed by railroad tracks carrying heavy freight. And no matter how carefully new bus routes will be designed, children of Woodlawn will face a daunting number of hours each week just to get to school. No longer will a neighbor be able to walk a child home from Woodlawn in order to help a parent who is still at work. No longer will a parent just off a night shift be able to make it home in time to take kids to school in the morning. And in emergencies, picture the kid who misses a bus or has a parent without a working car, or a grandparent without a working car or the ability to serve as a walking escort. That kid must walk long bridges over the Kansas River in sub-zero January weather in high winds, encountering major city intersections and very busy streets before ever starting the school day. Those Woodlawn students will, when they think they have to get on that bridge and walk to school because they love school and they love their teachers, they will walk to school through that route. Removing Woodlawn from North Lawrence would remove the beating heart of a struggling and unique and historic neighborhood. Thank you.
Michelle Anderson, Jordan Clark, please join the queue. And if Jordan is not here, Laura Jurgensen is next.
Good evening. I'm Michelle Anderson from Lawrence Virtual School. I've been a teacher in the Lawrence Public Schools for over 20 years. And I'm a product of the Lawrence Public Schools, and I'm from the east side. So staff at LVS were really troubled to hear last Saturday that staff was once again going to be cut from LVS, even though that proposal was not on the recommendations that we were provided when we went over them. And I've spoken to the board before about the uniqueness of LVS, and I'm still really not sure y'all really know what we do and how important we are to this district and what we can bring to this district. Not only does LVS bring in money for for each child that we enroll in LVS K through 12, but we virtually have no overhead. All the teachers work from home. We don't have a building anymore. Our kids get the same exact technology that all the brick and mortar kids get, but y'all don't have to pay their Wi-Fi bills. I mean, so we really can be a drop in the bucket, and we're not being utilized that way. We serve a very specific population. Most of our students do not come from Lawrence, so we get students from all over the state of Kansas. And that can bring this district money. And more importantly, we work with students who don't typically thrive in a traditional brick and mortar setting. We offer safety, we offer flexibility, we offer a welcoming environment to these kids who just really need something different. And there's not any virtual school in this state that is like us. Our enrollment has gone down, but it's only been since the districts tried to mold us into a brick and mortar, and our families didn't like it, and they started to leave. I feel like if you all would come talk to us, talk to our families, talk to our students, come see what I do every day, you would understand that LVS is an incredibly special part of this district that can bring in funding. Instead, we're losing people because we're not doing what we need to be doing. If anything, we need to be partnering and advertising because we can bring in the students. That's what we do. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Kaylee Magaro.
Good evening, Board. Thank you so much for letting us speak tonight. My name is Kaylee McGarrow. I am a mother of 2 children at Woodlawn, but I'm also a planner that works for an engineering organization. So I, too, like the numbers. I like seeing those numbers, and I like having them in front of me to make a decision. I like it all being laid out in a nice chart. I've also reviewed enough documents to know when the evaluation is stacked against us. I know when it's set up to get the answer you want. And when I look at the evaluation used in the facilities evaluation that Doug presented, I see the things such as the size of the classrooms. I see things like special program space, which those would be more likely to be at the larger, newer, more affluent neighborhood schools. So they set up the evaluation that the recommendation was made on which schools to cut to get the answer they wanted. Also, you're only being given part of the formulation here. You're getting, this is how much it's going to save you, without being told, okay, but how much is it going to cost to then do this and this and this? So you're not getting the full net value there. You're getting the supposed value of the initial closure, not the amount to get the schools bust. And I know we brought that up a bit tonight, and part of the reason is because some of our neighborhoods, walking to school is the only option the kids have. They get up, they feed themselves, they clothe themselves, and they walk to school because they don't have someone to drive them. We don't live in a neighborhood that has 2, luxury SUVs in the driveway. Some of our families don't have cars. Some of our families are just barely making ends meet. And the only way for the kids to move up and move out is for them to get out of school, get out there and walk. And if our school isn't going to support kids that are getting moved to a school that's less than a mile away or 2 miles away, they're still going to have to walk. And that's going to be a cost that is not in your evaluation today. I'll also point out that with the socioeconomic concerns, that there's been evaluations that closure of a school can result in 9 to 10% reduction in housing values. Redistricting from Ohio schools districts from 9 to 6 elementary schools showed this, according to Rosenberg in 2017. Our neighborhood has already become the camping grounds for the homeless situation that the city refuses to deal with. By closing our school, you're further hurting the communities that are already struggling. I'll also point out that the other part of this evaluation that's not included, something that's not on that board, is any administrative cuts. Looking at the administrative staff budgets, they get about $100,000 plus a year. So you're talking about maybe 3 staffing cuts to result in about the same equivalent cost savings that you would get from 1 elementary school. But that is not here on this board. You're talking about impacting maybe 3 people, which no one wants to do, but this is a time where we have to make hard decisions and tough choices. But that option isn't even on your recommendation here. So I'd like you to think about the full list of recommendations that should be on there before you make a decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Jordan Clark, and then Laura Jurgensen, and then Jenny Cook.
Good evening, thank you. Hi, my name is Jordan Clark. And while my children attend Woodlawn and Liberty Central, I think I'm here on behalf of all of Lawrence. I'd like to thank you, the board and the administration, for your diligence and your passion. There's no easy solution to this. We're doing so many things well as a community. You are leading a coalition of people that truly care. I'm amazed at the comments from this room. I'm amazed at what I'm seeing behind me. Ron, you're killing it on transportation. Patrick, I love the way you're going with the KU integration. So I guess I want to talk to the board more than anybody else in the room. I call upon the board and I call upon the administration to find the resources for our teachers to continue their mission. I'm asking you to manage up, not manage down like we're doing right now. I ask you to vote no tonight. I need you to be a bureaucracy. I need you to be certain. Some of the decisions you're being asked to make, you cannot undo. And do you want to set as these decisions are made? We're coming out of a pandemic in one of the most uncertain times on record. We do not know what the future holds. There's some unknowns out there. There's Panasonic. How has COVID affected us? We don't know right now. My call to action number 2 is that the people have not been given a voice. I ask that staff and community satisfaction surveys be given equal to or greater than weight of the property, plant, and equipment in your decision support tools. The qualitative, not just the quantitative. Again, I ask that you manage up. I ask that you look to the Capitol and you lobby for emergency and operational funding. That came up last meeting. I was not satisfied with the answers that was put forward. I ask that you look to the community for grants, look to business leaders and others for mechanisms for private donations. I will gladly donate to my school, not been given a legal mechanism to do so, having formerly come from a private school entity. I ask that you keep Lawrence weird, that we do something different, that we present this problem statement to the University of Kansas and to Haskell University, that we look for innovative solutions from student-teacher agreements to endowment assistance. I ask that if you need an example, reach out to Northwest Missouri State University, who have a great model up there. There is enough brilliance in this room and in these people and in this passion to find a solution. We just need some more time. And finally, with 30 seconds left, I'll say that we came to Lawrence for education and inclusion, and you're providing that. I want to stress that schools are hubs of the community, and that the loss of Woodlawn in particular would be a striking blow to North Lawrence community. It is our home. You have to be present to influence, and the people are the most important, both teachers and students. But I will say that that beacon may still be lit, but from way up north, we're probably not going to see it. Thank you for your time and for your dedication.
Thank you, Jordan. Next is Laura Jurgensen, and then Jenny Cook and Kylie Grader.
Board members, thank you for the opportunity to make public comment. My name is Laura Jurgensen. My husband and I moved to Lawrence almost 6 years ago, before our oldest started kindergarten, so that our boys could grow up going to Lawrence Public Schools. I encourage you to stand firm in your commitment to retain our wonderful staff while not authorizing the superintendent to conduct public hearings for the potential closing of elementary schools for 3 reasons. Before proposing to close schools, please adjust the boundaries to allow buildings to be more fully utilized and give you all good data on which to make budget decisions. 2, this is a community problem which deserves a community solution, not a solution to be placed on the backs of one or more individual neighborhoods. 3, put our district in a position to be a district of choice for out-of-district students when open enrollment goes into effect for the 24-25 school year. The largest percentage of the building composite score is based on whether the building is fully utilized. But building utilization is largely determined by its boundaries. As city population has shifted, school boundaries have not adjusted to reflect that shift. Our elementary school class sizes are a reflection of school boundaries, not underutilized schools. Closing elementary schools only increases class sizes in the remaining elementary schools. If you adjust the boundaries to the schools before you make your budget decisions, it changes the data on which you are making your decisions. School closure is going to impact our entire community. Please give the community an opportunity to come up with a solution. When you look at school closure over the past several decades, boards have often gone to the community to ask for local taxes to be raised prior to considering school closure. I encourage you to consider restructuring the budget to put this question to the voters before considering school closure. Finally, I hope our school board is eagerly anticipating and planning for positioning itself as a district of choice when open enrollment begins. Closing schools on the eve of this opportunity doesn't allow us to put our best foot forward as we work to welcome out-of-district students in our community. Please give our community the chance to show how great our elementary schools are by leaving them open as a space to welcome new students and corresponding state dollars. I value staff more than buildings. If there is a path forward where we can value staff and the neighborhoods in our community, I trust this board to find that path. Thank you for your service, especially when it requires making difficult decisions.
Thank you. Next is Jenny Cook, then Kylie Grader, then Ashley Bloom.
I'd like to thank everyone for being here tonight. I know it's past all of our bedtimes. And I'd like to thank the board for being here. I hope that you are here for the right reasons. Shannon, last year you stated during this exact time that schools must close, but these are not the right ones. These are the exact same ones as last year on the chopping block. What makes it different this year? My son is in first grade at Pinckney. He's been in school for 2 years in USD Public 497 education. During those 2 years, he has had 6 teachers. 6 teachers. I have had 6 teachers from first to 6th grade. He has had 6 in 2 years. Schools are important. Busing is important. Start times and end times are important for children, staff, and parents. How we move forward will leave a mark on our students, teachers, and community. I ask you to do better and dig deeper for all of us. I'll yield my time.
Thank you. Kylie Grader, and then Ashley Bloom, then Kate Jerson.
Thank you. My name's Kylie Grader, and I'm a parent of a Woodlawn student, and I also have a 4-year-old who I hope can attend Woodlawn. I want to thank everybody for coming. They've said amazing things. A lot of the points I have reiterate these. I'm going to go through my points quickly. I think several board members see these budget cuts and closures as a responsible thing to do. I would like to provide another perspective. Every time this community votes, it is overwhelmingly for neighborhood schools, hence our bonds. The current estimates for closing schools is $300,000 to $400,000 that we've all heard. But these plans have lacked detail. We've heard more tonight, which has been appreciated, but still not enough. We do need to also think about when moving the classrooms and these teachers, transportation to these new schools. This amount costs up to 0.05% salary increase estimated in the past meetings. RSP has been wrong in the past, and no one can really predict the future. We have been mentioning the open enrollment. Please keep that in mind. If we have the capacity, we can bring in more students. Data numbers can be flawed, and we've already found most of the savings from our transition to do the multi-age classes and larger class sizes. These changes that might not go away, even if you close the schools. Closed schools don't usually reopen, and this will be tragic for North Lawrence. And I can imagine for everyone else in this situation. We have talked about transportation tonight, but we do need to also reiterate Boys and Girls Club and sites have limits. And we really need to think about this disenfranchising a whole group of children and families that don't have transportation and after-school care. Please don't vote on this without a plan. The plan should be here for all of us so we can see it and have buy-in. Thank you.
Next, Ashley Bloom, then Kate Jerson, and then Jesse Hogan.
My name's Ashley Bloom. I'm a family doctor at East Heights Family Care. I'm the family doctor there because I'm the only one in the clinic. I'm also the proud mom of a Pinckney Panther. So over the past few years, I've ridden a lot of the same roller coaster that many of the families in our community have, of trying to navigate the uncertainties of the pandemic, the grief of loss of connections with our community. But I've also seen how my child has flourished in school at Pinckney. And I can tell you, it's not because of the building, but it's because of the amazing witchcraft and wizardry and just the magic that our educators do in creating a safe space for him and for his classmates. And I have confidence that he'll be able to do that no matter where he ends up. But I worry about the families that I care for their students. I hear from them every day the uncertainties that they face. And it's one of those things that I often have to make challenging and difficult decisions, and I understand the gravity that that's where you are now. Carol, I heard you talking about your concerns for the social determinants of health and affecting the schools that are proposed for hearings. That's not just the school district's job. There are many community partners, and we saw throughout the pandemic, through our unified command, the way that we can come together as a community, as a county. I understand this is a challenging decision. I really appreciate the work and the time and the effort of our board, our community, and our staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Kate Jerson, then Jesse Hogan, then Lisa Potter.
My name is Kate Shorson. I am a teacher at Pinckney Elementary and the mother of a kindergartner at Pinckney Elementary. I don't typically feel compelled to speak publicly, but tonight I did because I know that most Pinckney parents will not be able to be here to speak for themselves. What's the plan? I've said for years that Pinckney is akin to the Statue of Liberty. Might sound dramatic, but I can assure you it's not. Give us your tired, your poor, your huddled masses. Our kids are tired. They're hungry, they're marginalized, many are trauma survivors, many are still experiencing trauma. We take them in, we feed them, we clothe them, we do their laundry oftentimes, we give them a place to shower, because when their water is turned off, they can't do that at home. We are not simply a school, we are a shelter from the storm that is many of our students' lives. What's the plan for our kids? Pinckney, the Boundary Committee met for the first time last Wednesday, but how does a comprehensive plan not include theoretical boundaries for each potential closure scenario? We've known for quite some time that these closures were on the table. What's the plan? Where will our kids land? What supports will follow them? Pinckney is a title building. Where and how will our kids receive title services? Will other elementary schools be designated title buildings so they can continue to receive the same academic services? Title buildings each currently have a parent involvement facilitator who helps to provide food, clothing, shoes, help with transportation, respond to mental health calls for students in crisis. What's the plan for them? If you vote in favor of closing 3 elementaries or even 2 and a middle school on the east side, the most marginalized neighborhoods will no longer have access to a neighborhood school. What's the plan for our students potentially being displaced? My kindergartners, my first graders, they cannot walk 2.4 miles to school. A significant amount of our families don't have access to transportation. They don't own cars. They rely on the school's proximity to their homes to access their education. Our East Side schools serve as so much more than a place to learn. We are woven into the fabric of these neighborhoods. We provide a safety net to our kids, their families, and the community, at least for now. Building reports can certainly offer important information, but ultimately boil down to numbers. Our students are so much more than numbers. Please consider them first and foremost when making your final decision. They deserve an actual, equitable plan.
Next is Jesse Hogan, then Lisa Potter, then Amanda Temple.
I'd like to speak to the benefits of small schools as opposed to the more populated, consolidated schools that are being proposed through school closures. Lawrence is a community that thrives on our diverse and unique identities, a large part of which is connected to our schools. Schools become like second families, neighborhood hubs, and anchors for the community. Shutting down these schools would displace over 600 students and cause them to be dispersed amongst an unknown number of other schools. This will effectively break apart neighborhoods and cause other East Lawrence schools to become much more crowded, further diminishing the uniqueness, personal connections, and close proximity of our schools that often brings people to the district in the first place. The appeal of Lawrence schools to many families and teachers is the quality, climate, and connectedness they find in neighborhood schools. By closing these schools, you would be trading deep-rooted culture and the many benefits of smaller-sized schools for unknown exact savings. Research has been shown that smaller schools have been shown to have many benefits over larger schools, including, one, small schools offer a more equitable learning environment and more equitable access to resources and opportunities. Large schools often dilute the access to resources by having a larger ratio of students to teachers, counselors, and other supports. This could include limiting access to after-school care, such as Boys and Girls Club. Additionally, research shows that small schools reduce the common achievement gap between students from poor families and others, and that outcomes become more equitable across a wide range of metrics. Thus, supporting what those of us in these communities already know about our neighborhood schools, that they are better able to meet the needs of our unique student populations. Two, small schools do better than large in areas of safety, teaching conditions, and academic performance. This often is due to more opportunities to develop meaningful relationships, identify student and family needs, and address gaps in resources, leading to better outcomes for students. One researcher concluded that teaching and learning depend upon, first, deepening personal relationships. The best way to achieve these personal relationships is through retaining and supporting our smaller schools, where every staff member can get to know every student, instead of prioritizing an unproven standard of building efficiency and capacity. Three, larger schools are not necessarily more cost-effective. Part of this is due to the non-cash costs of larger schools, which can include increased absenteeism and violence, decreased sense of social safety and connectedness, lower teacher satisfaction, and higher teacher turnover. It's also hard to estimate the cost to the community and decrease revenue and property value if schools leave their neighborhoods. The true savings and cost of closing Woodlawn, Pinckney, and Broken Arrow cannot even be accurately assessed at this time, because there's no specific plan for what will happen to the students and staff in those schools and how the buildings will be repurposed. Since the purported savings from closing schools is often overinflated, the administration needs to have a complete and detailed plan before you can vote on this issue. And four, small schools are better for teacher recruitment and retention. Research demonstrates that small schools and teachers feel more committed and connected in their work, that they report higher job satisfaction and a greater sense of responsibility with learning. Closing schools in order to raise teacher salaries and increase teacher recruitment and retention could have the contradictory effect of causing high-quality teachers to leave our district and even leave public education altogether. To benefit our students and our teachers, please vote by line item and say no to school closures. Thank you.
Next is Amanda Temple, then Ann Costello, then Ashley Eichholz.
Lisa Potter.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, Lisa.
You're good.
I saw your name, and I was calling the people to come line up, and then I forgot to say, Lisa, please come forward.
Thank you. Hi, I'm the mother of 3 children, 2 of which attend here in Lawrence. I'm also a social worker here in our community. Trigger warning, I'm going to talk about fire. So I want to share a very serious story about what happened to my family here in October. Our house burned down. We lost all our possessions. My children go to Broken Arrow, and our 2 cats died. We were displaced. We lost everything. We were sleeping when the fire started, and my son woke us up. Our neighbors and our friends came immediately to our rescue, our Broken Arrow family right there. Thank you. We got texts from the teachers, from the principal. People reached out to us that this was my kid's kindergarten teacher right here. She helped me get professional clothing to get back to work. The staff helped us find services that I'd never heard of, even as a social worker, I'd never heard of. We got back on our feet. We have a rental. They helped share our GoFundMe page. My kids went back to school 2 days after the fire, and you know why? They wanted to. That was their safe place. They had lost their house and their 2 cats, but they had their school. And now we're proposing to close it. And my kids aren't the only ones struggling with basic needs at Broken Arrow and at Pinckney and at Woodlawn and at the middle school. Please do not vote for this. Vote no. I want you to know that also when my husband and I chose to live here and raise our children, we chose Lawrence because of the schools. Our neighborhood used to be retirees, and now it's filled with kids. Kids that walk to Broken Arrow, babies that will be walking hopefully to Broken Arrow at some point. Please do not close our school. I'm asking that you please keep our community schools open in Lawrence to continue to support all the children in our Lawrence community. I understand that you need to find other areas to save money. Could you consider options to save money, such as reducing costs at an administrative level, which would allow for the schools to remain open? By you voting to keep the Lawrence Community Schools open, I believe that you are keeping the spirit of our community alive. I appreciate the work that you do to support our community. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Lisa, and I'm sorry for the tragedy your family has experienced. Truly, it's really difficult. Next is Amanda Temple, then Ann Costello, then Ashley Eichholtz.
Good evening. I am Amanda Temple, and I call on the board tonight and request you to vote no to school closures. There's been a lot of stories tonight, and I want to add one more perspective to this. I request you instead make cuts that align to community values and to be good stewards of taxpayer dollars here in Lawrence. Every time taxpayers vote, they vote in support of neighborhood schools. Citizens in the city of Lawrence voted in both 2013 and 2017 to issue new bonds for funding to renovate all school buildings. Our community values neighborhood schools. Renovation budgets were approved for all 3 elementary schools that are now recommended for closure. Renovations of those 3 buildings total $11.1 million. I call on the board to be good stewards of taxpayer dollars and keep these buildings open until at least 2030 when these bonds are paid off. By then, we can see if the Panasonic plant and other initiatives for growth of the city come to fruition. If we close these schools and bring our remaining buildings up to 90% capacity, where is the room for growth? If we close these schools, what happens when we do see growth in our student population, and yet the buildings are at 100% capacity? What would be your proposal? To reopen Pinckney, Woodlawn, or Broken Arrow? Or request more taxpayer money to build a new school? We have the buildings and infrastructure in place now to support growth. I urge the board to be visionary, as the citizens of Lawrence are. Our citizens are willing to look forward and to plan until 2030 with these buildings, and we should be supporting that vision and request of the community. Taxpayers have agreed to invest in our community. It is an irreversible decision to close these buildings. We must not be short-sighted. The taxpayers of Lawrence are large stakeholders in this discussion. They agreed to commit to the district through 2030, and I urge the school board to honor that commitment, to see it through. Please keep these buildings open at least until the bonds are fully paid. Thank you for your time, the board, everybody here tonight. It's been thoughtful, your time, thoughtful consideration to these closures and discussion of this district's budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Ann Costello, then Ashley Eichholz, then Lori Greenfield.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me the time to speak this evening, and I appreciate your service. My name is Ann Costello. I'm here as a community member, a parent of 2 at an elementary school, though fortunately not one proposed for closure. But I can speak as a former Broken Arrow parent that school is amazing and the community is like none other. I'm also here as a wife of a teacher in the district, as well as a member of the Futures Committee. As several people have mentioned, public education is under attack. There are several bills mentioned this evening that will negatively impact our public schools. Also, as mentioned, the state has consistently not met its statutory obligation to fund special education. We cannot continue with business as usual. We need to think strategically and creatively, and I'm not sure that we've maximized that. Our teachers deserve to be paid more, there is no question. There isn't more money coming in, so cuts will likely have to be made. There will be loss, but what concerns me is equity. We on the committee were told that equity would be wrapped around the entire process. Yet how can this be true when the only schools up for closure are on the east side? I understand our schools on the west side are physically larger than those on the east, but the proposed closures will have an entire quadrant in the city without an elementary school unless you want your child to attend the Montessori school. I understand that neighborhood schools are not always financially feasible, but is no school really an option for our students? How can we expect to draw people to the district when there's a huge portion of the community that won't have an elementary? North Lawrence will become an education desert along with being a food desert. When the equity analysis was run by the committee, it was done without specific schools being targeted. I have to believe if it were run again by the committee, it would result in a different outcome. Many discussions were had concerning the impact of only closing East Side schools within our small groups. An in-depth boundary analysis should have been done before a decision was made on which schools we should close. We should ensure that we have schools where our students are located. This goes for elementary as well as for middle schools. We should not shove all of Central or Liberty Memorial students into Billy Mills. The boundaries need to be redrawn to balance students across the 3 remaining schools. Broken Arrow does not need to be closed in order to be renovated to accommodate more students, as there is more than enough capacity at the remaining 3 schools to absorb those students. Lastly, I've heard from many elementary teachers that the quality of work life has declined significantly over the past year with the increase in class sizes. I've heard from more than one teacher that they would value a reduction in class size as much, if not more, than a raise. Do not misunderstand me to think I am not supportive of raises, because that's not the case. But our upper grades in our elementary schools will have larger class sizes than our middle schools, even after the proposed increases. There is no guarantee that closing and consolidating will decrease class sizes. I'm not sure that these proposals will even provide enough money to help retain the teachers we are so close to losing due to burnout if we are unable to address these class sizes. Thank you.
Next is Ashley Eichholz, and then after Ashley, we have Lori Greenfield and Michael.
Good evening. I'm Ashley Eichholz, Executive Vice President of PAL CWA, and I'm reading the statement on behalf of our Executive Board. We appreciate the challenges you face as you make difficult decisions regarding our school district's budget with limited resources. As you make decisions about the future of our school district's budget, we ask that you consider the following facts about our classified staff. Nearly 320 of our hourly staff make between $9.70 and $14 per hour. Some of our most dedicated employees earn less than $14 per hour after 20-plus years of service to our district. They earn less than our 16-year-old students that are entering the workforce. Our classified staff plays a vital role in supporting the education of our students. We represent 26 titles and perform many essential duties, such as feeding thousands of our community's children, taking attendance, answering phone calls, ensuring that students get safely to the bus, keeping our schools safe and clean, and helping the most vulnerable students learn, eat, use the bathroom, and take medications that are essential to their survival. We are here tonight to ask that you keep a promise you made to us 2 years ago to pay all of our staff a living wage. The widely used Massachusetts Institute of Technology Living Wage Calculator estimates that a living wage for a single adult with no children in Lawrence, Kansas is just over $16 per hour. Currently, we have approximately 410 employees earning less than $16 per hour. We are devoted to our students, their families, and our district. We know that one of the biggest predictors of student success is having a relationship with a caring adult, be that a teacher, custodian, food service worker, paraeducator, secretary, or another staff member. Our relationships with students matter, and that is why we are asking you to pay us a living wage. We have lost nearly 100 talented and dedicated hourly employees this year alone, and have learned that the district's low pay is the #1 reason for our coworkers leaving the jobs they once loved. Another major concern of our classified staff is the possibility of layoffs due to school closures. We are already short-staffed in most of our positions, and we're handling excessive workloads, sometimes taking on the jobs of 2 or 3 people. We cannot adequately serve our students if we are not fully staffed. And as we have voiced in the past, we are concerned about the impact of school closures, increased class sizes, and cuts to student programs. If we are not also considering a cut to the district administration or a small percentage pay decrease for employees making over $100,000 per year. We also wish to voice our opposition to the proposed cut to our 403B retirement. When you have served for nearly 30 years, earning less than $16 per hour, the loss of a $60 per month contribution will be devastating to your ability to retire. Suppose the goal is to recruit and retain valuable employees in our school district. In that case, it is essential that we pay a living wage. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Lori Greenfield, and then Mickey Hadley and Keith Williams and Kylie Luckett are the next people in the queue.
Hi, my name is Lori Greenfield. My pronouns are she, her. Tonight I'm speaking as an individual who has lived in Lawrence community since 1990. I come to you as an educator and union member for over 25 years, a mother of 3 fifth-generation Lawrence High grads, and a local business owner. I recognize that we all come before you with our own perspectives and background knowledge that shape our beliefs. Many years ago, I began my leadership journey that included attending KNEA Leadership Academy and negotiations training. With that, I have paid close attention to the LPS and LEA negotiations process for over 10 years. As an observer and active LEA member, I have watched as this process has evolved from a traditional method to an interest-based bargaining, IBB. At one time, there was a lack of trust among many, probably on both sides of the table. This also included going to mediation. I recognize that we all, educators, admin, and board members, have worked hard to overcome this conflict and build back a trusting relationship with our negotiations process. In recent years, there has been a strong working relationship between the board, admin, and educators to work through the issues presented at the negotiations table. With that being said, what has been presented by our superintendent with regards to the recommendation to the reallocation of payment to the 403B and eliminating plan time is bordering on prohibited practice. And some might say it is. By the superintendent bringing these items before you, the school board, as recommended, instead of allowing and trusting the negotiations process to take place through the interest statements, takes us back to those challenging years. Part of the IBB process is to identify the problem, then brainstorm some possible solutions. It appears to me that this recommendation has jumped to the solution before the problem had been identified at the negotiations table. I ask, are we walking toward an uneasy, mistrusting path? Or can we find our way back to a trusting path within the negotiations process? Yes, there are many impacts, including relationships. We should all be working with one another, yet this proposal may pit one another against each other. It is important to increase salaries, but it can't be at the expense of a workload or limiting our benefits.
Thank you, Lori.
Thank you.
Okay, next is Mickey Hadley. Are you here, Mickey? Okay, if not, then Keith Williams, please.
How you doing? My name is Keith Williams, and my daughter attends Woodlawn Elementary School. We moved here 7 years ago from Minneapolis, Minnesota, in which the school district I lived in western suburbs of Minneapolis is one of the richest school districts in Minnesota. As I listened to a lot of things here today, I was trying to figure out, because a lot of people, pretty much spoke on the points I wanted to speak on. I grew up in South Central Los Angeles, and teachers saved my life. My mom was a drug addict. I was homeless for 4 years in high school. Basically, my teachers, my principals, my vice principals, my athletic director saved my life. From that point on, I became a pro athlete. I've been a pro athlete for probably 18 years of my life. What I hear today is a lot of analytics. I hear a lot of things about closing schools to save money. Teachers, you guys deserve more money than pro athletes. I tell people that all the time. And I played in the NFL for 8 years. You guys earn more money. Sitting here talking about closing schools for kids who depend on these things. If I didn't have these teachers, I was supposed to be dead, jail. I should be a statistic. I shouldn't even be here. But it was teachers who saved my life. And that's real talk. To close schools where kids rely on teachers is crazy. It's simply ludicrous. You haven't talked about kids having to walk across bridges through homeless shelters to get to school, weather factors, safety factors. You talk about buses costing $50,000, per bus, that's $300,000 a year. All these things, all these analytics. We hear them in sports, all the analytics. What about the kids? What about the kids? Or have we not talked about post-COVID and how it would traumatize them for a whole year of not going to school? Now you are suggesting in a 2-year period to now move these kids where they're comfortable with my teacher. My daughter loves her teacher. My daughter loves her school. She loves the people that she's around. Now she has to move. I'm gonna tell you, be honest. We've already talked about moving our kid to Eudora. That's one kid out of the district. Well, I've talked to the principal there, starting in May. We can do an open enrollment process. It costs us $100 to move our kid. Is that what you guys really want, is kids to move? You guys are talking about keeping these kids and all these other things by closing. Pinckney, I've been here for 7 years, and that school just got remodeled. So are we talking about wasted funds by remodeling the school? It does not make sense of what you guys are planning to do. These teachers, budgets, talking about money, they save lives. Consider that. They save lives. They save my life. And that's real talk. They save my life. So I commend everybody in here and appreciate everybody here, but they save lives, and that's what you guys need to think about. They save lives. They saved my life. Thank you.
Thank you. Kylie?
So I was going to get up here and tell you a joke about my broken pencil, but it's pointless. Just wanted to ease the tension. It's been a tough night, and I had to start with that. So one of the things that's not pointless from my perspective was the Futures Planning Committee process. I think we were given a task and a process to work through. Did I love it at every moment? Absolutely not. Would I have recommendations if I were to do it again? Absolutely so. Do I think a district should always be planning for the future? Absolutely. And so keeping those things in mind, our group gave a recommendation. We gave a recommendation to Dr. Lewis. Dr. Lewis took that to ELT. The thing about a recommendation is it's not a directive, it's not a command. It is a recommendation. And it is up for a person to do with that recommendation what they feel is best based with their expertise. And I hear a lot of talk on so many different things that are so important, and I love to hear the passion for our schools. But one thing I know beyond a shadow of a doubt is whatever school a child attends in this district, they're going to get the support that they would get if their house burns down. They're going to have that advocate who's going to be there for them. That's not just at our neighborhood schools. As somebody who worked in not necessarily a neighborhood school for 10 years, who I see former students, who I have relationships with, It's not the only way. And I think it's a slap in the face to all of those all of those teachers who educate at larger schools to say, this is the only way to do it. We're able to pull some of those resources together for a better good. There's never going to be a good time. There's never going to be a good enough plan, a good enough process that will make this easy. There will never be. We can keep pushing it down, but it's never going to get easier. And so I'm going to spend the last minute I have and share a story that I share with students when I was a school counselor. It's called, What Do You Do with a Problem? I couldn't take it anymore. This has to stop, I declared. Maybe I was making my problem bigger and scarier than it actually was. After all, my problem hadn't really swallowed me up or attacked me. I realized that I had to face it. So even though I didn't want to, even though I was really afraid, I got ready and I tackled my problem. When I got face to face with it, I discovered something. My problem wasn't what I thought it was. I discovered it had something beautiful inside. My problem held an opportunity. It was an opportunity for me to learn and to grow, to be brave, to do something. It showed me that it was important to look closely because sometimes some opportunities only come once. So now I see problems differently. I'm not afraid of them anymore because I know their secret. Every problem has an opportunity for something good. You just have to look for it. I believe as a district, we can look for the good. Thank you.
Thank you, Kylie. Okay, I'm going to check in with our webmaster. We had several individuals sign up for virtual comment. Are they still in the queue?
4 of them,
Okay.
excluding the first one.
Okay, so we will first hear from Deborah Altus, then Katie Hoke.
And turn off closed captioning. Okay, so I'm going to view all attendees. We're going to add Deborah, make panelist.
Hello, Deborah, are you there?
Hi.
Hello, Deborah?
Yes, can you hear me?
Okay, you're going to have to speak a little louder, please.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, and you have 3 minutes.
Okay. To avoid repetition, I'd like to mention the impact on Grant Township, which feeds into Woodlawn. A couple of decades ago, I was the mom of a young child living in Grant Township, and I was thrilled about the chance for my son to attend Grant School, a school I'd gotten to know through Grant's wonderful township-wide pie nights and spaghetti suppers that knit our rural community together. Then, before my son could start school, Grant was threatened with closure. I remember standing in the sub-freezing temperatures to hold signs, desperate to save my township's school. I will never, ever forget the devastating feeling of being glared at by a board member for simply standing outside a meeting and quietly holding a sign to save the school that I loved. But as you all know, Grant was closed. The pie nights and spaghetti suppers stopped. I rarely saw my neighbors. The resulting changes were hard to take in so many ways. What I'd hoped would be a chance to bike ride with my son to school changed to a long car ride that included a dangerous highway crossing at 2440, or he took a bus with a pickup time so early that it was a challenge to make it. Our neighbors with kids of the same age decided to send their kids to private schools. There were so many personal, township, and broader community losses. Fast forward to today. What will happen to Grant Township students now if they have to go even farther than Woodlawn? To what, Hillcrest, Hordley? How early will the bus be, 6 a.m.? Has this factored into the equity analysis? I wonder how many of these impacted families will be lost to private schools. My family now lives by Woodlawn School. We don't have kids in school, but we love our neighborhood school and its wonderful staff. Woodlawn isn't a building. It's a vibrant hub for our neighborhood, a vulnerable neighborhood with many families with limited resources who rely on having a school in walking distance to make their lives workable. Please spend more time looking at other aspects of equity before you make your decisions. Equity for our rural neighbors with long distances to travel, and equity for our older neighborhoods where many of Lawrence's families with limited resources live. Please don't balance the budget on the backs of these already stressed neighborhoods and families. Yes, as the superintendent said, people matter. When you close schools in already vulnerable neighborhoods,
Deborah,
you're hurting
that's the
families.
expiration of your 3 minutes. Thank you very much. Okay, next is Katie Hoke. Katie, can you hear me?
Katie, you need to
there we
unmute
go.
your, okay.
Okay, hi Katie, thank you. You have 3 minutes. I'll tell you when your time has expired.
Okay. Hi, my name is Katie Hoke. I am a parent to 2 kids, one at Pinckney and one at LMCMS, and also a small business owner in town. My husband and I moved here from Seattle and chose to live in Lawrence because of the small neighborhood schools that offered walkability and diversity in the student body. I encourage you to retain our teachers, provide living wages for our staff, but also retain our neighborhood schools. I was very pleased tonight to hear about the efforts to reinvent LMCMS and the collaboration with KU. This is the type of innovation and creative thinking that we need to employ right now. But why aren't we applying the same philosophy and creativity to the elementary schools? Newark Elementary is a great example of that type of thinking, and it was a great success. Why can't we do this to the other schools? Right now, the plan presented is rushed and very unresolved. There are no answers to our questions. I encourage the board to vote no on this plan without further consideration and full input from the community. I also have several questions for the board and the administration. First of all, I want to ask each of the board members, do you have students currently in the schools you're proposing to close? Where do your children go to school? Why is the district only focusing on the east side schools? Have you visited each building and the surrounding neighborhoods? We're more than just numbers and statistics. We're a community that care deeply for our neighbors, many of which rely on the support system to get their kids safely to school. Have you seen the group of parents that stand on each corner making sure our students cross the street safely in the mornings and afternoons? This is a deeply personal and emotional decision. It's not just numbers on a chart. This decision has a long-term impact on the community and should not be made in a matter of weeks. Why are the only schools on the east side being reviewed and proposed for closing? Our urban neighborhoods are restricted in their growth, and our city commission has repeatedly denied the ability to add more density to these neighborhoods in terms of multifamily buildings. The district boundaries have not adjusted to reflect the reality of the urban growth of Lawrence, and it only rewards the growth on the west side where there's larger areas of development. Why hasn't the district reviewed the boundaries first and then reevaluated the enrollment numbers and balanced the school numbers accordingly? How is reducing staff going to actually retain teachers? How is increasing their workload and class size a more equitable solution for a modest raise? I've heard from numerous teachers that are not in favor of the additional workload or closing the schools. Dr. Lewis, you stated that you inherited the budget issue in 2018. That was 5 years ago. Why has this become a rushed issue now with just weeks to make a hasty decision that has a long-term, irreversible impact on the district and community? We need more time to review and evaluate proper solutions. 3 weeks is not enough time. Pinckney was renovated just 3 years ago. Why is the building score so low? And then why isn't the district considering the growth of the 2024 open enrollment bill and the Panasonic plant? I'm asking you to vote no. This is a catastrophic plan that will have a devastating effect on the district long-term, causing a permanent decrease in enrollment, lack of attraction for new families to join the
Katie,
district.
I'm sorry, your
and
3
the
minutes have
community.
expired. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Brady Swinson. Okay, Brady, can you hear me?
Hello.
Hi, you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. Watching this school closure debate and the process over the past year, I've grown more and more disappointed in this administration. The proposal to close schools came out of the blue mere weeks before deadlines to pass closures. And I thought this was very unprofessional and unfair. Yet here we are again without an adequate plan to evaluate. I watched the Futures Planning Committee from afar, and I grew even more disappointed. The process was not open. It was essentially scripted by the administration. It was like a multiple choice test. And if there, or is there any doubt why there's no cuts to people's jobs at the administration included in the recommendations that came out of this committee? Just tonight, I've heard patronizing words just like, even though it may upset some adults, as if adults should not be upset at the prospect of closing schools. I keep hearing the disingenuous soundbite, people are more important than buildings. Save Our Schools is not advocating on behalf of the buildings themselves, of course. They're advocating on behalf of the community of students and adults, the school families that call that building home. If all the people in a given building were all moved to a different building, there would not be a year-long sustained pushback against that proposal, certainly. I just heard tonight, again, someone from the administration say, the light is simply moved to another location. No, that's the whole point. There's nothing simple about closing and moving a school, and there's no way that a school family can stay intact after a move. So these are plainly disingenuous and dismissive statements, and I've heard them over and over and over again. Closing a school is like a divorce for a family of hundreds of people, and the fallout for the people involved will be complex and lasting. But this dismissiveness has characterized the approach this administration has taken through this entire process. And it's very sad, and it's very disappointing. Our school families deserve much better. There are ways to keep school families together and pay teachers better, but these options would require cutting administration jobs, and they were never seriously considered throughout this centrally controlled process. So we have 3 school families broken up, 50 people's livelihoods lost, but 0 administration jobs lost. As the board oversees this school closure process over the coming weeks, I hope they keep in mind, I hope you keep in mind, that this administration may not be taking seriously, whether intentional or not, the true outcomes of breaking up school families. So it's clear that that will be up to you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last public comment is Aaron Keith Chansey. Aaron, are you there? Aaron, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Sorry about that.
Okay, great. You have 3 minutes. Thank you. I'll let you know when your time is expired.
Okay, I'm speaking tonight as a resident of Lawrence. I chose to move here with my family during the pandemic because we had had such an awesome experience with Lawrence virtual schools. Our oldest son's on the autism spectrum, and without them, he would not have graduated from high school. So we were super excited to move to Lawrence, and we knew that this great school we moved in across the street from had just been renovated a few years ago, and we fantasized all through the pandemic about how Rhett would run across the street and into his great new school. And he'd been there all of 3 or 4 months before this conversation about closing Woodlawn started. And I see it in front of me every day, and I anticipate watching that 100-year-old building, vacant and abandoned, as it falls into neglect before my eyes. So I realize that I sound pretty emotional about this, and being the last person to talk tonight, you can imagine how I'm feeling after 6 hours of this meeting. I knew my initial reaction was an emotional one. The closure of Woodlawn hurts my family, my home value, my neighborhood. I had concerns and questions, and I asked them online, and a member of the school board responded to me bluntly, asking me if I thought my kids were more important than others. Which kids should lose their neighborhood schools, Ms. Chansey? I thought about it, and I committed to trust the process, minding my own biases and personal investment in the situation, because I do believe in the equity for every child. I applied for Futures Planning Committee, but I wasn't selected. But I know what consultants that we pay tens of thousands of dollars for as an administration are hired to do. Consultants are hired to manage change. It's a process in which structure and tasks and scripting manages people with diverse opinions towards the direction that the people who hired the consultants want them to go. So I'm skeptical of the recommendations that I've heard so far, and I believe that there were other ideas generated both in futures planning and amongst committee members that would be beneficial to our district and offer other cost-saving opportunities. And you've heard some of those tonight. I believe, like Ms. Altus and Ms. Mahali said, that Woodlawn is a unique neighborhood. It serves a unique purpose to our community and is uniquely affecting our community as a whole as the school closes. I realize I have biases, but after thinking about it a lot and a great deal of reflection, I can't dismiss those as just emotionality. The district may have priorities and responsibilities, but so do the citizens of Lawrence. And as a member of this committee, the decisions about school closures impact more than just how many miles Rhett has to travel to go to school. Schools anchor neighborhoods, attract families, create safe areas, foster community, and build social scaffolding. Removing the schools from North and East Lawrence has significant impact on the city. For that reason, I'm asking the board to vote no to school closures without a better plan for the students and without more community involvement. I know that we said that last year, but I'm asking you again. There were several parents tonight
Hi,
who made
Erin, thank you.
wonderful-
Your 3 minutes is up. Thank you for your
Thank you,
patience
guys.
this evening. Thank you. Okay, that concludes our public comment. I'm going to check in with board members. Do you need a 5-minute recess? And then we will have further discussion, questions, and proceed. All right, the board is in recess until I have called everybody's name that was on the list for public comment. I will look into this over the recess, and when we come back, if we have your email that you signed up with, we will look for it. If we have the email, we will have the public comment at that time. Thank you very much. And I would like to invite everyone to return to their seats.
Oh, that's nice.
Thank you. At this time, we are going to return to board questions and discussion about the administrative proposal. Who would like to go first?
Yeah, this is just a point of inquiry. So with Broken Arrow, this is a question for Dr. Lewis.
I don't think people can hear. I'm hearing that.
How about now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So Dr. Lewis, I just wanted to get clarity around Broken Arrow and the viability of turning it into some sort of attendance center next year. Can you re-talk about that just briefly on the timeline? It sounds like it's not next year. It sounds like it would possibly be the year after, but I want to make sure that I'm clear on your vision for that building.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's my vision. If it is closed, then obviously it wouldn't be an attendance center next year. There would be some space that Billy Mills could use. I'm not too interested in putting any more money in it. If we put in money in it, might as well just keep the kids that are there in it. So that remains to be, that was just a possible solution for, especially when you consider now 3 middle schools and maybe some additional space, depending on how the school would want to use that space. So necessarily not a vision to, we're going to put all 6th graders in here. That's certainly not the case.
Okay, but when it comes to Pinckney, that ideal is a little bit more firm on being able to see students from East Heights and where we haven't been able to invest as much money as we wanted to in the facilities for those students and staff. Is that
Yeah,
a little bit
that's
more firm?
again, another possible solution to remove the students out of East Heights, moving them into Pinckney, the C-Tran program, and those other programs there to move them into Pinckney.
One of the questions, last questions I had on that had referenced our alternative program, and so I just wasn't quite sure, does that include students who are currently over at the College and Career Center?
No, that's the suspension alternative program that's currently at C-Tran. And so that program would move over to potentially Pinckney as well.
Which would possibly expand out the CTE programming in that building?
No, that's a different program, I think
Okay.
is what you're talking about. That's for long-term suspended students.
Okay, thank you.
Erica? Okay.
So I'd like to share my thought process as I consider this recommendation. So Shannon reminded us that our promise is to ensure that all students of all races, backgrounds, and abilities achieve at high levels and graduate on time for success in college and careers. And so we all know our strategic priorities: cohesive curriculum, student-centered learning, meeting students' unique needs, safe and supportive schools, which includes providing safe and welcoming schools, effective employees, creating a positive and supportive work environments for all employees, which includes supporting the success and well-being of every employee and attracting high-quality candidates, and also data-informed decisions, which includes allocating resources accordingly to research-based best practices for student success. And so my first question is the district confident that the proposed plan will not compromise these strategic priorities?
100% confident. And I say that because my earlier statement is the teacher matters. And I will put our teachers up against any teachers in any district. no matter where they are, what building they're in. I do believe, and I've seen evidence that our students receive a quality education from the teachers here. So then if they're in building A, they'll receive a quality education, or they're in building C, they'll still receive a quality education.
Okay. I can wait. I do have a couple more
Go ahead.
questions. Okay. Can the district provide assurances on the following? That admin will ensure students will not have to walk across the bridge by providing those accommodations, and assurances that schools will have the appropriate staffing levels to support the additional students, including academic performance and social emotional support, and assurances that these changes will not significantly increase staff workload.
No, I can't equivocally say that to those assurances. I mean, that's a lot of variables that go into that. I will say, as it relates to the transportation piece, is that if it's the board directive for us to look at those students that fall less than 2.5 miles and allocate funds for those students to ride buses, absolutely, yes. Now, as it relates to some of those other points.
Dr. Lewis, I'm sorry to interrupt. I can't hear you down here.
Okay.
I apologize.
Did you hear anything? Should I start all the way over? Better. Okay. I was just sharing that if it's the board desire and directive for us to look at students that are less than 2.5 miles and provide that transportation, or look for other routes that they may be on so they won't have to cross that bridge, we certainly will do that. And I will say, as it relates to the other points there, I don't want to say yes, that will happen. There's a lot of variables that play into that, but absolutely we will do all we can to make sure that our students receive the best possible education, the best possible support. And you've heard me say before that this notion of students falling through the cracks, our goal as educators here is to make sure that there are no cracks for students to fall through. And so as we think about transition, and what we know about our students is they're very resilient. And so, however, when we do uproot them from one building to the next, that's trauma, and so we want to make sure that we're providing those supports there as early as possible in the form of transition plans well before August. This will happen in the spring. Well, we will do some tours, answer questions, calm some fears, and so that they're able to be successful in August.
I'll hold my other questions until other board members have had a chance to ask.
Additional questions?
This is Carol. This is Carol. I don't really have so much as questions or just some comments. I'd like to thank everybody for coming here and bringing in your concerns. But what sticks out to me is, gosh, I'm getting over COVID, so excuse me. The unintended consequences of shifting the growth of the city to in a westward fashion. As Mr. Rodmay pointed out, with the Lawrence District is not building a school in Northwest Lawrence, but it's for Perry-LeCompton. So I'm concerned that we may be, shifting our population, the population growth may shift towards Northwest Lawrence. I've lived here a long time. I've lived here since 1978, so I've seen the town change and grow, and I am concerned about the safety and walkability for our students. And as Mr. Phillips pointed out, I'm worried about what if one of our students misses the bus in North Lawrence? What if? Who's to say this student might just say, you know what, screw it. I'm talking this way because I hope our kids are in bed by now, but what if they just say, screw it, I'm not walking across that bridge? Because, when I was a kid, I was a delinquent. The whole reason why we have the policy in place for the Lawrence Public Schools for, getting a note home is because of me. It was me, and, I will take full responsibility, but, I was bullied. I didn't want to go to school, and we had the option of, home lunch, sack lunch, school lunch, salad bar, or go home, and I would just stay. I would just, go home for sack lunch or home lunch and not come back. So, I am concerned about those kids who might just say, I'm not walking across the bridge. Thank you.
Thanks, Carol.
I'm not really sure if I can ask it.
I think, go ahead and ask, and if it's not one that can be answered, then that'll be the answer. All right.
I don't have a question, I just have a comment. So if you have a question, you can go ahead.
Go ahead, Paula.
I just have a question. So I heard the terms in the union contracts, and Kelly, you might be able to answer this too.
I can't
I've
hear you,
struggled
Paula.
with this.
I'm
okay,
sorry, I must have a
sorry.
hearing problem, I apologize.
I've struggled with this because I am on both negotiation committees, but the terms in those contracts are for that contract year, is that right? So those are the negotiable items. So if we made the change on those negotiated items that are on the recommendations for the year after this contract period that we're in negotiations with, I'm kind of stumbling on this, but
Yeah.
there's a question here.
So, I'm cautious thinking about what Lori said. I want to be careful how we answer. So the technical answer is that we are currently negotiating items for the 2023-24 school year, and that through the IBB process, there is at least one item that's been recommended that we haven't discussed yet at the table that could potentially be recommended. We haven't discussed yet in the table, and then we're in the middle of discussing the plan time. Does that help?
Yeah, I think so.
So Kelly, it's the case that with both of those things, well, first I'll just point out for everyone, we're not being asked to vote on those this evening.
Correct. Thank you. Thanks. Sorry.
And in fact, we're not even being asked to give direction to the superintendent on those
Correct.
items this evening.
Yes.
But Dr. Lewis has brought them forward as something for the negotiations
Right.
team to bring to the table, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Well, yes. So, I mean, at some point, someone has to bring the interest statement to the table, and you have to do that through conversation. I mean, it has to come through somewhere. So Dr. Lewis saying, I would like to look at plan time, and then coming to the table and saying, this is our interest in doing that. The process, in my assessment, what has been followed in that area, or we are following it right now. I think the challenge is when you make a recommendation for something that's already existing in the contract, you have to be thoughtful about how you move forward with that. Partly, I mean, honestly, both legally, but also, and I'm not, that would be outside of the scope of my expertise, but my understanding of training, we have to be careful about that. But additionally, just ethically, how we show up at the table, we want to be sure that we're being, we're preserving our relationship in the way that Lori mentioned.
And just to be clear, those items came through the Futures Planning Committee. Even when we were doing
Yes.
the cards, it was clearly indicated on the cards that this was a negotiated item.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Lewis. Sorry about that. So you're right. So that's a really good clarifying point. It's been discussed the whole time that that's a negotiable item, and I believe I brought it up here as well. We've been talking about it openly as negotiable through the whole conversation. Is that fair to say? Yeah.
Thank you for that clarification. GR?
Oh, crap, it's 11:30. I gotta stop looking at that clock. Like Carol, I hope kids are asleep. I know my son already left, so that's okay. This is, this sucks. This is hard. But, as I've sat with this since, well, really for a year, since last February 14th, when I was back on that back row, I've sat with this, trying to pick through this, and then sat with this through the last couple months, and then sat with this since Friday. My comment really is, where I'm at the moment is, Lawrence is unique, and it has a lot of unique features. And sometimes those unique features are in conflict. We make a lot of choices, and sometimes when you make a choice to do something, you have to make a choice to not do something else. And when you make a choice to prioritize salaries, you have to make a choice to not do something else. But some of the unique features of Lawrence, two of the biggest features in Lawrence, one sits right in the middle of town that we all have to work around, and it's not going anywhere. That would be the university, and I think the other big feature that we all have to work around is the river. And the river is a very specific thing. And so I think for me, right now, as I sit with this and as I've thought through this, I think for me, I gotta stop saying that. I can't come up with another phrase. I am in support of the staffing cuts. I'm in support of noticing Broken Arrow. I'm in support of noticing Pinckney. I'm in support of the changes to Liberty Memorial, but I don't believe we can do it or need to do it this fast. So I'm doing it this fall has a feeling of building the plane while we fly it. And I'm not in the mood to doing that again. But I'm not in support of noticing Woodlawn. And the reason I'm not in support of noticing Woodlawn, even though that hinders the work of the boundary committee, is because I don't know that I'm in support of closing Woodlawn, and I'm not willing to notice a school that I'm not willing to close.
Thank you, GR. Other board comments?
This is Kate. I go back to my original statement before public commentary on how we're going to do this. We're going to do this all at once or partialing it out or.
I need to get some further feedback from the rest of the board before we get to that point. A lot of people haven't spoken yet, so I'm still holding your question, Kay, and I'm gonna try to get a sense of where I think that needs to go based on what people say. Now, if no one is willing to tell me what they're thinking in that regard, then we'll revisit the conversation sooner.
That sounds good. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Paula?
So,
Okay.
I approve cuts in middle school and high school staffing. I approve cuts in middle school and high school staffing. I approve, I support the recommendations. I think I am really sort of in limbo with that Woodlawn Elementary Public School hearing and that school closure. I do feel really strongly about the repurposing of Liberty Memorial Central in that arts area. And yeah, Woodlawn, I think, has history there. So I think I need time to sit with that a little bit longer.
Kelly? Erica?
I have a couple questions, so I'll just ask one for right now. Is there flexibility in the 50 FTE cuts? Or is it 50? Could it be less than 50 once you do a deeper analysis of staffing support?
I would say we work at the pleasure of the board. There's flexibility in everything. Kristen, you want to come in and address the thinking around the flexibility there?
I think I would offer that, before Kristen even gets here, that asking for flexibility there necessitates that there will be a different number on the table in terms of how much money we have available. So that's, yeah, with that recognition.
Yes, I mean, definitely, we can do whatever you all would prefer or direction you want us to go. We can definitely do less. It just does affect that lower amount, that overall lower amount.
That would also not push class sizes to that unfavorable threshold, right?
So the goal would be to look at that class average. size, where hopefully to get some of those 30s, below 2. And, one thing to think about, and this, not to bring up middle school plan, but just that does take extra FTE as well. And you all know how passionate I feel about middle school plan. And that was the hard part about bringing that forward. And so just, are there ways, working with middle school principals about that, and in terms of that need? So, but our goal would to definitely be looking at how to, when we have those lower class sizes, can we offer those classes, or do we need to combine sections to make sure that there is a class size or a class size minimum?
I really like the idea of the information, and I don't want to do this in a way that it is challenging for administrators to be ambiguous, but at the high school level, we have enrollment right now that's completed or nearly completed, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So we could, one of the things I heard from teachers was, I think that I heard from teacher, I don't want to represent a teacher's voice, but what I understood was the wage increase counts, the vertical movement counts, the respect involved in that counts, and that's true for our classified staff as well, to see the wage increases, but that they don't want to have a condition that's untenable, that they want to be in an environment that they want to work in and that's good for kids. And so I don't know how to balance what Erica's saying, but I do wonder about, I certainly want to achieve the savings we're talking about, but I do, that seems like something that administrators could come back to the board with in a short period of time, or a couple weeks period of time, and we would have more information.
For sure on secondary, because their enrollment, or high
High
school.
school, right?
Their enrollment's
Okay.
complete.
Okay, and then, okay, thank you. I don't know if that helps.
Okay.
So I can give you statements. I wrote them. Statements of negation, statements of affirmation. Thank you, Model UN. Woodlawn. For me, closing Woodlawn, in my board perspective and the perspective of the community members that I heard tonight, it's not in the best interest of USD 497 public schools. High safety rate can increase the occurrences of neglect, young students being left alone, low assurances of transportation due to issues that we're currently facing with busing and staffing and other current transportation issues that we've faced this year. It also, as we heard, further isolates the North Lawrence community. Pinckney, this is a statement of affirmation. I'm a person who's most intrigued by the ideal of refiguration of educational programming and streamlining services to increase the quality of learning experience for students and staff. With Pinckney, due to the neighboring schools like Woodlawn, Hillcrest, Deerfield, from personal experience, is currently at capacity level, Deerfield is, and in addition to those learning spaces, it just appeared to be high stressing. Gonna fast forward here, because it's getting late. When it comes to, and additionally, when it comes to Pinckney and kind of what we heard in trying to understand this plan of care, this vision of hope to improve the quality of learning conditions for students across the district, I really think about our students at East Heights and our students with the most intense needs and the condition of that building. And so when I think about how Pinckney could be utilized to improve those working conditions for the staff as well as to the students, as well as potentially being able to move some of those students from othering centers that are just not getting the level of supports that they need. I could see us being able to really kind of facilitate and consolidate our resources there. So I'm open to that, and that would be one that I would be willing to hear more about, and hopefully we'll be able to make a decision after that. When it comes to Broken Arrow, I just don't get it. I'm unsure. We have this conversation about, there won't be a program there, but there will be a program there, that, we have the materials to realize windows or maybe not. So there's just a lot of ambiguity with that one. So it just seems too risky when it comes to the potential savings and the unknowns with the costs. So that's kind of how I feel about that. And Liberty Memorial, this one is a statement of affirmation for me, kind of like we've heard with some of our peers. Repurposing it, yes, I am for all options to allow school buildings, it's getting late, to remain open. So yes, I'm open to the ideals for innovation, like we heard from other people. It'd be really great to see some of these smaller schools like Woodlawn be able to have some of these innovation ideals that kind of come out of several weeks of just intense planning. I think we could continue to do that. I've seen your team turn around some really amazing things. And I really like the idea that it's open, this open district. That was one of the things that concerned me about the Montessori schooling, was that it's just centralized around that one area, and you have to be in the attendance center to be really able to get in. This one's a little bit more widespread. So for the Liberty Memorial, the statement of affirmation, I'm for that one. Thank you.
So
Kelly?
I have I'm also not in favor of noticing Woodlawn, if you're counting votes. I am, because I understand the cost per pupil of running the smaller buildings and the reality of what's happening in Topeka, I am willing to have additional conversation about both Broken Arrow and Pinckney, because I can see what we might utilize those buildings for, and also because I do think we have to make steps toward increasing wages. I would like to propose a motion separate with Liberty Memorial that affirms nearly everything that the district administration recommended, but gives us a different timeline. I've drafted that amendment and would like the opportunity to read it separately at some point in your planning. And then I think those are probably the two things that you needed to hear from. It's 1:45
I
so.
know, so I apologize. I'm trying to track kind of where everybody is.
Sure.
And figure out how we need to do, because I can tell from the conversation so far that we are going to have to break up
Correct.
issues in order to have motions.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to make sure we do this well. Middle school, high school staffing cuts. Do you have a position statement on that, or a position that you want to share on that? You don't have to. I think at this point,
I mean,
think
I do
actually
have
it's
to.
okay. You don't have to.
I would like to investigate that. I am interested in seeing changes to our,
Okay.
I'm committed to the work we're doing around salary matrix, and that's one space to do it in.
Okay. I want to make sure everybody has space to say what they want to say. I do have some comments I want to share, and then I'm going to ask some clarifying questions, and then we can talk about motions. Erica.
Yeah, I will say for the staffing cuts, I am struggling with that one if it means we're increasing our class sizes.
Okay, that's fair. Okay. Okay. I have some things I want to say. As board president, I'm going to take this opportunity to share some thoughts, and then I will work on these motions. I really appreciated Kylie's story about asking to tackle a problem. So I want to remind the board that we asked administration to tackle a problem, which is the reality that we cannot afford to put as much money on the table for staff salary increases as we all appear, I think, agree needs to be on the table, and that our bargaining units have asked us to put on the table. That is, I think, a shared value that we all have, that we need to get there. It's also a reality, and I have a great deal of respect for our bargaining units and for our teachers. But it is not going to happen that we have the kind of money to put toward the priorities that I've talked about without this district making cuts to staffing and buildings. It's just not. The math does not work. I've been on the board for 12 years. The most we have ever had to put on the table in any single year was around $6 million, and that was in 2018 when we went from having block grants to having a school finance formula again that was funded by base state aid per pupil. And we got a bump that year of $6 million, and we put nearly all of it. I think we gave a 6% raise that year.
We did.
Most years since I've been on the board, it has been somewhere between 1 to 2, at the most early on, $3 million. We are talking about needing $6 million for our classified staff and $7 to $9 million for our teachers. The entirety of the salary budget for not just ESC administration, but all administration in our district. So that is all of our building everybody who's an administrator in all 20 of our buildings, plus the handful of people that are in this building that are considered administrators. The entirety of that budget for this year is $10 million. I cannot count how many emails I have answered where people have said to me, you need to just cut administration and that's going to fix our problem. It is not. It is not feasible. It is not possible to get to the kind of numbers that we are talking about if that is the only option that is left to us on the table. So that is, I believe, why our administration has brought this board a proposal that includes a combination of staffing cuts and building closures. And I'm going to challenge everybody here and in our community to really examine what you are asking us to do, because in a lot of ways, it's mathematically impossible. And so I'm going to leave here tonight, regardless of how this vote turns out, and I'm going to really wonder whether Lawrence Public Schools has the community support that it needs to make the kind of hard decisions that have to be made if we mean what we say about wanting to pay our teachers and our staff better. Because I was on the board in 2012 when we had this conversation the last time. I've visited all the schools that we're talking about. I've spent hundreds of hours getting to know those schools and their communities and students and teachers. I've done the work. I am here to tell you that I have watched this board and this district struggle every single year since 2012 with the decision that the board made in 2012. We had this same conversation. We were talking about the same set of buildings. And at that time, the board did what everybody in this room is asking us to do tonight. It said, no, we're not going to close any buildings. We're going to spend $92 million and fix them all up. And we're going to hope that our enrollment grows and that the state legislature gives us more money. And we have had multiple superintendents in this district over the last 20 years. All of them who've been here for more than a year and looked at our budget problems have said, you know what, you need to close your small buildings. You need to consolidate, you need to operate more efficiently if you mean it, that you want to reallocate these resources. We had probably the most knowledgeable finance director in the state when she retired, working on this problem on behalf of the board for most of the 12 years that I guess she retired last year, so about 10 and a half years that I've been on the board. She couldn't solve it. And it's not for a lack of trying, and it's certainly not for a lack of trying to come up with creative ways to solve it. There are only so many ways that you can split up the pot of money that we get for our operations. And the levers are reducing staff, increasing class size, or reducing your fixed operational cost, which means closing buildings and not spending money on them. So I think I didn't intend, I didn't have all that scripted out, obviously. I'm feeling pretty frustrated right now because I feel like our administration has done exactly what we asked administration to do. And we're again at a decision point where the board has to decide what kind of district we're going to be for the next decade. And for various reasons, we're taking things off the table. And I recognize that that's going to happen, and it's okay, and that's, there are aspects. I am uncomfortable with the idea of students from Woodlawn walking to school if we are sending them across the river. I don't like that. But I also would like to give administration the opportunity to address that concern before we completely take it off the table. I would vote to notice the hearing because I think that if there was time for them to really decide and evaluate that once the boundary committee has done their work, I think that we could probably address some of those concerns.
I mean, I hear that, but I counted 4, and it's just off the table.
I know.
So
I know.
we really need to
I
move
understand.
on.
I had a lot that I wanted to share before we got to voting, so I'm just going to ask for another couple of minutes. I think something else that I want to make sure that the community understands is that while I understand that the schools that we are talking about reside in neighborhoods that have high levels of poverty in them, I think it's also important to recognize that we have high levels of students who qualify for free and reduced lunch across our district. And we have to be doing things to serve all of those students. So our 2 highest percentage schools are Pinckney and New York, but the next 2 highest are Hillcrest and Schwegler, right? And so there's more than twice as many kids on free lunch in the bigger schools in our district than there are in the smaller schools. So it's not as straightforward as saying that this board is making decisions that only impact kids from low socioeconomic backgrounds when we talk about this, because those kids are also in the other buildings. So I want to say I appreciate the work that the administration has done. I appreciate the work that the Futures Planning Committee has done. I appreciate the work that my fellow board members have done. I know we have all spent hours looking into this. The one question that remains for me, I think, is that, and I don't even have to really ask staff to answer this question because I know the answer, but the community is saying, find money to put in the salary pool someplace else. And I'm really struggling to understand where that might come from.
Shannon, I really got to put this in perspective. We're talking about $360,000 that we're not going to take, and I'm not saying that's okay, but that's the only thing that's been taken off the table right now, and we do need to vote.
I understand. I think it's important, though, for the community to hear some of this, because this is a vote about having the hearings. It's not a vote about the ultimate closure. And so I wanted to provide some input into, because we're going to do this again if we notice these hearings. And I think it's important between now and then to sit with some of that as you think about coming back to the board to ask us to do or not do something. This is really hard. None of us want to be making these decisions, but we also have to address the realities of our budget and the priorities that we've set. So my question for the board at this point, I have heard some variations of yes around the Liberty Memorial proposal, but both GR and Kelly have expressed some concern about the proposed timeline.
Yes, I would like to put forward a motion, which I'm going to email to my colleagues right now, and I'll read out loud, just to kind of keep things going.
Are you making it or just?
Can you?
I wrote it. I wrote it before I got here.
But are you making it or just?
I'm going to make it if I'm allowed to.
Kelly, can you do me a favor, and can you also email it to Elise and Dr.?
I did.
Okay, all right. And so here's my question, or at least the thing I want to put before the board. So if Kelly makes her motion, which I gather is around the changes around the timeline, Kelly?
Yeah, it's very, I think it's supportive of what the board has said and
Okay.
supportive of what the administration wants to do. It's just a different timeframe.
Okay, so, so then to clarify for the board, if you make the motion and you vote to support that, we would be supporting going forward with that proposal, but altering the timeline for implementation. If you want to move forward with a proposal around Liberty that is the administration's timeline for recommendation, then you would
Vote no.
need to vote no on Kelly's motion, and then you could make an alternate motion.
Are we not going to vote on the recommendation as stated? Or
Can you say that again, Erica?
are we not voting on the recommendation as stated?
I think it's pretty clear from the conversation that if somebody made that motion, that it would fail for a variety of reasons, because people are going to vote against it either because they have concerns about Woodlawn, or they have noticing Woodlawn, or they have concerns about Liberty Memorial. So my plan is to try to get agreement around as many things as I can get agreement around, if there is agreement, right? So if Kelly, so that's why it's late, and I asked for some grace because I'm trying to make sure that this is clear.
All that, and just leave Woodlawn off with that. You want to?
You could.
So let me pull up, Kelly, you said you emailed it.
I emailed it to everyone. I mean, GR is recommending I make the motion and combine it with the others. I'm not prepared to do that, so I'd just like to pull this out to move the conversation along.
Okay. Let me pull up your email so I can track what you're saying.
Can I read it?
Yes, please read it, and then we can have a moment of discussion.
I move the Board of Education to direct superintendent to create a middle school redesign committee comprised of grades 6 through 8 educators and administrators who will return to the board by December 2023 with redesign implementation recommendations for academic year 2024-25 to include repurposing Liberty Memorial Central Middle School with special curricular focus, boundary shifts aiming for a more equitable distribution of socioeconomic status within the student body, contingencies for the possible elimination of the middle school second plan time, and other related curriculum adjustments. The committee shall demonstrate that it consulted with community members, students, content experts, district bargaining units, and other stakeholders as needed, and that equity, inclusion, and belonging is embedded in all recommendation to the board.
Okay, so that's the motion. Clarifying question. That would mean that there would be no movement of students out of Liberty Memorial next year, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Dr. Lewis, do you have any clarifying questions? Or that with Kelly's motion, there would be no movement of students out of Liberty Memorial next year, that the planning would happen, and then the implementation would happen the following year. Is that correct, Kelly?
Correct.
That's your proposal, okay.
If I'm understanding, the difference in our proposal is the planning will start now with implementation.
It starts,
next year.
it starts now, the planning would start now. You could move forward with everything that Patrick mentioned. The only difference is you wouldn't move the current
sixth
sixth
grader,
graders
the
because you
incoming
have
sixth grader.
discussed potentially moving, keeping them. All I'm asking is you redesign and then build. Yeah. And that you're, you're more, in this particular proposal, I think you're looking more holistically at the intersections between middle school plan time, a possible new schedule that you would need if you eliminate middle school plan time, and what Liberty Memorial is going to be. And it's a middle school committee, because we have many moving parts within that plan.
Yeah, I'm struggling with that one a little bit, for the fact of students that are going there next year. It's a traditional school with the traditional limited amenities that Liberty Memorial offers.
Right, but if you don't move them next year, then you're not staffing at the same level we currently have, and you have the possibility of losing some of the gains that we have. You also can't tell us exactly how, or you wouldn't be able to tell us in a timely manner, in my opinion, what enrollment centers they would go to so that those kids would know when to start enrollment. We also wouldn't know what would happen with staffing at Liberty Memorial. For some of those teachers would probably need to be moved. They might be moved into a building they're only going to be at for 1 year. It just doesn't make sense to me to build it while you're moving the parts. When we've done that in the past, it hasn't been as successful as I feel like it could have been. So that's my observation.
Yeah, I think
But-
we'll have all those answers to those questions prior. Patrick, any thoughts as to why we wouldn't have those answers?
I don't think so. I mean, we were asked to provide a proposal that would give you budget savings. What your motion doesn't.
This particular budget does not, you're correct, it
Yeah.
doesn't. But what the plan is for next year equally doesn't provide us budget savings. So even the budget savings it does provide can't be counted as ongoing, because we don't know whether in the next year you're going to add more students in, whether or not you can meet the population. We don't know what the savings is from that plan. It's speculative at this point. And I'm sorry, I'm very tired, as you are. I do not want to disrupt your plan. I'm asking the board to just allow the redesign process to move forward as we have with other buildings, to give them the year to plan, and then to come back to the board with what we're really looking at. The board wouldn't know, for example, if we move forward with it, what the implications are for Billy Mills Middle School, for example, combining two of our lower income catchment areas. So we have no information on this particular plan, other than it's a really good idea. Anyway, I have a motion on the table, and I don't know if there's a second.
Just to clarify, those are estimate savings there on the screen.
Okay, so there's a motion. Is there a second to Kelly's motion?
I'll second.
Okay. Further board discussion or questions about the motion? Kay?
I have a question. So does that mean that the incoming sixth graders who are currently, like, our Woodlawn families, our Pinckney families, who have fifth graders, would that mean that they would be going to Liberty Memorial? Or would it just be, so that's what I don't understand with
Liberty
this.
Memorial, it would be functioning as it has with 6 through 8. There would be a planning year for changes that might include 6 through 8, and it might not, but we don't know that as we sit here.
Okay.
In the fall, it would be as it is today.
But the boundary,
There wouldn't be a boundary change at this moment.
Okay.
We take a year to plan that.
So I have a question. So is what Kelly said about the district not having anything more than a good idea, is that an accurate statement?
Dr. Lewis, I think that's a question for you. Erica, would you repeat? Because I think Dr. Lewis is taking notes.
Yeah. Is what Kelly said about the district not having anything other than a good idea regarding this particular item, is that an accurate statement?
No, it's not.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, additional discussion or questions?
we don't even know what the theme is going to be. We don't know what the theme's going to be. We don't know what's happening with plan time. We don't know what's happening with, I'm excited about this idea. I just want to take a moment to plan it well, and to make sure that we are considering all of the moving parts of this particular, the negotiable items, the pieces of it that are the way we've handled other redesign. I don't know why we would urgently get this one done by August when we haven't done that before.
Any other input?
This is Carol. This is, it's pure speculative, and, I come from a place that, I went to Central Junior High School, and so I come at this with trepidation because there are too many unknowns, so I am open to this. It's a great idea, but it's just too many unknowns for me right now. And there are problems with, Liberty Memorial. I mean, we've never even had a track this whole time, but yet we still were able to have produce some really good athletes, and I don't know, I have a lot of trepidation about this plan. Thank you.
Okay, there's a motion and a second on the table. If there's no additional, Kelly, do you have, if there's no additional discussion. I'll call the roll.
Hill?
No.
Padu Blackwood?
No.
Emerson?
No.
Gordon Ross?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
Kimball? No.
Van?
No. Okay.
Motion fails 5-2.
Would a board member like to make an alternate motion in regard to the Liberty Memorial proposal? So what I'm going to suggest is that we go piece by piece on this.
I just want to make sure that the board members understood that we were voting on the motion that I read,
Right.
correct?
This
Right.
is Carol. I would like to change that back to
I don't
yes.
think that, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Sorry.
Carol.
Yeah, I'd like to change that back to yes, please.
So, all right. So as a matter of procedure, I need a minute. Okay. All right, so as a matter of procedure, Carol, we would need to make the motion again in order for you to change your vote. But given that right now it's 5-2, it's not going to change the outcome.
I would like to be on the record.
Okay, all right, so Kelly and GR, would you please repeat your motion?
I move the Board of Education to direct superintendent to create a middle school redesign committee comprised of grades 6 through 8 educators and administrators who will return to the board by December 2023 with redesign implementation recommendations for the academic year 2024-25 to include 1, repurposing Liberty Memorial Central Middle School with a special curricular focus, 2, boundary shifts aiming for a more equitable distribution of socioeconomic status within the student body, 3, contingencies for the possible elimination of middle school second plan time, and 4, other related curriculum adjustments. The committee shall demonstrate that it consulted with the community members, students, content experts, district bargaining units, and other stakeholders as needed, and that equity, inclusion, and belonging is embedded in the recommendation to the board.
Second.
Okay, thank you. All right, call the roll, please.
Padu Blackwood?
Yes.
Emerson?
Yes.
Gordon Ross?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
Kimball?
No.
Van?
No.
Hill?
No.
Motion passes 4-3.
Thank you. I'm going to caution board members, I do not want to do that again. I know it's late, but by following that process, Carol, you changed the outcome of the vote in a way that wouldn't have happened if we had moved forward with an additional discussion potentially. So I'm going to try to be real careful going forward that we don't do that. It's unfair to other board members. So, all right. So we've settled the middle school Liberty Memorial proposal. I heard in our discussion that there was interest in considering the middle school, high school staffing cuts. So I'm going to make a motion. I move the Board of Education approve the superintendent's recommendation to include middle and high school staffing reductions.
This is Kay, I second. Emerson?
Wait, I'm sorry, hold on, before you call the roll. I need to make sure that there's an opportunity for discussion about the motion.
Take that yes back.
Okay. All right.
So my question still stands, is that a firm 50? Will there be considerations for class sizes, those types of things?
I'm making the motion on the proposal as administration has presented it.
50?
Okay. Additional questions or discussion? No? Okay. Call the roll, please.
Emerson?
Yes.
Gordon Ross?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
Kimball?
Yes.
Van? Yes. Hill?
No.
Purdue Blackwood?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-1.
Okay, thank you. All right, that means that the remaining items are the noticing of closure hearings. I'm going to make a motion for each one separately at this point, and I'm just going to do it to move along the discussion. I would invite board members, before I make the motions, if there's anything else that you want to say on the topic of noticing the closure hearings, let's say it now, and then we'll do the three motions. And then, as a reminder, we have one more item of business we have to address after this, okay? Is there any further discussion or questions about the closure hearing proposals?
This is Carol. I just wanted to say thank you again, and I would like to ask this board to please consider our role in the development and growth of this city. And, I think that we have a pivotal role to play in the balanced growth of Lawrence. Please take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. Anyone else?
So this is only for the notice.
This is to notice a closure hearing.
Right.
And
So,
we're going to vote as to each building.
Right.
Since I get the sense that if we did it as a package,
yeah,
that there's disagreement.
right.
Okay.
So would this be where I would share, again, the considerations for transportation as part of the hearing of potential closings?
Yes, I think if that is something that's important and you want to speak on that, please do.
So I would say there should be assurances that the students would not have to walk across the bridge, that there will be accommodations afforded to those families and students.
Okay. All right. Any additional comments?
This is just to reiterate with Broken Arrow. Again, I'm just not sure what the plan is. So if this is one that does end up moving to public hearing, to be able to understand more, so what this administration may recommend as it relates to possible uses as well as plans would be helpful.
Okay, thank you, Kay. All right. I move that the board authorize the superintendent to conduct a public hearing for the potential closure of Pinckney Elementary School.
Second.
Gordon Ross?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
Kimball?
Yes.
Van? Hill?
Yes.
Padu Blackwood?
No.
Emerson?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-1.
Thank you. Okay, the next motion is I move that the board authorize the superintendent to conduct a public hearing for the potential closure of Broken Arrow Elementary School.
Second.
Jones?
Yes.
Kimball?
Yes.
Van?
Yes.
Hill?
Yes.
Padu Blackwood?
Yes.
Emerson?
No.
Gordon Ross?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-1.
Thank you. I move that the board authorize the superintendent to conduct public hearings for the potential closure of Woodlawn Elementary School.
Second.
Kimball?
Yes.
Van?
Yes.
Hill?
Yes.
Padu Blackwood?
No.
Emerson?
No.
Gordon Ross?
No.
Jones?
No.
Motion fails 4-3.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Lewis, I think that we probably have some further conversation to have about timing for the hearings and how the notice, when the notice will go out, and work with the boundary committee as it relates to that. So we will follow up on that. I want to thank everyone who stayed this late. You're welcome to stay as we do this last item of business. Appreciate the community's engagement. And with that, I covered everything I needed to cover, correct? All right. Okay, with that, we will move on to the item of new business that was pulled earlier, which is acceptance of bid recommendations for Esser HVAC Phase 2 piping contractors of Kansas DBA PCI Mechanical. I will tell you that the reason I pulled this is that some of the buildings that are listed in the enclosure were buildings that we were discussing tonight. I would like to invite Dr. Engelbrick up so I can ask you a question about this before we make the motion and vote. Broken Arrow is one of the schools that is within the bids that we sought out, and it has now been noticed for a closure hearing. What is staff's recommendation regarding whether we should approve the motion as it stands and continue to include that in our approvals, or should we hold on including Broken Arrow in the approval?
I think at this point, staff would recommend that we hold on Broken Arrow until the process is complete. The work that we're looking at Broken Arrow and the other schools will not begin for 9 months.
Okay.
So we have time to recoup after this. This just allows us to notify the contractor to proceed with placing orders for equipment.
Okay, so the motion includes some specific dollar amounts. Is it sufficient to make a motion that lists all the schools except Broken Arrow and leaves out the dollar amounts? Or do we need to take a moment to adjust those dollar amounts?
I can help with the adjustment of the dollar amounts very quickly.
Okay, we're going to take like a 2 to 3 minute recess to make sure that we have the motion written appropriately, and we will move forward then. on the table. I move the Board of Education accept bids as recommended by Langford Felder Associate Consulting Engineers, Inc. for piping contractors of Kansas DBA, PCI Mechanical to perform HVAC Phase 2 work at Southwest Middle School, Prairie Park, Sunflower, Sunset Hill, and Woodlawn Elementary in the amount of $2,455,527. Administration additionally requests a recommended contingency of 7% or $171,886 for a total of $2,627,413. Costs are to be paid out of the capital outlay funds with potential future reimbursement via approved ESSER funds. Is there a second? All, we got to call the roll.
Van? Yes. Hill?
Yes.
Padu Blackwood?
Yes.
Emerson? Yes. Gordon Ross?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
Kimball?
Yes,
Motion passes 7-0.
thank you. Dr. Lewis, do you have any closing announcements for us this evening?
No, thank the over 600 people that tuned in on YouTube tonight. You've probably gone, that number's probably dwindled down, but thank you also to the individuals that are still here with us. As a reminder, the board president has called a special board meeting for March the 6th for the purposes of the superintendent's evaluation. We traditionally just have one board meeting in the month of March due to spring break. Our next regular scheduled board meeting is March the 27th. Again, we will hear a proposal from our calendar committee on the 4-day week.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis. With that, I would take a motion to adjourn.
So.
Motion to adjourn?
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.